Chapter 33. The Echoes from the Whispered Refractions, Fragment 13, transcribed by Seraphine the Listener. Not all fires consume, some reveal. In the ruin of what was built, truth glows brightest, hidden not in what burned, but in what refused to. Those who stir the ashes must listen closely, for beneath each coal lies a name the world was not meant to remember. The storm loomed over Vel Serene, like a secret waiting to be spoken. The clouds above the city hung low and still, their silence louder than thunder. Inside Ashenvale's private study, the world was cloaked in candlelight and breathless stillness. The ancient walls muffled the chaos beyond, the cries of merchants counting their losses, the fury of nobles whose profit lines now ran through smoke. The room was a reliquary of knowledge, scrolls wrapped in faded velvet, black-bound grimoires, alchemical tomes scrawled with trembling hands. The air itself felt charged, like the moment before lightning splits the sky. Fergus swore the chalk sigil on the board pulsed faintly as he breathed near it, like it sensed attention. A whisper of static brushed his fingertips when he passed a sealed tome marked only with a single burn scar. Ashenvale's voice returned, distant. In Velardain, the fields bloomed black before the flames came. Crows roosted in daylight. The river boiled from its bed. Still, no one listened. On one wall, an elaborate chalk sigil sprawled across a board, half erased but still thrumming faintly with heat. Shelves buckled under the weight of forbidden books no library claimed, sealed with melted wax and iron clasps. A copper kettle whistled gently over a low flame. Ashenvale didn't move to pour it. Fergus stood by the long table, fingers tracing the spine of a battered book that smelled of dust and something older, earth after lightning. His brow furrowed. "You've seen this before," he said quietly. "What burned the warehouses? The flame had a signature. Haven't you felt it before?" Ashenvale didn't lift his gaze. He unrolled a brittle parchment with reverent care, his voice rasping like parchment against wood. "Burnt hemp, sulfur, powdered pitch infused with marrow. I smelled it once before, in Vel Arden, 3 days before the sky turned black and the river ran dry." Fergus went still. "That was 30 years ago. And the stench hasn't changed," Ashenvale said. He finally looked up, his eyes gleaming with something colder than memory. No fire speaks so clearly unless it has something to say. Maris turned from the arched window. A low rumble echoed across the distant hills, barely thunder. Her silhouette was framed in silver moonlight, the faint hum of magical resonance lingering around her, like a second skin. "You mean today's blaze," she said. Ashenvale nodded once. Vel Seren smoulders as Vel Arden did, and like then, no one listens until the carrion birds outnumber the guards. He moved with sudden precision, drawing aside a velvet cloth from the table's center. Beneath lay a medallion, dark iron, circular, etched with an angular sigil that seemed to shimmer even in the candle's flickering light. A faint metallic hum seemed to spill from it, low, almost inaudible, but felt in the jaw and chest like a vibration from the earth itself. Fergus stepped back involuntarily. Something primal in him recoiled, a bone-deep instinct that didn't recognize the shape, but knew what it meant. Pain made sacred. Maris's brow furrowed. "The black vein. I read of them once. A footnote buried in a treatise on forgotten martyrdom cults. The scribe called them cartographers of agony. I thought it poetic exaggeration." Ashenvale shook his head. It was understatement. He let the medallion settle and turned to the bundle. "Velethar was always tied to legacy, but it only stirs when suffering primes the ground. We didn't find it now by accident. We found it because someone bled the city to wake it." Fergus hissed, recognition striking like lightning. That's not just a symbol. That's Borgin. Correct, Ashenvale said. More than a symbol. This belonged to the Black Vein, a splinter cult of the Borgin order, obsessed with pain and purity. They fed on taint channeled through suffering. Blood, you see, was not just sacrifice, it was structure. They built spells from it, cities even. Maris stepped closer, her gaze sharp. You faced them? Ashenvale's fingers tightened round the medallion. I faced what they left behind. Hells linger where they've passed. His voice dropped. They were thought extinguished after the searing accord, but something has stirred them. They do not burn for profit, they burn to erase. Fergus crossed his arms, brow furrowed. Then this wasn't just a hit against Kael's trade. It's targeted, ritual. Whoever did this, they wanted arcane residue, a spiritual echo, or to silence something that might have been revealed. Ashenvale's gaze turned calculating. Precisely. And this brings us to Velethar. Fergus blinked. You mentioned that before. You said it was a myth. I said it was believed to be a myth, Ashenvale corrected. He crossed to a cabinet and withdrew a wrapped bundle. Inside was a page torn from a manuscript, the ink faded but still legible. Velethar is not a substance, it is a condition, he explained. A material that responds to ancestral memory. It resonates with bloodlines, reacts when wielded by those marked by history, by trauma. It is not forged, it is revealed. Fergus studied the page, eyes wide. You mean it awakens? Ashenvale nodded. Yes, and the Borgin hunted it. They knew it could be shaped into tools or weapons, especially when placed in proximity to those who unknowingly carried arcane legacy, the kind of legacy that lies in ruins or in blood. Maris stepped between them, her voice urgent. Then Fergus is a target. Ashenvale hesitated, then nodded again, slower this time. Perhaps, or perhaps a conduit. If his distillations stir latent forces, if he's tuning, even by accident, into ley echoes, the Black Vein would see him as either asset or threat. Silence stretched. Even the storm seemed to hush for a moment. Maris broke it. Then we use it. We turn his instincts into a compass. We track their movement. Every ritual leaves a scar. We'll learn to see the wounds before they bleed out. Ashenvale arched a brow. With what? A brewer's glass? A tinkerer's hunch? Fergus smiled, not mocking, but alive with possibility. Magic, science, they're the same riddle, just different words. Give me time, a stable flame, and access to a few illegal compounds. I'll give you a lens that sees what fire tries to hide. Ashenvale's chuckle was short, dry. Names are traps, boy. You start labeling this, it starts defining you. But understanding is the only weapon we have, Fergus countered. No trace of jest left. If I'm a lens, I'll sharpen. If I'm bait, then I'd better be the kind that bites back. Even as he spoke, part of him wondered what he was becoming. The distiller, the tinkerer, the man with fire beneath his skin. Was it still him, or someone new forming from ash and arcana? Maris watched him, not with fear, but with the intense focus of a scholar finding proof of a theory long doubted. Her hand lingered a breath longer on his arm. Not all power is a corruption, she murmured. Sometimes it's an answer, and we're finally learning how to ask the right questions. Maris touched his arm, her expression proud. We'll build it together. Ashenvale paced to the wall map, ancient, cracked, marked with old battles and faded borders. His hand hovered over the eastern edge, past the trade routes, past the known mines and farms. Kalrun, he murmured, a fortress swallowed by fire 15 years ago. The last place Velethar was rumored to stir. I thought it destroyed, yet I hear its name again, in dreams, in ash. He pressed a marker into the map, a heavy piece of black iron shaped like an eye. If we are to know what the Veil-worn plan, he said, we go to the source, Kalrun. Maris and Fergus approached the map, its worn threads lit by candlelight. The distance was vast, the terrain broken, half lost to time, but the truth shimmered between its valleys. Thread-thin roads ended in ink smudges. Forests drawn in curling strokes bled into blank parchment, where cartographers had surrendered to rumor. A faded note beside Kalrun's border read, "Beyond this, only fire." Fergus stared. If the land could forget its own shape, what would it remember of him? "If I come back," he said quietly, "I won't fit where I left." A gust shook the shutters again. The map trembled. Somewhere beneath the wax seal and iron markers, the paper itself seemed to breathe. "You don't ask us to hunt shadows," Fergus said. "No," Ashenvale replied. "I ask you to chase the fire that refuses to die." A gust rattled the shutters. The candles flickered wildly, then steadied again. Fergus looked down at his hands, his fingers still tingling from the magic that had flared back at the fire. "What happens if we follow this trail?" Ashenvale turned, his cloak a silhouette against the flames. "You'll find truth, painful, brutal truth, and you'll find yourself. The question is, will you return the same?" Maris answered for them all. "Then we leave soon." Ashenvale closed the book, the cover slamming shut like a sealed fate. "Prepare yourselves. The Black Vein doesn't leave survivors, only messengers, and only when they want to be heard." Outside, thunder finally cracked. Rain would come, but too late for the warehouses, and somewhere in the east, the embers of something ancient stirred in the ashes of forgotten names. Chapter 34. Letters in Cipher. From the Codex of Veiled Tongues, recovered fragment 21. Attributed to Seraphine the Listener. In script shaped from silence, the truth weaves its mask. Not all heirs wear crowns, nor all blades gleam with steel. Some are named in shadow, marked by what they awaken, not by who bore them. When the bell tolls, it is not for the fallen, but for what they could not contain. In Eston Vale's high study, a storm pressed against the mullioned windows, rain lashing the glass with cold fury. Inside, firelight stammered in the hearth, casting warped shadows over cluttered shelves and the long, scarred oak table at the center of the room. Lamplight danced across parchment, inkwells, and half-unfurled scrolls, but could not banish the weight that clung to the air. Kael hunched over a cracked sheet of vellum, its edge curled from heat or age, his brows knit in concentration. The ink shimmered faintly when tilted toward the hearth, like it resisted being seen too long from one angle. Kael caught the scent of something metallic, old silver or scorched oil, and realized it came from the parchment itself. Not ordinary ink, possibly alchemically treated. A message meant to endure fire, or pass through it unchanged. He wondered who had written it. What kind of mind could craft a cipher so elegant and so cruel? Archivist? Arcanist? Or something older? One gloved hand rested on the cipher. The other tapped a finger in rhythmic frustration against the wood. "This isn't a simple substitution," he murmured. "Too many nested patterns. The repetitions don't match any known cipher key. This thing, it changes mid-verse." Maris sat nearby, one boot drawn beneath her on the table's edge, the other resting against a chair's rung. She leaned forward, quill poised like a dagger. "It's almost lyrical," she said, eyes alight. "Not just code, poetry layered with purpose. Someone wove intent into every stanza." Thorn paced behind them, boots scuffing the worn rug, his arms folded like a barricade. "Great," he said dryly. a riddle penned by lunatic poets with too much free time and a flair for dramatics. Darren, crouched near the hearth with a loose scroll draped over one knee, looked up with a grin. "You're not far off. Here, look." He jabbed at a line he'd hastily transcribed. "Embers veiled beneath sovereign stone." It appears in the second stanza, but in another it swaps ember for air. They're playing with allegory. Kael leaned closer, passing it aloud. "Air veiled beneath sovereign stone." It's not just poetic license, it's a layered code. Across the room, Fergus finally looked up from his leather-bound notebook. His fingers were black with ink, and his eyes were sharp with calculation. "It's a double-key cipher," he said, voice crisp. Eastern campaign scribes used it. One key is poetic, like Darren said. The second's genealogical. Maris nodded slowly, impressed. The writer assumed the reader knew both. A cipher meant for one person, maybe two at most. For a moment, the study filled only with the sounds of scratching quills, the crackle of the hearth, and the hiss of rain. The wind howled faintly through the walls, a distant and persistent chorus. Kael exhaled and sat back, rubbing his temples. His voice came low, weary. "I've cracked the final stanza." He read, his voice steady, the words cutting into the room like a blade drawn slow. "Air of ash beneath unbroken flame, shadowed not by blood, but by name. The mark endures where fires fell. The Varin blade will sound the knell." The silence that followed was thick as snow and twice as suffocating. Thorn's brow furrowed, and he shook his head, dismissive. "Sounds like theatrical nonsense. Prophecy wrapped in drama." Darren didn't smile this time. "It's not nonsense." He reached for a worn field journal tucked into his coat. "I've read that phrase, air of ash, in old military records, survivors of the Feldrin massacre. It wasn't just metaphor, it was a name, a title." Maris stood, arms folding across her chest, capitalized, not just air, but air. The cipher's naming someone. Fergus's voice cut through like a chisel. "And not for their blood, for what they are." Kael's gaze drifted from the parchment to Thorn. "Not lineage," he said quietly, "but reputation, symbolism. Someone marked for what they stand for what they might become." Thorn stopped pacing. His jaw worked, shoulders rigid. "Stop staring at me like I'm the corpse in the prophecy." He didn't sit, didn't lean, just stood, a blade waiting for a whetstone. His gaze flicked briefly toward the firelight, and something behind it, something old and unspoken, crossed his expression. "You think I wanted any of this?" he said, voice low. "The title, the whispers, the way they look at me like I'm a loaded crossbow no one remembers arming." A flash of memory. Blood on stone. His mother's ring, too small for his hand, clenched in a boy's fist. "I was never meant to survive them." Kael didn't blink. "Your parents, Thorn, their deaths, the letter, the inheritance, the sudden rise to lordship blessed by royal decree. The Varins aren't just annoyed by you, they're watching you." Thorn turned, facing the rain-washed window. His voice, when it came, was cold. "I didn't ask for any of it." Maris gently folded the parchment, her face unreadable. "But that doesn't matter to people like Selnira Varen. They see what you represent, a disruption, a fracture line." Darren rose, his voice dry and bitter. "Symbols are dangerous. They make people rally, people with torches and knives and songs, and the people with power don't like songs they didn't write." In the lower wards, Darren added, they used to whisper about the Ashen air like a bedtime ghost, said he'd come with soot in his lungs and fire in his shadow. I thought it was gutter verse, until now. Maris's voice was quieter. "Truth wrapped in allegory travels faster than fact. Prophecies are like wildfires, hard to trace, harder to stop." She looked toward the scroll again, as if afraid it might speak a second time. Fergus scratched something into his notes, his voice brisk. And if the cipher is correct, the knell, the death bell, will ring when the blade falls. Varen's blade. Thorn turned back, expression carved in stone. And you think it's me? That I'm this heir of ash? Kael didn't answer directly. I think someone does. Someone powerful enough to send this cipher through sealed channels. Someone who saw what you've become and fears what you might still do. Thorn rubbed at his jaw, the silence thickening again. Kael looked around the room. This doesn't leave us, not until we know who sent the cipher and what their intent is. We don't panic the others. We don't stir the court. Darren nodded, his voice subdued. Agreed. But whoever sent this, they know we've read it. That clock's already ticking. Maris crossed to a shelf, pulled down a small lacquered box, and unlocked it with a tiny brass key. Inside were more cipher scrolls, less elegant, less ominous, but similar in method. I'll run comparison, she said. See if the handwriting matches anything from the Eastern Archive. We might narrow the author. Fergus set his notes aside, standing slowly. I'll trace the ink's origin. Pigments and seal wax often betray their maker. Give me time. Kael stepped toward the fire, holding the parchment up to its glow. The words shimmered faintly in the warmth, as if the ink remembered its purpose. For a heartbeat, the lines glowed. Not gold, but a dull red, like coal awakened from sleep. Not every word lit, only the last stanza. Kael didn't breathe. The glow faded, but not completely. It's reactive, he muttered. The ink was made to answer heat, a mnemonic trigger. Maris stepped closer, eyes narrowing. Not just heat, she said. Intent. That stanza was meant to be read aloud, under fire. Kael looked down again. Testament of Seraphine the Listener, fragment 618, inscribed in dust below the great archive. Not all wars wear banners, not all blades gleam. Some strike through vellum and vanish in ink. When lineage is undone by fire and truth rewritten by shadowed quill, beware the silence that follows. It carries false crowns in its hands. Estenvale's eastern courtyard lay cloaked in violet dusk, the stillness broken only by the sharp rhythm of boots on wet stone. A storm loomed low, its wind thick with static and omen. The scent of oncoming rain mingled with wood smoke, and above the balustrades, ravens circled in uneasy silence. Kael stood at the edge of the courtyard, gripping a crumpled parchment, its wax seal already broken and smeared by his thumb. Darren's hasty script crawled across the page. Vault breach, records burning, lineage erasure underway. No signature. Across from him, Thorn finished buckling his sword belt, his silence taut as a drawn bow. His movements were swift but precise, every gesture honed by purpose. We move now, Thorn said. No one argued. Ashenvale emerged from the shadows beneath the eastern colonnade, his long, smoke-grey robes billowing with the wind. The lines of age etched into his face seemed deeper, carved not by time, but by foresight. The vault's wards defy most sorcery, he said quietly, but treachery cuts deeper than any blade. If the seal's broken, something sacred has been defiled. Darin arrived from the gatehouse, his usual smirk absent, his voice a blade of its own. Burn those ledgers, and they don't just destroy history, they rewrite it. From the stables, Raymar Varen approached, helm tucked under one arm, eyes shadowed and rimmed with sleepless red. You'll need my mind in there, he said. The Varens think in loops and labyrinths. You're stepping into one tonight. Kael gave him a curt nod. There was no time to doubt. Fergus double-checked the leather straps on his satchel, fingers fumbling briefly before steadying. Raymar hesitated at the threshold of the tunnel. Just a flicker, but enough for Kael to notice. Every noble hall has back doors, he muttered, more to himself than to the others. but we were raised to pretend they don't. The descent stole their light in increments. The air grew colder, thicker, moss wept down the walls, and the stone floor beneath their boots pulsed with faint vibrations, echoes from some distant spell long spent but not forgotten. They moved swiftly through Vel Serin's veins, not the stone streets above, but the arterial tunnels beneath, a web of smugglers' paths, forgotten catacombs, and cracked cisterns now dry with age. Moss slicked the stones, and every corner whispered secrets too old for comfort. Thorn muttered, "We should have stormed the front. My title could have opened the gates with less crawling." Kael glanced back, a brief flicker of humor breaking through his tension. "Fancy a crown while dodging fire. Be my guest next time." Darren, leading, shot a grin over his shoulder. This passage hits the archive's underbelly. No guards, no glyphs. They never feared betrayal from below. When they emerged into the stone crypt beneath the Royal Archive, what greeted them was a battlefield of ink and fire. Scrolls blazed in their racks. Embered parchment floated like burning leaves. Shelves that had stood since the first coronation of House Delavar now buckled under flame and spell shock. The ancient vault, where genealogy and truth had been preserved for generations, groaned beneath the weight of its own unraveling. Figures moved within the smoke, hooded, masked, armed. Some wielded steel, others wove flame from gloved fingertips. At the center, a cluster of nobles held torches above stacks of parchment and wax-sealed scrolls. One turned, and Raymar inhaled sharply. "Violina," he hissed. She stood tall in violet and silver, her mask shaped like a falcon's beak, her presence more command than costume. Ashen stepped forward, staff in hand, voice low and urgent. "Strike swiftly," he warned. "Their touch carries corruption." The moment broke. Steel clashed, magic flared. Kael dove toward a robed figure raising a wand, tackling him into a collapsing ledger rack. Dust and ash clouded the air as Kael's dagger found the man's side. Raymar was already moving, sword singing through the smoke, catching a masked nobleman in the knee. He didn't wait for the scream. His blade struck twice more before the body dropped. Thorn squared off with a masked swordsman, whose blade crackled with dark enchantment. "Claim your father's ashes, pretender," the man sneered. "I'll bury yours beside them," Thorn growled. He feinted high, then struck low. His sword found the man's gut, hot blood spilling across charred stone. Ashen raised a warding glyph, deflecting 3 simultaneous strikes from flanking nobles, but a hidden dagger found his ribs. He staggered, catching himself against the ruined vault door. Kael saw the crimson bloom and shouted, "Ashenvale!" The glyph on Ashenvale's staff flickered erratically, pulsing once with brilliant blue, then cracking down the center with a sound like shattering glass. The backlash forced Kael to shield his face, a wave of heat rushing past like a living thing. Fergus ducked low, pulling Darren out of the path of a falling beam. "Your bloody instincts," Darren coughed. "Improving," Fergus muttered, already reaching for another satchel. Nearby, Thorn faltered mid-parry as Violina's blade found his shoulder guard. She moved with precision that wasn't taught. It was remembered. "You fight like him," she whispered. "Ro-Gar." Thorn's grip turned white-knuckled. "Then you know how this ends." He pivoted, his next strike knocking her blade wide, fury igniting his form like the first flare of a storm. Smoke churned with magic now, violet arcs writhing across the ceiling like wounded lightning. Fergus, crouched behind a shattered table, lobbed a satchel of silvered powder into the path of a conjurer, blinding her with a hiss of light and ozone. Nearby, Darren dragged burning records out from a shelf, coughing hard, eyes stinging with smoke. Raymar faced down a tall noble in black and crimson, their blades dancing fast and low. "Your mother will bury you for this," the man rasped. "She's no kin to me now," Raymar answered, driving his sword up through the man's chest. When the man fell, Raymar stood over him, panting, his blade trembling. He looked to Kael. "My cousin." "He picked his side," Kael replied, eyes flinty. "So did you." The battle turned. The last of the intruders began to retreat, casting runes and sigils that shimmered with violet light. A portal bloomed like a wound in the air. Through the smoke, Violina paused and turned, her mask meeting Thorn's eyes. "The end is ours to write, cousin," she said. Then she vanished. Kael dropped beside Ashen, whose robes now bloomed dark with blood. The Major's breath came shallow, each drawn with effort. "Stay with us," Kael whispered, gripping his shoulder. Ashenvale's cough was wet. "They didn't come to kill," he said, his voice a thread of breath. "Not yet. They came to erase." Thorn knelt beside him, his face pale. "What did they steal?" Raymar's answer was bitter. "Bloodright ledgers, lineage seals, proofs of royal descent." Ashenvale tried to speak again, but only a wet rattle came. Magic sparked at his fingertips, reflexive, broken, but it fizzled like a match in wind. Raymar stood over the shattered chest, lifting one pristine seal with trembling fingers. "These are too perfect," he whispered. "No wear, no weathering, no flaws in the stamp." His gaze dropped. "They didn't just erase lines. They rewrote them cleaner." Kael took the scroll Fergus carried, the wax still pulsing faintly in his hand. It bore the Delavar crest, but inverted, subtly. A stag with 2 horns instead of 3, an error no royal scribe would ever make. "In 50 years, Kael murmured, this would have passed for truth. These lies weren't meant to deceive us. They were meant to outlive us." Fergus emerged from the smoky haze, soot-streaked and singed. He held a single scroll, half-burnt, its wax seal still glowing faintly. "They left forgeries," he said, voice brittle. "Too clean, too new. In a century, no one will remember their lies." Ashenvale's eyes fluttered. "They're forging a coronation," he rasped. "A reign of illusion." Maris burst into the chamber, her cloak soaked from rain, her eyes wide with alarm as she took in the carnage. "The spell collapse shook the city," she said breathlessly. "Everyone felt it. What happened?" Kael rose slowly, cradling Ashenvale's weight. "A silent war," he said, "fought with ink and shadow. We're only just hearing its drums." Raymar crouched beside a shattered chest of royal seals, his gloved hands closing over one that bore the Delavar stag. "We have to move fast," he said. "Their lies are spreading even now, written into the record, inked into the law." "We hone our truth," Kael said. "We arm it with steel and word alike, before their forgery becomes history." They emerged from the vault at dawn. Smoke still curled from the shattered records. The eastern sky glowed with morning's first fire, but in the vault's depths there was only ash, silence, and the echo of treachery still unfolding. Maris looked back once, eyes drawn to the scorched sigils etched into the stone floor, marks that had once been seals of truth. Now, they cracked under soot and forgery. "History doesn't need swords to fall," she whispered. "Only silence." Kael didn't reply, but as the wind shifted and light kissed the eastern walls, he vowed the silence would not be theirs. Chapter 36. The Queen's Ledger. From the Whispered Testament of Seraphine the Listener, fragment 6x33, scribed beneath the hollow throne. When truth is struck from the record, the crown tilts, and where ledgers burn, tyrants bloom. Beware the ink that does not dry, for some parchments do not record history, they rewrite it. The flame that guards the blood must burn brighter than the forgeries it faces. The council chamber at Eston Vale held the quiet of a storm's eye. Torchlight flickered along the ancient walls, casting shifting shadows across maps, ink-stained scrolls, and half-unfurled ledgers piled like casualties. The scent of wax, parchment, and smoke lingered in the air, each breath reminding them of how close history had come to burning. Kael stood near the long oak table, a crumpled parchment clenched in one hand. His knuckles were white, tension radiating through his frame. Opposite him, Eliana stood regal, her gaze sweeping the chamber like a blade. "Speak," she commanded, voice clipped and crisp. "Lay it all bare." Kael unfolded the parchment, his voice low but steady. The vault was already ablaze when we reached it. Ledgers reduced to ash, the rest swapped out for perfect forgeries. Violina led them, surgical, precise. Darren, hunched beside a pile of salvaged documents, nodded grimly. Too clean for haste. They didn't plan this in days or weeks, years, maybe decades. We're walking a path they started laying before we were born. Eliana's gaze moved to Ashen, who sat slumped in a heavy chair, a blood-stained wrap tight across his ribs. His breath came shallow but even. "Your wounds?" she asked. Ashenvale's voice rasped, gravel worn by time. "A graze," he said, waving off Maris's concern. "Nothing that will slow my mind." "Good," Eliana replied. "This war is far from done." She turned to the central table, where a sealed scroll lay waiting. Her fingers lingered on the wax, a blue sigil only the crown could use, before breaking it cleanly. She unfurled it with ritualistic care, her words suddenly weightier. The Royal Archive was one vault, one node in a web of hidden repositories spread across the realm, redundancies my grandfather designed should the unthinkable occur. "You expected this?" Kael asked, surprise flickering across his face. "Not in these numbers, not with this timing," Eliana admitted. But he did. King Relgar kept no illusions about loyalty. Even the ministry only knows fragments of the full network. But some sites, she tapped a finger on a faded map. One is here, Ember Deep, beneath an old Ashen Hills watch fort. It's gone dark, no riders, no magic pulses, and the storms are not natural. Raymar, standing near the fire, turned sharply. That name appeared in Varin blood archives, marked in black ink. I thought it a fable or a failed expedition. Eliana's jaw tightened. Ember's Deep protects more than dry scrolls. It holds the unbroken genealogical lines, Delavar, Estenvale, even early Varin descent. If those documents are falsified, the realm fractures. Titles collapse. Wars begin over name and parchment. Eliana's hand curled over the scroll's edge, knuckles pale. They're not just forging claims, they're forging memory. And once memory sours, truth has no defenders left. She glanced to Ashenvale. "How long do we have?" The old mage gave a faint shake of his head. "Truth lingers, but lies run faster." Maris stepped forward, voice low. "People will believe what's most convenient, what's cleanest. The past doesn't survive in its fullness, it survives in what's easiest to record." Kael's gaze dropped to the seal again. "Then we give them something they can't ignore." Eliana nodded, eyes flinty. Something undeniable. Blood, stone, and record. That's what Emberdeep guards. And if it falls, we lose more than titles. We lose the right to be believed. Thorn's voice cut through the silence. "Will it name my blood?" Eliana turned to face him. "It confirms your descent. That much is clear. But the true question is not who you are. It is who will claim what you represent." Silence thickened. Kael stared at the map, then at the Queen's seal pressed into the scroll's margins. "This is their next target," he said quietly. "They'll erase it like the vault, then plant their own truths." Fergus, who had been lingering near the arched door, straightened, excitement bubbling beneath the solemnity. "I think I can help." My distillate, what I use to detect arcane ink during the ledger sifting, it reacts violently to magic older than 2 centuries. If I refine it, we could scan the ledgers, mark the falsified scrolls, separate truth from forgery in minutes. Eliana's eyes brightened. Build it. You'll have full access to the vault, to resources, to whatever you need. Fergus hesitated, just for a breath. If the reagents fail, if the ink is too old or too deep, then you adapt, Ashenvale said without looking up, like all inventors worth remembering. Across the room, Maris traced a fingertip over one of her runestones. Ember Deep appears in a half-burnt travelogue, she murmured. A passage about singing stones and a door that opens to intent, not touch. Raymar, silent until now, stepped forward. My family erased truths long before we tried to rewrite them. Maybe this time, I can help preserve one. No one argued. They each carried a piece of the storm, science, sorcery, blood. And if Ember Deep was real, it would test all 3. Raymar turned to Kael, urgency thick in his voice. Let me go first. I know the Ashen Hills. I've hunted there. If the Verins are moving, if Selmira's still behind this, I'll know their trails before they're even warm. We go together, Kael replied. We ride as one. I've seen what happens when we're scattered. No more. Eliana's eyes softened briefly. You didn't choose this storm, she said, but you've planted your feet within it. She crossed to the side table, retrieving a small iron case with no visible hinges. With her sigil ring pressed against a groove, it clicked open. Inside rested a single seal, shaped like a flame curled around a crown, blue gold, ancient and unmistakably royal. This, she said, unlocks the sanctum within Ember Deep, the heart of its defenses. Guard it as you would your own blood. Kael stepped forward, taking it in both hands. It was cold to the touch, heavier than it should have been. Her tone shifted, hardening. One more warning. Violina has begun courting nobles from the Eastern Territories. She promises lineage, land, and law. She's weaving a dynasty of deception, and they are listening. Thorn's face darkened, and they're biting. Hard, Eliana confirmed. Enough to fracture the realm without a sword drawn. They'll have her crowned in songs and sign charters before we blink. Raymar's hand rested briefly on his sword. Then we forge the truth sharper than their lies. Kael nodded. We strike before their version becomes canon. Darren, seated on a stool, leaned over his spread maps. Ashen Hills is 400 miles northeast, through bandit country, Borgin-controlled river forks, and unsettled valleys. We'll need cloaks, rations, strong horses, and at least one healer. 7 mounts, Maris said, stepping from the corner, startling even Thorn. I'm coming. Kael raised an eyebrow. You sure? She met his gaze. Ember Deep is a vault of bloodlines and silence. You'll need someone who listens to what most miss. Ashenvale stirred. Ember Deep was built atop something older than Vel Seren. Its wards may test more than names. They may test intent. He pressed something into Kael's palm. A ring, heavy, iron-forged, its insignia matching the seal. This was the Founders, Ashenvale said. If the sanctum resists, show this. It might just open doors where even crowns cannot. Kael gripped the ring tightly. Rest. We'll carry the fight forward. By morning, the halls of Estonvale bustled with preparation. Stable hands readied saddles, oiled leathers, tightened harnesses. Fergus packed satchels full of distillate vials and copper-threaded lenses. Darren rolled his weather-worn maps and tucked them into an oilskin scroll case. Maris sorted rune-etched stones into a velvet pouch. Thorn stood at the gate, his great cloak snapping like a banner in the wind. Raymar mounted without a word, scanning rooftops, eyes wary. Kael swung into his saddle, the ring and seal secured inside his chest pocket. His eyes drifted upward to the spire of Estenvale Tower, where the Queen still watched. Eliana stepped forward, dressed not in court silks, but in a ranger's cloak. For a heartbeat, Kael saw her not as princess, but as the girl he once saw on the cliffs above Velserin, wind in her hair, eyes defiant. Then the moment was gone, buried beneath duty. At the gate, Thorn adjusted his saddle straps with mechanical precision. His eyes swept the horizon, jaw tight. "It's too quiet," he muttered. "Too clean." Behind them, a stable hand made the sign of the stag across his chest and whispered, "Ride far, return whole." No trumpets, no fanfare, just breath and hoofbeats. As they rode, the tower receded behind them, its high window flickering with blue light, watching, remembering, waiting for truth to return. She raised no fanfare, no farewell speech, just a command. "You ride into stone and storm," she said. "Truth is your blade. Wield it as one who does not intend to sheathe it." Kael's nod was a promise. "We will." With that, they spurred eastward, toward Emberdeep, toward the ledger of kings, toward a history someone was desperate to bury, and they were just desperate enough to dig it free. Chapter 37. The Road to Emberdeep. From the Whispered Testament of Seraphine the Listener, fragment CXL42, unearthed near the Emberdeep caldera. When the road forgets its name and the stones begin to bleed, tread lightly. Not all paths lead forward. Some circle graves not yet dug. Beware the silence that hums. It is not peace, it is patience. The Ashen hills reared before them, jagged silhouettes beneath a bruised sky. What should have been dawn was choked in smoky dusk, the sun little more than a smear of rust behind layers of roiling cloud. The road twisted through the foothills like a scar gouged into the land, rutted, narrow, and ancient, its stones worn by feet long buried. Raymar rode ahead, solitary and silent. His posture, once crisp and controlled, now hunched slightly in the saddle. His eyes, always sharp, flicked constantly between hills and sky, as if measuring the breath of ghosts. His grit tightened on the reins each time the wind changed. He didn't blink when a raven passed them overhead or when it didn't call. In his mind, names whispered, old ones, ancestors etched in forbidden ledgers, some crossed out not for crimes, but for what they nearly awakened. He had once read them as history, now they felt like prophecy. The hills weren't silent. They spoke in cracks, in brittle echoes, and Raymar, born of the blood that scarred them, couldn't stop listening. Kael rode beside Thorn, their horses keeping rhythm on the gravel. Wind tugged at their cloaks and whispered through the sparse thickets like a warning too old for words. "He's unraveling," Kael murmured, voice low enough to vanish under hoofbeats. Thorn followed Kael's gaze. Raymar looked like a man chasing something only he could see, or fleeing something that never stopped following. "As if the hills are speaking his name," Thorn said. "He listens too closely." "They do," came Maris's voice from behind. She rode with her hood pulled tight, eyes fixed on the land as though reading its bones. Emberdeep stood against the Borg Inn once. Old wounds don't sleep. We're riding into their echo. Fergus rode with one arm cradling a copper still between his knees, fur-lined cloak barely keeping the cold from his fingers. He peered through smudged lenses as he adjusted a set of dials on the metal contraption. "Buried's not dead," he said, distracted. "Maris's tincture's stabilizing. By dusk, we'll have a proper tracker. Ink, blood, decay, the whole spectrum. No more guessing." Kael frowned. "You think they're trailing us?" Fergus offered a half-smile, eyes bright behind soot-smeared glass. "They don't have to trail us. They know where we're going. We're walking into a mouth, Kael. They just have to wait for it to close." By nightfall, The trail narrowed to a rocky ledge above a twisting ravine. The wind sharpened, howling through fissures like a wounded thing. They made camp in a hollow nestled behind wind-bent trees. Sparks drifted from the fire, vanishing into the dark. Raymar took the first watch, standing alone while the others dozed in uneasy sleep. Maris knelt beside Fergus, watching him drip a pale green elixir into the crucible balanced above a tiny flame. Steam hissed, swirling in ribbons. Within the liquid, a faint blue pulse flickered, tracing the shape of a spiral sigil laced with dark veins. Kael leaned closer. "What's that?" "Borgin mark," Maris answered, her voice tight. "It's not written. It's woven into the essence. Ritual ink, living almost." "A warning?" Kael asked. Fergus tapped the crucible. "A breadcrumb. They're leaving these, not carelessly." "It shouldn't glow like that," Fergus muttered. "Not without direct contact. The essence is reaching." Kael narrowed his eyes. "Reaching for what?" "Us," Maris said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Or what we carry." Fergus adjusted the flame, but the blue pulse only brightened. "Either the ink is more reactive than we thought, or something out here wants to be found." The wind gusted suddenly, scattering the fire's smoke in a spiral pattern. Kael glanced toward the ridge, unease crawling along his spine. "Feels like we're not the only ones watching the ink." "Or a trap," Thorn muttered, eyes on the fire. "Breadcrumbs don't help the bird. They guide the hunter." No one slept well. The wind carried a sound that wasn't quite words, but not entirely wind. A sob, maybe, or the echo of a scream so old it had forgotten why it cried. The next morning, they passed into Red Fen's outer edge. Sparse trees flayed of bark rose around them like tortured statues. A clearing lay ahead. At its center, a stag hung on a bone spear, its chest carved open, its organs gone. Flies swarmed in silence. Raymar dismounted, eyes narrowed. "Dominion marking," he said, "or appeasement. Depends on what you want to live through." "Don't touch it," Maris warned sharply. "This isn't just superstition, it's a threshold." Fergus raised his distillate reader. A faint blue shimmer laced the clearing's perimeter. "Something's buried." Kael knelt and dug through the leaf litter with gloved hands until his fingers struck copper. He pulled free a sealed canister, its metal warm despite the chill. Runes circled its base, half-burned, barely legible. "Ambush?" Thorn asked, hand at his hilt. "Message," Fergus replied, unsealing the cap. Inside lay a blackened scroll, glyphs scrawled in ink that shimmered like oil. Raymar took one glance and staggered back, face pale. "It's a ledger, names, bloodlines, locations. They're mapping heirs. They're hunting." The stag's empty chest still steamed faintly in the morning chill, its ribs glistening like carved ivory. Kael couldn't look away. This wasn't ritual as he'd seen it before. This was theater, staged for the unseen. Thorn shifted, jaw clenched. When Kael read his name aloud, something cracked behind his eyes. "They don't just want heirs," he said. "They want symbols they can't control." Raymar nodded grimly. "And they're culling the ones who might ignite belief." Maris tightened her grip on her reins. "Erase the spark, and the fire never comes." The clearing remained still, but Kael could feel it now. The silence wasn't absence. It was reverence. Kael read over his shoulder, heart hammering. "Thorn? More than him," Raymar whispered. "Latent bloodlines, arcane echoes, families who might give rise to something uncontrollable." Fergus closed the scroll. "They're not trying to stop magic. They're trying to curate it. Prune the branches, leave only the trees they planted." They left the clearing with haste, though the air pressed tighter with each step. The silence no longer felt natural. It felt like breath held in a massive chest, waiting to be exhaled. By dusk, the trail narrowed into a ridgeline flanked by black shale cliffs. They camped beneath a wind-scarred arch, setting their perimeter with runes, salt, and Fergus's faintly glowing distillate lanterns. The fire was small. No one played cards. Kael found Raymar perched on a boulder, staring into the dark. "You haven't slept," Kael said. Raymar didn't look away. "My grandfather tried to bind a flame god at Ember Deep. He wanted power, not peace. He called it justice, said he'd control the fire with blood. And did he? He paused it, like catching a blade mid-swing and holding it there, trembling. It's still waiting. And if the Borgin have found a way to finish what he started..." Kael stepped closer. "Then we face it. We don't run. We don't let this become another ruin we whisper about." Raymar's voice was a thread. "We're not ready." The fire snaps behind them, too loud in the stillness. Not even insects chirped in the shale. Kael's mind drifted to another ruin, Skeldron Pass, a place once whispered about, then forgotten after it swallowed a village whole. He'd walked its ashes, seen what silence looked like when no one returned to break it. "Then we go anyway," he said, "so Ember Deep doesn't become another ghost we explain away." "Maybe not," Kael said, "but we're together, and that matters." At dawn, the terrain shifted. Obsidian veins twisted through the ground. Soil gave way to cracked stone that shimmered faintly red beneath their boots. No plants, no birds, no wind. Even sound felt swallowed. Fergus's lantern flared gold, then white-hot. "That's it," Maris breathed. "That's the signal." The ridge ended in a steep descent into a massive caldera. At its heart stood Ember Deep. It wasn't a fortress. It wasn't a keep. It was a wound. Black spires jutted like splinters, crooked and broken. A wide gate yawned like a jaw shattered open. The walls had melted at some point, melted and then cooled into rippling, unnatural curves. Sigils etched into the stone flickered faintly, resisting the world's forgetfulness. Heat radiated faintly from the stone, not fire-warm, but fevered, like the ground itself recalled pain. Fergus crouched and touched a shard of obsidian. It pulsed once, then went still. Maris whispered, "The stones are charged with intent, the kind that lingers through centuries." Raymar stared at the broken gate. It's not just ruined, it was halted. Kael felt the weight of it settle into his chest. This place wasn't built to house knowledge. It was built to contain something, and something had shifted. A stair descended from the ridge, cut into the black rock. It shimmered slightly. Thorn whistled low. "We're walking into that?" Kael tightened the straps on his braces. "We didn't come to stop at the door." Raymar unsheathed his blade. "Let's see if the past still burns." And down they went, into the broken teeth of Ember Deep. Chapter 38. Ember Deep. Gate. From the whispered testament of Seraphine the Listener, fragment CL3, recovered from the outer glyph wall of Ember Deep. When stone dreams, beware the breath that follows. The gate remembers the hands that built it, and hungers for the ones who knock. Speak your truth cleanly, for lies echo here, and feed the flame beneath the world. Ember Deep loomed before them, less a fortress than a scar left upon the world. Its spires jutted into the storm-churned sky like broken fingers clawing upward, etched with runes that pulsed faintly beneath layers of soot and ash. Clouds rolled above in unnatural spirals, heavy with threat but never releasing rain, as though even the weather held its breath over this place. The Ashen hills fell behind them, but no one felt relief crossing the final threshold. The air was thinner here, charged like the moment before a lightning strike. Kael dismounted first, boots crunching on black gravel as he handed his reins to Raymar. The ground pulsed faintly beneath his soles, like the heartbeat of something buried too deep to die. The air tasted of ozone and char, metallic, acrid, and strangely sweet, like burnt cedar. Kael paused, one hand brushing the hilt of his sword, the other unconsciously tracing the shape of the ring hidden beneath his collar. This wasn't like the other ruins they'd walked. Ember Deep didn't mourn, it watched. And somewhere behind its walls, Kael felt it remembered him. We breach the sanctum, secure the ledges, and hope we're not too late. Thorn followed, resting a hand on his sword hilt, his jaw clenched. And if the Borgin's already inside, then we tread lightly, Ashen said. His robes brushed the stone like whispers. The wards may remain, but their strength flickers. If they've been breached, then something worse than intruders waits for us. Maris pulled a scarf tighter around her face, scanning the cliff's edge and the ruined pathway that led to the gate. Less talk, more movement. This place doesn't want visitors. They passed through the shattered archway, an ancient gate of fused obsidian, melted and blackened, still warm to the touch. The temperature dropped as they crossed it, as though the stone had sucked the warmth from the very air. Inside, a winding hall descended into darkness, its walls carved with deep, twisting glyphs that seemed to shift when unobserved. Their boots echoed like drum beats down a hall too quiet, too still. Time didn't seem to pass in Ember Deep. It stalled, suffocating every breath. Kael gritted his teeth. This isn't just stone. The place is aware. It remembers, Ashen said. Old places do. The inner sanctum doors towered ahead, two colossal slabs of dark ironwood, bound in bands of enchanted brass. Runes shimmered faintly across the surface, pulsing like a faltering heartbeat. Thorn let out a long breath. So, how do we open it? Maris was already at work, crouched before the glyph lock. Her fingers brushed across a pattern of interlocking sigils that pulsed at her touch. Sequence-based, these were used in royal archives, sometimes in tombs. Mistake the order and you burn your hand off. Ashen moved beside her, eyes narrowing. No, not just sequence, meaning. This lock isn't about intrusion, it's a test of intent. Maris's brow furrowed. Intent leaves residue. It's not just about what you want, it's about why. These glyphs aren't reacting to touch, they're judging. Kael stepped forward, drawn closer by something he couldn't name. He didn't reach for the glyphs, but the air seemed to bend slightly around his presence, like a door considering whether to open. How does stone judge purpose? He asked. Old stone remembers intent better than people remember promises, Ashen murmured, and Ember Deep was built to remember. Intent, Fergus echoed, stepping forward with a vial of glowing blue fluid. Let me try something. He touched a central glyph with his palm, letting the heat from his skin warm the rune. Light blossomed beneath it, and a harmonic tremor spread outward, illuminating the symbols in a chain. The vault shuddered. Kael drew his sword instinctively, but Ashen lifted a hand. No threat. This is response. The lock accepts him. Fergus exhaled and adjusted the final rune. It's keyed to bloodlines or purpose. Probably both. With a heavy groan, the sanctum doors parted. Cold air poured from the darkness beyond, smelling of iron, parchment, and the long dead. Inside stretched a massive chamber, its ceiling lost in shadow. Ancient shelves stood like sentinels, stacked with brittle scrolls and bound tomes, all veiled in dust. Brass lanterns along the walls ignited of their own accord, casting flickering light across a room that hadn't been seen in decades, possibly centuries. Maris stepped in first, knife drawn but lowered. No footprints. If they're here, they didn't enter through the main door. Kael swept his gaze across the chamber. Something's wrong. It's too quiet. Thorn moved toward the nearest shelf. If this is what we came for, then we... The lights flickered. A cold wind stirred the dust, though the air was sealed. Then came the voice, low, measured, almost amused. It slithered from the shadows before any figure appeared. Not all shadows reveal themselves. Kael's blade snapped up, the others pivoting in unison. From behind the crates, the masked figures emerged in silence, their movements too smooth to be casual. The last to appear moved like a dancer or a weapon, her steps deliberate, her gaze already owning the room. Violina, Raymar hissed. Her smile answered before her name could. A voice shattered the silence. Not all shadows reveal themselves. Kael whirled, blade rising. From the far side of the room, figures emerged from behind a curtain of stacked crates, 6 of them, cloaked and masked, their eyes glowing faintly beneath their hoods. Ashen stepped forward, staff braced against the floor. You trespass where only the crown may walk. A low chuckle echoed, and one of the figures pulled back her hood. Violina Verin. Her eyes were lined in black coal, and her lips curled into a smile made of knives. This place belongs to those with vision, not to relics of failing thrones. Raymar stepped beside Kael, blade half drawn. She's already rooted herself in the histories. Violina ignored him, her gaze fixed on Thorn. Poor heir of Ash, you came to claim your truth, only to find we've rewritten it. You can't erase blood, Thorn said, voice iron. But we can erase its name, she replied sweetly, and that's all history needs to forget you. Ashen raised his staff, and the vault erupted into chaos. Bolts of raw magic screamed through the air, slamming into shelves and sending tomes flying. Maris hurled a dagger, catching a cultist in the throat. Fergus flung a distillate vial, its explosion momentarily blinding a second attacker. Kael met a blade with steel, parrying and driving his hilt into his opponent's ribs. Thorn moved like a hammer, cutting down a masked figure with a brutal overhead strike. Ashenvale's staff pulsed, unleashing waves of blinding light that forced several enemies back, hissing like scalded beasts. Then came the chanting, low at first, whispers threading through the vault, but growing, harmonics that didn't belong in the world, notes that vibrated bones and stretched sanity. They're summoning, Ashenvale hissed. We need to stop them now. The circle flared violet, then deeper, colors no forge had ever known, vibrating like sound made solid. The walls warped, shelves bowing inward as if gravity itself had shifted. Thorn shielded Fergus as a blast of force knocked debris free from the upper rafters. He didn't think, he just moved. "Stay behind me," he barked. "Working on it," Fergus shouted, fumbling for another vial. The cultists' chant overlapped itself, impossible and layered. Each word was a cut on reality, every syllable slicing reason apart. The world felt thinner by the breath. Kael surged forward, cutting through another cultist before reaching the summoning circle, just as it began to glow. Too late. The cultists vanished in a blink, swallowed by violet flame. Their voices lingered, laughter trailing like smoke. The vault fell silent again, the damage evident. Half the shelves aflame, others collapsed in splinters. Kael turned. "Grab what we can, now." Thorn joined him, blood on his coat, eyes wild. They were stalling, keeping us here while something else happened. Maris and Raymar pulled ledgers from crumbled shelves, while Fergus uncovered a scroll case etched in gold. Ashenvale retrieved a cracked scroll from a sealed drawer. He opened it, and his face paled. "What is it?" Kael asked. Ashenvale's voice was hollow. "This ledger doesn't chart royal blood. It tracks something older, something beneath the blood." His hand trembled as he passed the scroll to Kael. "I've only seen fragments of this language, etched in stone deep beneath Velarden, behind sealed doors. I thought it madness. Or myth." Kael read the symbols. They felt wrong. Not evil, inevitable. He swallowed hard. "We thought we were protecting names. We're protecting the lock, and they're building a key." Ashenvale nodded slowly. "And they've already begun turning it." Something shifted in Kael's eyes then. Not fear, resolve. The kind that doesn't fade. Thorn stepped closer. "What does it say?" Ashenvale whispered. "The Zao weren't born. They were bound. Their resurrection is tied to lineages, not by accident, by design." Kael's throat tightened. So the Varins aren't just rewriting history. They're building a vessel. "Yes," Ashenvale confirmed. "And if they succeed, we won't just lose the crown, we'll lose the world." They stood in the vault's ruin, surrounded by stolen truths and forgotten names, holding history in their hands. Outside, the winds howled over Emberdeep, but the real storm had already begun. Chapter 39. The Hollow Eye Fragment CCCXY from the Book of Ashen Silence, attributed to Seraphine the Listener. Beware the gaze that sees not the flesh, but the future. In the dark between the trees, something watches, not to punish, but to prevent. Not all flames die with water. Some must forget to burn. The Ashen Hills had never been gentle, but now they turned cruel. The path through the hills was a narrow scar of stone and sickly moss, winding between twisted trees and spines of blackened rock. Behind them, Emberdeep faded into the murk, the memory of the cultists' chant still clinging like smoke in their minds. Kael didn't look back. He could still feel Emberdeep at his back, its presence, not just its memory. The ground had grown colder as they left it, not warmer, as if the place didn't release its grip, but simply stretched thinner. Fergus muttered something under his breath, maybe a prayer, maybe a formula. Ahead, the hills loomed not as terrain, but as judgment. Even with Emberdeep behind them, the storm hadn't broken. It had simply waited. Above, the sky was a bruised mass of swirling clouds, no stars, no wind, just a silence too absolute to be natural. Kael led the group, each step weighted with urgency, his hand never far from his blade. "We need to put as much ground between us and that vault as possible," he said, voice low, eyes sweeping the ridgeline. Behind him, Thorn kept pace, jaw clenched, his cloak wrapped tightly against the creeping chill. "We should have taken the caves," he muttered. "Too open here, exposed." Kael shook his head. "Caves trap us. River trails better. More cover, more noise." Maris moved beside Fergus, who clutched his satchel of distillates like it might vanish. His knuckles were white, jaw tight. "This place hums," he whispered. "There's magic here, but wrong, fractured." Maris's eyes didn't leave the tree line. "The Borgin are tailing us. I can feel it." Kael's voice was a taut thread. "They know we're alive. That's enough." No one spoke after that. They pushed deeper into the thicketed trail, where the ash-colored ferns curled in unnatural directions and the trees bled sap that smelled like iron. The further they traveled, the more the world felt thin, as if reality itself had grown brittle. A branch snapped, sharp, deliberate. Everyone froze. Thorn drew his sword halfway. "You heard that?" Kael raised a hand, signaling silence. A low growl, inhuman and hollow, rumbled through the underbrush. Then, nothing. Then, movement. A blur passed just at the edge of vision, not seen but felt, cold, like breath on the back of the neck. Thorn flinched as if struck. He wasn't looking at anything, not directly, but something was looking through him. "It's here," he said, voice hoarse, distant. "It's already watching." A pressure built in the air, like the moment before thunder, except this came with no sound, only the sense that sound had been swallowed. Maris spun, daggers out, gaze scanning emptiness. Where? Thorn's eyes narrowed. It's not in a place, it's in the space. Then the eye stepped from the mist. Kael swore and turned. "Move, now!" They ran. No formation, no plan, just instinct. Behind them came a screech, something not meant to exist in the waking world. It shredded through the trees, echoing, rebounding. Birds didn't scatter. There were no birds. The forest was too quiet for that. Fergus stumbled, clutching his satchel tighter. "It's not chasing like an animal. It's hunting us." Then it appeared. The hollow eye. At first, it was a shape in the mist, tall and flickering, almost human, but it wasn't. Its body floated a hand's width above the ground, draped in ragged black tendrils that shifted like smoke. At its center, where a face should be, was only a single eye, wide, pale, and lidless. It stared without blinking, and the world bent around its gaze. Kael skidded to a halt. "Run faster," he growled. But Thorn didn't move. His breath came ragged, eyes fixed on the thing. "It sees me," he whispered, as if entranced. "It knows." Kael grabbed his arm, yanking him forward. "Don't look at it!" Behind them, the hollow eye pulsed. Light spilled from its gaze, bending trees, distorting shapes. The forest warped, its edges smearing like wet ink. Maris flung a dagger, more out of desperation than intent. It passed through the creature and embedded in a tree behind. Fergus fumbled in his satchel, pulled out a flask of bright blue liquid, and lobbed it toward the thing. The glass shattered on impact, releasing a flash of light and heat. For a breath, the hollow eye recoiled. Its screech pitched high. "Go!" Fergus shouted, pushing Kael and Thorn down the path. They fled again, this time with a flicker of hope, but the eye surged after them, flickering through the trees without moving, as if each blink brought it closer. Maris turned and slashed the air with another dagger. "It's not just hunting, it's choosing." Kael glanced back. The eye hovered behind them now, moving parallel, watching Thorn. "It's not after us," Kael said. "Just him." Thorn stumbled, breath ragged. It said, "I'm the flame's ruin." Kael didn't let go of him. "We don't believe voices in the dark. We keep moving." Fergus turned, flung another vial, red this time. It burst into flame, igniting a curtain of fire between them and the eye. It hesitated again, letting out a low, mournful groan that shivered bones. The flames danced, strangely, leaning sideways, then upward, as though the fire no longer obeyed gravity. The forest shimmered, trees smearing like reflections in disturbed water. Maris whispered, "This isn't Borgin craft. It's older, feral." Fergus turned, eyes wide behind soot-smeared lenses. "It's using perception magic. It's not chasing, it's rewriting the path." Kael felt the ground shift slightly underfoot, as if the dirt forgot how to hold weight. "Keep your mind sharp," Ashenvale warned from the rear. "It doesn't need to kill us to end us. It just has to change how we're remembered." Then, a new voice broke the chaos. "Down!" A blur dropped from the trees. Raymar, sword in hand, eyes wide with terror and fury. He moved between the hollow eye and the fleeing group, slashing once, twice. The blade passed through the eye harmlessly, but the creature paused, just for a second. Raymar froze, blade raised, not because he'd hurt it, but because it had looked at him, really looked, and then moved on. Kael stepped toward him, but Maris grabbed his arm. "No," she said, voice hard. "He knows." Raymar met Kael's eyes across the flickering space. There was no fear in his expression now, only purpose. "Get him clear," he said again. "Quieter this time. Don't waste what I've bought." Then he turned back to the eye and raised his sword once more. "Go!" Raymar shouted. "Get him out of here." Maris grabbed Fergus. Kael pulled Thorn. The group sprinted the last stretch to the river, feet splashing into cold shallows, their breath coming in gasps. They didn't stop until the trees opened up and the sky widened. The eye didn't follow. Kael turned back, scanning the trees. The forest was quiet. Too quiet. "Raymar," he called. Nothing. Just the wind. Fergus bent over, hands on his knees. "We lost him." Maris shook her head, voice cracking. "No, he bought us time." Kael looked to Thorn, whose eyes were still locked on the tree line. "What did it say to you?" Thorn's face was pale, mouth dry. It said, "The fire must be put out before it remembers what it was." Fergus sat hard on a rock, stunned. "It doesn't want you to become something." "It's not a threat," Maris said slowly. "It's a prophecy." Ashenvale arrived last, leaning heavily on his staff, face ashen. The hollow eye was once used to find corrupted vessels. Now they use it to silence potential. He didn't meet their eyes. "I saw one once, long ago, during the Vel Arden breach. It passed through a village without touching anyone. Days later, the boy it had watched hanged himself without a mark. The priest said it never spoke, but the mother swore he'd changed." Kael stood silent, his gaze on Thorn. Not fear, not pity. The resolve of a man realizing he hadn't just left a vault behind. He'd walked out carrying prophecy. Kael's fists clenched. Potential for what? Ashenvale at Thorn. For rebirth, or for revolution. The wind stirred. The eye was gone, but the message remained. Chapter 40. Blood of the False King. Fragment CCCXL from the Book of Ashen Silence, attributed to Seraphine the Listener. They crowned her in whispers, not for truth, but for the echo it cast. The blood that flows loudest is not always pure, only louder. Beware the fire that speaks in prophecy, for even false kings can wear the ember's crown. Eston Vale's quiet wrapped the group like a brittle shroud, its once warm halls now more mausoleum than home. Since returning from the Ashen Hills, no one had slept soundly. The walls creaked at odd hours, fires sputtered where they once roared, and servants moved in silence, their eyes flicking toward dark corners. It wasn't fear of the hollow eye that gripped them. It was what it had said, and what it had seen. Kael stood in the garden courtyard, arms crossed, elbows resting on the low stone wall. The ivy on the far trellis had withered without cause. Not frost, not rot. Just stopped. The servants said nothing, but they lit extra lanterns now, even in daylight. Kael closed his eyes briefly. He still heard the hollow eyes whisper, not in his ears but in his spine. Not words exactly, just the truth of being seen. Whatever the thing was, it hadn't needed to kill. It had understood him, and that was worse. He watched the clouds gather behind the distant hills, their edges kissed by the faint orange of the fading sun. But his thoughts were not on weather. He couldn't shake the sound of the hollow eye's voice. Not its pitch, nor its shape. It hadn't truly spoken aloud. It had whispered directly to the marrow, a voice of ruin, of knowing. Footsteps behind him scraped against gravel. He didn't turn. Thorn? The answer came in the rustle of robes. Ashen veil. He hasn't left his room, the old mage said, his voice as soft as damp parchment. No food, no response to the knock. I tried again this morning. Kael's jaw tightened. He's not the type to break. Ashen Veil's pause was a long one. He's not broken. But belief is a delicate thing. It doesn't need to shatter, it only needs to crack. And his belief in himself has taken a wound. Kael turned then, eyes hard. I'll get through. Ashen Veil gave a faint, almost weary nod. You may be the only one who can. Thorn's room was dim, heavy, curtains drawn, the hearth cold. A layer of dust veiled the edge of his writing desk. The man himself sat at its far end, chair half turned, his form hunched and unmoving. The only motion was the slow clench and release of one hand, as though trying to grasp something invisible. Thorn, Kael said, no reply. I'm not here to demand anything, he continued, stepping inside, letting the door shut behind him with a muted click. Just talk. Still nothing. The room smelled faintly of cold ash and old ink. A cracked mug sat untouched on the floor beside the bed. Kael noticed the blade on the writing desk, still sheathed but close. Just talk, he said again, softer. Still no reply, but Thorn's hand twitched. His head dipped forward. Then, barely audible. It didn't just speak. Kael leaned in. It showed me something, Thorn rasped. A throne wrapped in fire, a child made of ash, a crown screaming. He shuddered. And I was both, watching, wearing. Kael said nothing. Some truths didn't need to be understood, just carried. Kael pulled the chair from the small corner table and set it across from his friend. The silence hung thick, but Kael waited, unwilling to fill it with meaningless words. Eventually, Thorn's voice came, thin, hoarse, almost brittle. What if it's all a lie? Kael frowned. What is? Thorn didn't look up. My life, my legacy, the title, the purpose, the war, the damn estate. What if the hollow eye was right? What if my blood is cursed? If I carry some ancient flaw, some key the Borgin need to open their cage? Kael leaned forward, elbows resting on his knees. You're not your blood, Thorn. You're the man who bled beside me in a barn before we had names. You're the boy who saved his food for others, even when he was starving. Thorn gave a humorless laugh. Doesn't mean much if the rest of the world sees a threat when they look at me. Kael shook his head. You're not a weapon unless you let them swing you. Thorn's hands curled into fists. But what if that's all I am to them? A tool, a rival, a warning. Kael's tone shifted, firmer now. Then become something else. Become the one who says no. The one who shatters the mold. We define what we are. No prophecy changes that. Thorn's shoulders didn't straighten, but the clenched hands loosened. He looked up, finally, eyes rimmed with exhaustion. I'm afraid, Kael. So am I, Kael admitted. But that doesn't stop us from moving. The estate shifted as night fell. Servants lit more lanterns than usual. Darren paced the west gallery, inspecting every window latch. Fergus brewed something bitter-smelling that filled the lower hall with a scent like burnt cedar. Maris posted herself outside Thorn's room and didn't move for hours. Just after twilight, a horn rang at the gate. Fergus looked up from his brewing station, a bead of silver fluid trembling at the lip of his flask. Maris had already moved, hand resting on her blade. No one in Eston Vale breathed easy when horns sounded anymore. The courier looked over his shoulder 3 times before dismounting. Even his horse shivered, flank damp with cold sweat. When Kael cracked the seal, the scent of incense wafted out, floral, faintly burnt. Eastern priest marking, the kind used at coronations. "Their dressing lies in scripture," Ashen Vale muttered. "They mean to anoint her." A single rider approached, cloak mud-streaked, horse heaving with effort. Kael, Darren, Maris, and Ashen Vale were already gathered in the entry by the time he burst through. "Message from the capital," the courier rasped, eyes wide. "From the princess." Kael opened the seal. His eyes scanned the words once, then again. The blood drained from his face. "She's returned," he said. Darren's eyebrow twitched. "Who?" Kael's mouth was grim. "Violina Varen. She's reappeared in the east, not just speaking, preaching." Maris stepped forward. "What kind of preaching?" Kael's voice tightened, claiming she is the blood heir reborn, that her line was chosen, that the Velithar blood isn't royal, it's corrupted. Ashen Vale's face darkened, lips pressing into a thin line. "The cult is elevating her. She's not just a puppet, they've made her a prophet." Kael handed over the parchment. "They've named her the Flame's true daughter." A second scroll, this one unsealed, was passed into Darren's hands. He read aloud. "Whispers of prophecy. Scrolls found in the East. She's weaving the mythos into a political movement." "She's rewriting the histories," Ashen Vale murmured. Maris exhaled slowly. "And people will believe it. They always do." Kael's jaw was tight as steel. "Then we need to find something stronger. Proof." A floorboard creaked. Thorn stood at the stairwell's curve, still pale, but standing tall. His voice was calm, not forced, but focused. The kind of calm that came after something inside had already broken and been reforged. Maris blinked, her hand lowering slightly. "He sounds different." Ashen Vale stepped forward slowly, eyes narrowing. "I've only seen the shard once, years ago, under wardlight. It sang, though no one else heard it." "Sang?" Fergus asked. "In memory, it hums to blood that remembers where it came from, and burns what doesn't belong." Thorn's grip on the letter tightened. "Then it's time we let it sing." He held a letter in his hand. "Ashen Vale," he said. "What do you know of the Velithar shard?" The mage's brows rose. "Enough to fear it. Enough to know it answers only to true inheritance." Thorn's voice didn't waver. "My father told me once, before the end, that if the world ever questioned who I was, I'd find my answer where the first line broke." Ashen Vale stepped forward. The shard was forged in the Age of Binding, Velithar's last defiance before the first king fell. It isn't metal, it's memory. If it recognizes you, there is no higher proof. Thorn looked to Kael, and then to the others. "Then that's where we go next." Kael nodded once. "We find the shard. We show them who the true heir is." Darren cracked his knuckles. "Let me guess. It's buried beneath some haunted ruin in a mountain crawling with cultists." Ashen Vale actually smiled. Not quite, but close. Outside, the wind howled against Eston Vale's walls. In the east, Violina raised her banners of fire and falsehood. But in the west, the last heir of the flame gathered his allies and began to burn back. Chapter 41, Echoes of the Past. Fragment CC6L1 from the Book of Ashen Silence, attributed to Seraphine the Listener. In halls where memory walks and blood remembers, a hand shall touch the shard of truth and wake what sleeps beneath the name. The forest keeps no secrets from those it marked. Beware the place where echoes wear your face. Fog wreathed their boots, dense and unyielding, as they pressed into the ancient forest. Twisted roots snaked across the earth like relics of forgotten battles, and the trees loomed, their branches curling inward as if guarding secrets too old to name. The mist clung to cloaks and lashes, swallowing sound and muting color. Even the birds had fallen silent. No one spoke. Thorn led, though his strides were too measured to be confident. His hand rested on the pommel of his sword, but he made no move to draw it. His face was unreadable, yet every breath he took seemed like a question. They were well beyond any mapped trail. Each step forward felt like sinking into memories that did not belong to them. Kael's hand brushed a branch, and for a breath he swore it pulsed, like the forest recognized him and recoiled. The leaves curled inward, whispering in a breeze that didn't exist. "This isn't just old," he muttered. "It's watched." A chill ran down his spine, not from cold, but from the weight of returning somewhere he'd never been. The trees didn't threaten. They waited, like witnesses at the edge of a trial yet to begin. Kael followed a few paces behind, his senses sharpened, eyes constantly scanning the tree line. He didn't trust the quiet. He hadn't trusted it since they'd passed the last watchstone and the ruins began to flicker faintly under their feet. He murmured, "The world feels like it's waiting to exhale." Maris, beside him, adjusted her grip on her dagger. "It has reason to," she said, her voice clipped with a tension she couldn't conceal. "Something's bound here, and something else is watching." Ashen slowed behind them, his staff lightly striking the roots as he walked. He tilted his head, as if listening to voices just outside hearing. "We're near," he said finally, and the certainty in his voice made even the wind seem to pause. The path curved, the fog thinned, and there it was. Stone walls emerged like ghosts from the earth, black with age and rain. Moss choked the crevices, roots had split foundations, and yet the ruin stood, not as a corpse, but as a sentinel. Its silhouette formed a crooked, slouching arch. One tower collapsed, the other intact but leaning. "This is the place," Thorn said, his breath catching. He moved forward without hesitation, his fingers brushing ancient stone slick with dew. The moment he touched it, the runes along the door's edge flickered, weakly at first, then with a slow building pulse. Kael approached, jaw tight. "It knows you." "I know it," Thorn whispered. He pressed his palm to the door. With a groan of reluctant stone, the doors cracked open, exhaling a gust of air so cold and stale it felt like stepping into a tomb. Inside, the ruins swallowed them. The outer corridor was narrow, the floor uneven with cracked tiles. Wall carvings stretched upward, warped by time and moisture. Scenes of kings atop beasts, of fire stitched into the heavens. As they moved deeper, the images grew more surreal. Human shapes giving way to forms too vast, too wrong to name. Crowned silhouettes stood beside stars, or beneath oceans, or holding suns in their palms. Ashenvale's breath sharpened. "This predates Velithar. This is before names." Darin lit a second torch and passed it to Maris, his jaw tight. Whatever they built this to hold, it wasn't for comfort. The hall widened into a grand antechamber. Its high, arched ceiling was fractured open to the sky, allowing pale light to fall across a raised dais. At its center, resting atop a pedestal of black glass, was the Velithar shard. It didn't gleam like metal. It breathed, subtly expanding and contracting like a lung. The air around it was warmer, tinged with something old and sharp, like scorched parchment and rain on bronze. Ashenvale's eyes widened. "This is older than any crown," he whispered. "They said the shard held the memory of fire before fire had a name." The torchlight dimmed slightly. The chamber didn't grow darker. The shard had simply become the brightest thing in the room. "It's listening," Maris said, "and judging." It gleamed, not brightly, but steadily, as if it had been waiting all along. Thorn stepped forward, drawn by something deeper than instinct. But as his fingers neared the shard, the chamber shook. A voice, not male, not female, not even human, echoed across the stones, low and resonant. "Prove your worth." The pedestal sank into the floor, walls shifted, gears turned, the floor beneath their feet buckled and reformed. The chamber's rear split open, revealing a descending stair. Kael grabbed Thorn's shoulder, steadying him. "Trap?" Ashenvale shook his head slowly. "Trial." They descended. The next chamber was long and circular, its walls lined with pillars etched with runes. A circular mural spread across the floor. Two figures locked in eternal combat, one of fire, one of shadow. Between them, a spiral of blood. A voice whispered again, softer this time. "Choose what you carry. Choose what you cast aside." A flicker passed through the room. Kael blinked, suddenly alone. The others were gone. Around him, illusions formed, scenes from his life. A burning field, his brother's death, Eliana's hand slipping from his, voices accusing him of treason. He knew they weren't real, but the pain was. In another corner of the room, Thorn stood amid his own illusions, his parents, faces twisted in disappointment. Violina at court, raising a goblet. The hollow eye, whispering again. "You will be our doorway." Each of them faced their past, their shame, their fear. And in time, one by one, they stepped forward, denying the vision, reaffirming their path. Kael's final vision lingered longer than the rest. Eliana bleeding out on the floor, reaching for him, not in pain, but in disappointment. Behind her, his younger self turned away. "You always leave," the vision hissed. He clenched his jaw. Not this time. The image cracked. Across the room, Thorn saw himself crowned, not as heir, but as tyrant. The crown hissed on his brow, molten. The hollow eye stood beside his throne, whispering, "Let them worship the ruin." He stepped forward, through it. Around them, Maris gasped softly. Fergus sank to one knee, hands shaking. They had all seen something, and survived it. The illusions faded. The spiral on the floor began to glow. The far wall opened. The final chamber was smaller, quieter, bathed in golden light. The shard now hovered, no longer on a pedestal, just suspended, waiting. Fergus reached into his satchel, pulling a flask of distillate. He let a drop fall to the floor. No reaction. "No traps," he said. "No deception. This is invitation." Thorn stepped forward. No one stopped him. He looked at the shard, this sliver of eternity, this fragment of the world's oldest wound. And then he turned to face them. "If I take this, I change," he said quietly. "Not just in the eyes of others, in truth." Kael nodded. "Then take it with purpose," Fergus added. "And don't take it alone." Thorn inhaled once, deeply, and grasped the shard. Light flared, not bright, but deep. A warmth rushed through the chamber. The shard didn't scorch. It didn't resist. It sank into his palm, merging, not binding. And something in the ruins sighed, as if a lock had been released after centuries. The air warmed, not with heat, but with density, like every breath had to pass through memory first. The shard left no wound where it entered, but a faint glow traced along Thorn's forearm, vanishing under his sleeve like ink sinking into parchment. Maris flinched, hand half raised, then slowly lowered it. "I thought it would burn you," she whispered. "It did," Thorn said, voice calm, but not in pain, in recognition. Behind him, The walls seemed to exhale. A hidden door at the chamber's rear swung open. Inside was no treasure room, no throne, just murals. The first showed a lone figure, Thorn's face unmistakable, standing barefoot in a scorched valley, holding no weapon but shadow peeling from his fingers. The second, the same figure mid-leap over a chasm, flame coiled around his limbs like wings. In the third, he stood before a crowd of masked figures, his presence burning their disguises away. Kael stepped closer, breath shallow. These aren't just histories. Ashen nodded. They're warnings and promises. Maris whispered, "If the cult sees this, they'll stop at nothing to silence it." Thorn's eyes stayed on the flames. "Then we don't let them." Neurals of him, Thorn, or a man with his face wielding fire. Not from magic, but from the stars themselves, opposing the Zal, walking through ash, lifting a kingdom from ruin. Ashen knelt, not in worship, but recognition. "The truth was buried because it was feared," he said. "You are the echo of that flame." Thorn's breath caught. "My bloodline is older than Velitha." Ashen nodded. "Your line didn't descend from kings. Kings descended from you." Maris stepped forward. "That's why Violina wants to destroy your claim. You aren't just a threat to her crown. You're a threat to the cult's creation myth." Fergus exhaled, reverent. "You're the proof that not all power comes from corruption." Thorn's grip on the shard tightened. It pulsed like a second heartbeat. "We leave at dawn," he said, his voice firmer than ever. "She made her claim with lies. I'll return with the truth." Kael met his eyes, and for the first time in weeks saw no fear, only flame. Chapter 42. The Veil of Shadows. Fragment CCC XL Fatia from the Book of Ashen's Silence, attributed to Seraphim the Listener. Beneath leafless boughs and silence stitched in root, the false prophet's shadow seeks to wear the sun. Beware the stranger who bears truth wrapped in velvet, for even prophecy bleeds when bound to ambition. The Ashen hills narrowed into a dense corridor of trees, fog curling low like a serpent across the ground. The silence between roots and branches wasn't natural. It pressed in like a held breath, as if the forest itself feared to speak. Kael kept to the front, sword drawn but low, the Velithar shard tucked close beneath his cloak. At first, it pulsed faintly, like a heartbeat muffled by wool. Then it grew colder, then hot, then cold again. No rhythm, only reaction. Kael adjusted the clasp at his shoulder. The shard wasn't reacting to threat, it was remembering something. The trees leaned in as they passed, their trunks crooked unnaturally toward the path, like listeners straining to hear. Somewhere in the mist, a bird called out once. Then silence returned, deeper than before, like even the forest held its breath for what came next. It pulsed, warm one moment and cold the next, responding to something unseen. Behind him, Thorn marched with his head down and his shoulders rigid. The revelation in the ruin had changed him. He walked heavier now, his jaw clenched with some internal reckoning. Maris swept the flanks, eyes sharp, scanning the brush for motion. Her dagger glinted whenever the mist parted. "The shadows move when we don't," she said quietly. "They're always watching," Fergus muttered, his gear strapped tight and humming faintly with alchemical resonance. "The trees shouldn't creak like that." Kael nodded once, then raised his hand. "Halt!" They stopped. The stillness fractured. A branch cracked. A hush fell as all turned toward the sound. From the mist emerged a cloaked figure, moving slowly, hands raised, steps careful. Kael's blade lifted. "Stop right there." Maris shifted 2 steps right, putting herself on Lucian's flank. Her dagger didn't rise, but her wrist tensed for a throw. Darren muttered something low and caustic under his breath. Kael caught only the word ghosts. Thorn's fingers grazed his sword hilt but didn't draw. His breath was shallow, eyes locked on the man's face. Kael, for a moment, felt a strange weight in Lucian's gaze. Not threat, familiarity. Like a reflection seen through cracked glass. The man didn't blink. "I mean no harm," he said again. The figure paused. Then, in a voice too calm for the gloom, "I mean no harm. Everyone says that," Thorn said, stepping up beside Kael, his sword already half drawn. "Then they raise a wand or summon a beast." The figure moved one hand slowly to his hood. "If I meant to strike, you'd already be dead." He pulled the fabric back. Kael's brows furrowed. The man was older than expected, mid-40s, perhaps, his face weathered by sun and scars, framed in thick, graying hair. His dark eyes carried the look of someone who hadn't slept in a year, but behind that was a coiled sharpness that belied exhaustion. "I served House Varin," he said, "once. Before I learned what they truly were." Fergus exhaled softly. "Great, another Varin ghost." Darren scoffed behind him, his voice sharp as ever. "And what now? You want sanctuary, forgiveness, or just a clean death?" The man shook his head. "None of those. I want to stop what's coming." Kael lowered his sword a hair. "You've got one breath to explain before I send you back into the trees." "My name is Lucian," he said. "I was an overseer in the southern provinces. I saw the cult rise from beneath the Varin name. I watched them summon things they couldn't control and bind oaths they didn't understand." Ashen, who had remained quiet until then, stepped forward. His eyes narrowed. "Lucian, you vanished 5 years ago. Presumed dead." Lucian nodded. "I disappeared because I saw too much. They planned to offer me my blood for a right. I fled with what I could carry and never looked back." "Why come to us?" Kael asked. "Because you have the shard, and Violina knows it." That name fell like a blade in the silence. "She's closer than you think," Lucian continued. "She's not just building armies. She's building a new myth, one where she isn't just queen, but vessel. The cult has twisted the old prophecies into something monstrous." Ashen eyes glinted. "Which prophecy?" Lucian met his gaze. "The one they buried beneath Emberdeep. The flame reborn, the crownless heir, and the key of fire. That's what they call the shard." Thorn took a step forward, fists clenched. "They think I'm the key." "They know you are," Lucian corrected. "That's why they fear you, or rather, why they want to replace you." Maris frowned. "Replace?" Lucian nodded. "They've bred candidates, half-blood heirs, altered lineages, forged relics. I saw one," he continued, voice lowering. "A child raised in isolation, taught only the cult's truths. Her blood was mixed, Delavar, Varin, and something else. She bled gold and screamed in hexed tongues. They called her the Ember Saint." Ashen paled. "There were rumors. Children who vanished, noble wards relocated without notice. I thought they were sacrifices." Lucian met his eyes. "Some were. And others? Molded." A cold silence passed over the group. Maris's voice cut through it, sharp and quiet. "They're not building a bloodline. They're sculpting a pantheon." No one disagreed. "The Varin cult is rewriting history. Your truth is the last thing standing between them and unchallenged dominion." Darren spat on the ground. "All sounds like a fine tale. Where's your proof?" Lucian reached into his cloak, slowly, and pulled a bundle wrapped in velvet. Inside was a ring, black steel, etched with flame motifs, and a scroll sealed with wax. He handed both to Kael. This belonged to Thorn's grandfather, a man who tried to stop the cult from within. They murdered him for it. He was the last bearer of the ring until you. Thorn stepped forward. Kael offered the ring without a word. Thorn held it, breath-catching. The sigil matched one from the ruin. The ring pulsed in his palm, warm to the touch. A scent hit him. Burnt cedar, ink, and old leather. For a flash, he saw a library bathed in golden light, a man's hand on his shoulder, saying, "Someday, when fire forgets its name, you'll remind it." The vision vanished, but the warmth lingered. Ashen handled the scroll like relic glass. This wax was harvested from funeral rites. Only death rites were sealed this way. Kael said nothing. The past was no longer sleeping. It had risen to follow them. "I remember this," he said softly, "from dreams or childhood." Ashen examined the scroll. This seal, it predates Valserin's foundation. You've been holding on to this for a long time. "I've been running with it," Lucian said. "Now I'm done running." Kael exhaled. "Then what do you know about what comes next?" Lucian hesitated. "I know Violina plans to ascend. She's chosen the place, the date, and the rite." "Where?" Kael asked. "An altar buried beneath Mount Vascan, the place where the shard was first shattered. They'll try to reunite the broken pieces and twist the flame to their will," Maris swore. "We don't have time to debate trust. We need to stop them." Kael looked to the others. One by one, they nodded. Then he turned to Lucian. "You walk with us, but one step out of line." "I understand," Lucian said. "If I fall, let it be fighting them." They moved on, deeper into the forest. Lucian walked near the back, quiet but watchful. That night, camped beneath twisted pine boughs, Kael approached Ashen by the fire. The mage held the ring, turning it slowly. "Do you believe him?" Kael asked. Ashen stared into the flames. Truth and lies aren't easily pulled apart in men like Lucian, but the fire reacts to Thorn. The shard chose him. That cannot be faked. Kael nodded slowly. Nearby, Thorn stared at the ring, fingers brushing its edges, lost in thought. The weight of prophecy pressed heavier than armor. Kael watched him from the shadows, a hand resting near his sword, but not for defense, for grounding. He'd seen men rise under banners, under crowns, under vengeance, but Thorn was rising under something older, something that didn't ask, it called. Ashen glanced over, eyes reflecting firelight. "Power draws more than loyalty," he murmured. "It draws hunger, envy, and shadow." Kael nodded, not because he understood the prophecy, but because he understood how many things would now try to kill it. Chapter 43, The Breaking Point, Fragment CCC-X-3, from the Book of Ashen Silence, attributed to Seraphine the Listener. Even traitor's blood can drown the fire if poured with willing hand. Beware the blade that hesitates, it may still find its mark. And when the hunted chooses to turn, the forest learns the taste of justice. The forest's grip tightened around them, turning trail into labyrinth, silence into threat. Gnarled roots clawed over the ground like bones, and the air pressed damp and heavy against their skin, as if the trees themselves wanted to keep the group from passing. Each step deeper brought a prickling tension, an invisible noose drawing tighter. The ferns grew wrong here, withered in spirals, as if scorched from the inside. One tree bore a sigil carved too cleanly into its bark, a single eye, half erased, like someone had tried to scrub it away and failed. Kael's fingers brushed the shard beneath his cloak. It thrummed, not in alarm, but in recognition. Ahead, Lucian stumbled. His hand tightened briefly over his ribs, as if steadying something beneath the skin. "We're close," he whispered. But Kael wasn't sure if it was a warning or a confession. "They want to choke us," Thorn muttered, brushing a branch from his path. His tone was flat, but Kael heard the strain, half fatigue, half something darker, like a knot pulling tighter in the pit of his gut. Lucian trailed behind them, shoulders hunched, cloak damp with dew and blood, some of it old, some not. His steps had grown uneven, and he glanced over his shoulder more often than ahead, a fugitive haunted not by soldiers, but memory. Kael kept to the center of the formation, one hand on the hilt of his sword, the other brushing the satchel where the Velitha shard lay. He could feel it pulsing again, more rhythm than glow now, like a heartbeat matching a drumbeat that hadn't started yet. They were being hunted. He was sure of it. "Maris?" Kael asked without turning. "I feel it," she said from the shadows at his left. Eyes in the trees. Fergus was at the rear with Darren, both grim-faced, weapons within reach but unsheathed. No one wanted to provoke something they hadn't seen yet. Then Lucian spoke, so softly Kael almost missed it. "I can't escape it." Kael raised a hand, halting the column. Hold. Weapons slid free of sheaths. The air shifted. "Talk to me," Kael said, turning slowly toward Lucian. "What do you feel?" Lucian swallowed. "They're here." "Cult?" Thorn asked, his voice cold steel. Lucian shook his head. "Not just them." Branches snapped up ahead, too large for a bird. Maris stepped in front of Kael, spear raised. "Show yourself!" From the mist, dark shapes unfurled, robed figures, 10, maybe more. Their masks were bone white, their robes black as pitch, and they moved with the unhurried confidence of predators. A larger one stepped forward, taller, broader, his presence eclipsing the others. "You defile Borgin ground," the leader intoned, voice resonant, inhuman. "Turn back or be unmade." Kael stepped forward. "We carry what you fear. We don't run." Lucian's face paled. His lips trembled. "They want me." Kael's gaze turned sharp. "Why?" Lucian's voice cracked. "My blood. It's theirs." The cult leader stepped closer, lowering his mask to reveal jagged scars and eyes full of black flame. "You cannot flee your truth, Lucian. You were born of the Black Line. Your veins are inked in pact." Fergus's grip on his satchel tightened. "What does that mean?" Lucian's voice shook. "I was bred in their line. The Borgin keep bloodlines like tools. I was one. I broke away." "Too late," the leader hissed. "The Eye sees you. The Eye remembers." "Back off," Thorn snapped, sword drawn. "He's with us now." The leader raised one hand. The cultists stepped forward. "Ambush!" Kael roared. Steel clashed, magic sparked. Maris moved first. Her spear plunged through one cultist's gut before he could raise his dagger. Thorn charged the leader, their blades ringing like war bells. Kael ducked beneath a fire sigil and countered with a slash that took another cultist down at the knee. Fergus launched a glass vial that exploded in green flame. Two attackers screamed and staggered back, clawing at melting masks. Lucian stood frozen, trembling. His sword was still sheathed. Kael caught his eye in the chaos. "Choose!" he shouted. Lucian's breath caught. Then he moved. A cultist lunged for Maris's flank. Lucian intercepted with a desperate swing, slicing across the robed figure's chest. Blood sprayed. The man fell. Lucian stared at his sword, at the blood. Then he screamed and charged into the fray. As he moved, something flashed behind his eyes. Pain, memory, resistance. A voice echoed in his skull. Not his own. Fall forward. Return. Fulfill. He roared over it, blade flashing like absolution. He fought not like a soldier, but like a man severing his own chains. Thorn, turning mid-strike, saw it happen, saw Lucian become something else. Not free of darkness, but unwilling to serve it. He didn't speak, but his next blow hit harder. Lucian had chosen, and that mattered. Minutes passed, or maybe a lifetime. The last cultist fell with a thud that echoed far too loud. Then there was only silence again. Lucian stood in the middle of it all, shaking, panting, eyes wide. Blood ran down his arm. His sword trembled in his grip. Kael approached slowly. "You chose." Lucian looked up. "I'm sorry. I don't know what I am anymore." Kael gripped his shoulder. "You're ours. That's enough." Thorn didn't speak. He turned away, blade dark with gore. They buried the cultists in shallow mounds, hastily marked. Darren burned their robes. Lucian sat alone, staring at his blood-stained hands. That night, they reached a farmhouse. Lucian led them to it without speaking. The place was broken, roofs sagging, windows shattered, fields long abandoned. The sky wept a soft drizzle. "This was once mine," Lucian said. No one spoke. They entered. The floor sagged beneath their boots. Rot traced the beams like veins. In one corner, a child's chair lay overturned beside a half-burned sigil scrawled on the hearthstone. Borgan script. A mark of sacrifice, repurposed. Kael's chest tightened. This hadn't just been Lucian's refuge. It had been a battlefield. When Lucian pulled the scrolls from the floorboard, Kael didn't reach for them immediately. "Proof," he murmured, finally taking them. "In a world that survives by forgetting, this is fire, and fire, he knew, demanded a cost." Inside, the walls smelled of rot and old fire. Lucian moved to a floorboard behind the hearth and pried it loose. Beneath it lay a bundle of leather scrolls, sealed with red wax. He passed it to Kael. "Her next move," he said. "The rituals, the bloodline transcriptions, the fake heirs. It's all in there." Kael's hands shook slightly as he took it. "Then this is the proof we need." A low howl echoed outside. Then a second. Thorn went to the window. "Zal," he said. They came out of the rain, massive and glistening, tusked faces twisted, armor fashioned from bone and ash. 4 of them, then 6, then 10. Ashenvale murmured a protection ward, his hands glowing faintly. "Out the back," Kael said. But they were already surrounded. Lucian stood near the front door, scrolls in his hand. The largest Zael raised a bow, its shaft carved with the boar gin eye. Maris gasped. "Get down!" Kael shouted. The arrow flew. It struck Lucian square in the chest. He stumbled back, scrolls tumbling from his fingers. Kael caught him. Blood surged. Lucian gasped, clutching at Kael's collar. "I tried," he whispered. "I wanted to break it." "You did," Kael said, voice thick. Lucian's eyes faded. The Zal roared again. One raised a war horn and let out a bellow that split the sky. Its face was a mask of bone fused with flesh, tusks streaked in runes, black saliva dripping from between its teeth. Thorn rose first, a snarl escaping his throat. "He died for the truth," he growled. "Let's show them what that means." Kael drew his blade without a word and met the first Zal head-on. Around Lucian's fallen body, they made a circle of fire, steel, and spellcraft. Blood soaked the floor, but the scrolls remained untouched, wrapped in a leather satchel, now clasped against Kael's chest like a lifeline. Kael stood, fury igniting. "Protect the scrolls!" The battle was brutal. Thorn killed 3 Zal himself, his blade a whirlwind of rage. Fergus's potions turned 2 more into slag. Maris's spells cracked bone. Ashen Veils summoned a barrier that burst like a sun flare, blinding the last 2. Then, quiet. Kael retrieved the scrolls, now blood-stained. Lucian's body lay still, peaceful for once. Thorn knelt beside him. He died choosing. Kael nodded. That's all that matters now. He turned to the smoldering farmhouse, the place where truth had hidden and died. We burn it not out of heaton again, he said quietly, but so nothing sacred rots in their shadow. Ashenvale stepped beside him, watching the flames rise. Fire consumes, he murmured, but it also reveals, and what it cannot devour, it brands. The night lit with ruin, but their circle held. Maris didn't speak. She just watched Thorn, how he stood straighter now, not unburdened, but decided. They set fire to the farmhouse. No relic of the Borgine would remain there. They left with the scrolls, and with the last echo of Lucian's legacy. The path ahead was darker, but they carried something brighter than vengeance now. Truth, and the will to wield it. Chapter 44, The Cult Plans and the Bone Armor Fragment. CCCXL5 from the Book of Ashen Silence, attributed to Seraphine the Listener. Truth is not born in silence. It is forged in noise, heat, and defiance. The widow spins her web, but beware the thread she cannot see, the blade born of bone and betrayal. Where steel fails, memory strikes true. The gates of Estenvale creaked open, iron groaning as if weary of war. Their horses, flecked with dried mud and fatigue, carried the group inside without ceremony. No cheers met them, just the sharp snap of banners in the wind and the uneasy hush that had settled over the estate since word of the Zal sighting had spread. Kael dismounted first, boots striking gravel with finality. His eyes swept the courtyard, absorbing the muted bustle of guards and messengers. Even the birds had fallen silent. Behind him, Thorn's boots scraped stone as he stepped down. His gaze lingered on Estenvale's familiar towers, once a comfort, now distant silhouettes draped in gathering storm. "Let's not linger out here," he muttered, his voice hoarse with exhaustion and something else. Grief. Lucian's death clung to them all like ash that refused to be shaken off. They moved as a unit, into the keep and down to the old strategy chamber. Bare walls, war-torn banners, a table gouged with old scars. Kael unshouldered the satchel and laid the blood-stained bundle on the table, his fingers hesitant in letting go. For a breath, he just stared at it, leather soaked in Lucian's blood, warped by ash and time. He felt the weight of it pressed down like a second spine. Proof, he thought, and yet it felt more like a confession. Ashenvale stepped forward, hands moving with a reverence more priest than mage. He examined the edge of a scroll, nodding faintly. This ink, blended with crushed sapphire, a signature of secrecy. They never meant for these names to be spoken aloud. Kael whispered, "Then let's speak them loud enough to shatter glass." Fergus arrived last, closing the thick oak door behind them. He eyed the bundle with a wary frown. "Let's see what we bled for." Kael peeled the leather aside. The scrolls crackled under his fingers, brittle with age and damp with blood. Faded ink glyphs and strings of names revealed themselves, like ghosts coming into view. "Looks like a ciphered mess," he muttered. Symbols, half spells, fragments of records. Maris stepped close, her fingers brushing a page delicately. "This parchment is noble scribed," she said. "See the watermark? House Kalren. And this, that's a crest I've only seen in the archives of the inner court." Thorn crossed his arms, looming in the corner, jaw rigid. "So what are we looking at? Genealogy? More fake claims like Violina's?" "No," Fergus said, already uncorking a vial from his belt. "Something worse." He let a drop fall onto the page. The parchment hissed, then shimmered. Faint text bloomed like veins. Names, house sigils, red-lined annotations. Maris leaned closer, breath catching. These are noble alliances. Kael traced a list of dates. Some crossed out, others marked with strange symbols. They're not just allies, they're assets. Some are labeled for elevation, others for betrayal. Some of these go back over 30 years, Fergus said, voice low. They've been at this longer than we've been alive. Thorne stared at the document, his brow dark. Try presenting this in court. They'll scream forgery. Not if Eliana sees it first. Ashenvale's voice emerged from the shadows, calm but ironbound. She'll know which threads to tug, quietly, precisely. Thorne nodded once, slowly. No Varins listed, of course. Ashenvale stepped forward and pointed to a word at the edge of the scroll. Singular, bold. Mistress, he said. No name, but we know who that is. Violina, Kael said, the name like acid on his tongue. Ashenvale gave a grim nod. This is a net, a spider's web, and she's the Black Widow at the center. Thorne turned away, pacing. Words won't stop her. We need steel, proof, something solid. Fergus turned then, eyes catching on something in the corner. The jagged remains of Zal bone armor, still glistening with a dull sheen. Then maybe we should stop ignoring what we dragged back from the fight. The armor? Thorne asked, frowning. You want to study that? We brought it for a reason, Fergus replied, mealing. Our blades couldn't cut it, not one scratch. It's more than armor. It's proof of something unnatural. Kael nodded. Let's see what it hides. The forge chamber beneath Esten Vale was damp and pungent with coal soot. Crates of raw steel and ruined weapons lined the walls. At the far end, the forge glowed faintly, its warmth welcome against the underground chill. Maris summoned flame to brighten the space, her magic crackling to life like an old song remembered. Fergus unwrapped the Zal bone armor on the stone table, fingers moving with practiced precision. See this? Not just bone, infused, veined with something alchemine, maybe arcane. Kael crossed his arms, watching. Can you use it? Not directly, Fergus said, voice distant with thought. But it tells me what I'm up against. He lifted a faintly glowing shard from a nearby crate. Raw Velethar, he said. It reacts to the same pulse as this armor. They're linked. This isn't normal crafting. It's ritual born. Maris stepped forward, curiosity alive in her eyes. Can you forge something to match it? Fergus didn't answer at first. The shard in his hand pulsed once, then hissed, releasing a faint trail of smoke that coiled in unnatural spirals. Velethar doesn't behave like ore, he muttered. It remembers. Mishandle it, and it punishes you. Maris watched him closely. Then treat it like a curse you mean to redeem. The first attempt warped the mold. The second sang, a high, piercing note that made Kael's teeth ache. It's screaming, Fergus said grimly. It doesn't want to be reshaped. It doesn't get a choice, Kael replied. When the final alloy cooled, Maris leaned over it, eyes reflecting gold. Born from corruption, forged into defiance. Steel, Fergus said, is how men settle prophecy. I can try, Fergus said, but Velethar's temperamental, too brittle alone, too volatile with steel. The mix has to be exact. They worked for hours, melting, infusing, failing. One attempt shattered the mold, another burned through the crucible. Maris adjusted her flame, fusing it with precision heat. Try again. Focus the fire inward. This time, the blend held. Fergus poured it into a mold shaped like a longsword, and it cooled slowly. When he drew it from the forge, it gleamed, a starfire alloy edged with faint gold lines that pulsed like veins. Kael stepped closer. That'll do, Fergus grinned, sweat streaking his face. It'll pierce Zal bone, and the Velithar contents low. One blade costs 5 gold instead of 500. Maris laughed softly, shoulders relaxing. That's a war-winning difference. Now we need a supply, Fergus added. Velithar's rare, and Estenvale's mine won't last. Thorn leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed. Push that mine harder, and we'll lose it, or worse, draw her gaze. Ashenvale entered, face unreadable. Then it's time we find another vein, one outside her shadow. That night, in Estenvale's council chamber, the documents lay splayed across the table, lit by lantern and candle. Darren returned from the city's underbelly with fresh news. 2 more noble houses had pledged themselves publicly to Violina. Her movement was gaining speed, and her claims were becoming gospel among the East. She's holding fire vigils, Darren said, open-air rituals in the cities. They chant in old tongues, burn effigies of the royal line. People eat ash like communion. Ashenvale rubbed his temple, voice a whisper. When lies are sung sweet enough, they don't need to be true. They just need to be repeated. Kael's jaw clenched, and when people kneel willingly, it's no longer tyranny, it's liturgy. Thorn folded his arms. Then we'll write a truth sharp enough to wound. She's rewriting history, Maris said, and no one's stopping her. Kael stared at the forged scrolls, now confirmed by Lucian's documents. She's not just seizing power, she's building a religion. Ashenvale, staring into the flame, murmured, she's weaponized myth. The Zal, the Eye, the prophecies, they're her scripture. Her blood is the altar. Thorn exhaled. Then we burn the altar. Ashenvale turned to him. Only if we have something brighter to light in its place. They sat in silence. Outside, thunder cracked. Then Kael spoke, voice steady. We make her claims impossible. Forge a counter-narrative. Not just deny her, but expose her. And arm the people to resist. Fergus held up the blade. We've got the steel. Thorn looked to the map, and a list of allies, traitors, and battle lines. Kael tapped the scrolls. Let's give them something they can't ignore. He hesitated, then added more quietly, we can't just fight their blades. We have to fight what they make people feel. Maris nodded. They give the lost something to believe in. Then we give them something to believe in back, Thorn said. Something that burns cleaner. Fergus lifted the blade again. No prophecy, no promise, just proof. Truth that bites. Ashenvale's eyes flicked toward the high windows, where lightning flashed. And when it strikes, make sure it echoes loud enough to wake the old gods. Dawn broke, casting gold across the walls of Estenvale. In the courtyard, smiths were already hammering the first alloy blades. Fergus instructed, precise and sharp, while Maris tuned wards to shield them from scrying eyes. Thorn stood atop the battlements, Velithar steel at his hip. Below, soldiers drilled, horses were saddled, and messengers readied. War loomed. But this time, they wouldn't be caught unarmed. They had the shard, they had the truth, and they had forged a blade that could cut through bone, lie and shadow alike. The cult had started this. Estenvale would finish it. Smoke from the new forge coiled upward like incense. Each hammer strike echoed like a vow cast in iron. Sparks danced across the courtyard, catching briefly in banners before fading into gold. Ashenvale stood near the flame, whispering words in a tongue older than the kingdom. A quiet benediction. May it strike clean, he said to no one, even through the beautiful lies. Kael watched from the archway, hand on the shard beneath his cloak. This wasn't just preparation, it was prophecy, claimed, not given. Chapter 45. A Crown's Gratitude Fragment, CCCX15, from the Book of Ashen Silence, attributed to Seraphine the Listener. Crowns do not shine. They reflect the fire of those who bleed beneath them. In halls once gilded with silence, a forge awakens. Steel bears memory. Flame bears promise. And from the ash of broken oaths, a kingdom begins to remember its spine. The heavy oak doors of the royal audience chamber groaned open, revealing a long hall of silent marble. Golden light spilled from chandeliers overhead, catching in the glint of ancient tapestries, woven scenes of conquest, coronation, and kingdoms held together by steel and sacrifice. Kael entered first, shoulders squared, though the weight of the journey still clung to him like dust. Behind him, Thorn's footsteps echoed in perfect rhythm. Maris, Fergus, and Ashen followed in a formation that had grown more instinct than plan. This was not court in its ceremonial grandeur. No courtiers fluttered fans or flattered with false smiles. No minstrels played. The air here was stripped bare, taut, still, and reverent. At the chamber's far end stood Princess Eliana, crown glinting beneath a skylight's hush of winter sun. She wore no gown of courtly excess, only a fitted jacket of royal blue, trimmed with silver thread. Armor, not adornment. "The kingdom owes you its gratitude," Eliana said, her voice cutting the silence clean. "Your actions staved off civil war. We stood closer to collapse than I dared admit aloud." Kael bowed low, the motion practiced but still alien to him. He straightened, jaw tight. Lucian died for that cause. A son of the Borgin gave his life so that others might live. He brought us this moment. Eliana's expression softened. Then let this court remember him as more than his bloodline. His sacrifice redeems what history sought to condemn. She looked past Kael, toward the others. Without the intelligence he secured, Violina's plot would have sundered this kingdom by fire and inheritance. She stepped down from the dais, no longer distant royalty, but something nearer, a sovereign rooted in urgency. Her gaze swept them, not just appraising, but seeing. "Titles," she said. "Rewards are due. For some of you, recognition. For others, compensation." Fergus leaned toward Kael, voice a whisper. "I'd take the coin over a crest." Kael's lips twitched. For once, he didn't smother the chuckle. Eliana heard it. Her lips quirked. "Your candor is refreshing, Sir Fergus," she said, her tone warm but crisp. "But both have their uses." She gestured to a steward, who stepped forward with a velvet-lined box. Inside rested 2 sigils, silver with a flame crest. "Sir Kael, Sir Fergus," Eliana said, each name spoken with formality and weight. "Bear these with honor." Kael stepped forward to accept his, fingers brushing the cool metal. The moment was brief but sharp, a line carved across his memory. From farm boy to knight, he thought, though the path had passed through fire. Thorn stood silent, arms crossed, offering the faintest nod. "Not bad, farm boy." Kael returned to his place, pinning the sigil to his belt. For all its polish, it felt heavier than his sword. Beside him, Fergus turned his newly awarded sigil over in his palm. "Strange, isn't it?" he muttered. "We used to count coppers to fix a broken plough. Now we're wearing royal silver." Kael nodded, still adjusting to the weight. "A few seasons ago, we were patching roofs with mud. I never thought I'd stand in this hall, let alone be named anything." Fergus grinned, but his voice stayed quiet. "I'll take the title, but I won't forget the dirt that got me here." Kael's smile returned. "Good. It's what keeps us steady." Eliana turned then, her expression shifting. "Now, to the matter that truly defines this moment, war." Her voice sharpened, each word striking the stone like a flint. You face the Zal. Tell me what you learned. Maris stepped forward, chin high. Their bone armor resists nearly every blade, she said, but we've forged a weapon that can cut through it. Steel alloyed with Velithar, bonded under magic fire. Velithar, Eliana echoed, brows lifting. A rare choice. It was Lucian's gift to us, Fergus added, crossing his arms. Without his documents, we wouldn't have cracked the ritual behind their armor. But the metal's rare, Maris warned, and the forging isn't something just any blacksmith can do. It requires flame wielders, trained ones. Eliana turned, walking slowly to a broad map unfurled on the chamber's table. Her fingers traced the kingdom's veins, roads, rivers, battle lines forming like fractures. The crown holds Velithar, she said, her voice even. In old reserve vaults left by my grandfather, enough to outfit thousands, but only if we act with strategy. Kael blinked. You had Velithar stockpiled all this time. I said nothing because I had no means to use it, Eliana answered, eyes hard. Until now. Eliana's hand lingered on the edge of the map. My grandfather didn't trust magic, but he feared its absence more. He hid the Velithar for a war no one could predict, one that might be fought not just with swords, but with memory. Kael's gaze dropped to the shard beneath his cloak. We're drawing from the same well as the cult. Ashenvale's voice was grave. Intent makes the tool. Fire forged for justice burns differently than fire cast in fear. Fergus muttered, let's just make sure it burns the right bastards. Thorn's glance to Kael was full of meaning. They had the steel, but not the fire. And now we have both, Maris said. But training mages, or even those with minor flamecraft, will take time. Eliana nodded. I'll summon every hedge witch, flame singer, and sparkblood who'll answer the call. Can you guide them? Fergus frowned, rubbing the back of his neck. We'll do what we can. We can build distillation kits and forging frames, but they'll need hands-on training. Not all will be skilled enough. Ashenvale spoke for the first time, his voice soft but commanding. Then we teach through example. One forge, one blade, then another, then 10. The knowledge will spread. Eliana turned to Thorn. And the Velithar mine? Estenvale's is still productive, Thorn said. But it won't last. We'll need to locate a second source or risk burning it dry. Kael frowned. And if Violina catches wind of the mine's importance, she won't, Eliana said, calm and resolute. We'll mask the shipments, rations, grain carts. I've dealt with spies before. Maris nodded. Then we begin now. Eliana looked at each of them in turn, her voice rich with conviction. Tonight, royal messengers ride. We summon the capable, the brave, and the desperate. Mages will gather at Estenvale. Production starts at once. Already heard whispers, Darren added. Flame singers from the Western Isles, an ashbinder out of Vel Arden, even a war-woken hedge witch who melts steel with song. Fergus let out a low whistle. That's not a list I ever thought I'd teach. He glanced toward the window, where smoke from the outer forge already curled skyward. It's like watching sparks find kindling. If we don't burn the whole place down by accident, we might just light a fire they can't put out. Maris smiled faintly. Let's make sure it catches. Fergus's mind was already galloping. We'll need anchor runes at every forge and mana-stabilizing glass. No point arming fools if they blow themselves up before the first sword's drawn. Kael smiled faintly. You'll make it work. You'd better, Thorn added with a sardonic grunt. We've got a war to win. A beat passed. Eliana's voice softened, and she stepped toward the window overlooking the city. One more thing, she said. "We must unite the nobles, not with fear, but with purpose." Thorn's voice came low. Lord Severin hosted Violina's envoy last month, said it was a matter of courtesy. Maris's eyes narrowed. "He's not alone. I've heard the old houses in the East whisper about blood purity and forgotten rights. They want her crown because they think it's already theirs." Kael looked to Eliana. "Will words be enough?" "For some," she said. "The rest will need to feel the cost of choosing wrong." Ashenvale murmured, "The realm listens best when the stakes are made of bone." They must see the Zal as their war, their children's war, their inheritance to defend. Kael's voice was quiet, but certain. "We'll speak to them, rally what we can." Maris's eyes gleamed, "and expose any who secretly back Violina." Eliana's nod was solemn. "Do what must be done." She turned to face them fully. "You've fought in shadow. Now let the realm see what stands between them and ruin. You are no longer just survivors. You are the kingdom's sword, its shield." Ashenvale bowed his head. "Then let the forge be lit." Hours later, in the quiet of Eston Vale, Kael stood in the western tower's highest room, overlooking the fields. Below, carts moved under torchlight, steel, timber, and tools for the forges. A new camp was already forming east of the walls. Blacksmiths arrived by horse and wagon. Mages began to trickle in, some in cloaks, others in peasant garb, all called by Eliana's missive. Fergus stood beside him, sipping something strong. "Think we can actually pull this off?" Kael's reply was slow. "We have to." Thorn entered, tired but alert. "The nobles will come slower. Some might never stand with us. But the tide's turning. You can feel it." Kael nodded. "The question is whether it turns fast enough." Thorn didn't answer. Outside, in the gathering dusk, the forges roared to life, flame against the coming dark. Kael's gaze lingered on the forge fires below, each one a flicker of rebellion, kindled into purpose. He could name every face now: friend, fighter, risk. It was no longer about survival. It was about shaping what came after. Fergus took another sip. "You ever think we're not forging blades?" Kael raised a brow. "Feels more like we're casting a crown," Fergus said, "or a future." Kael didn't reply, but the ember at his side pulsed once, steady, sure. The fire remembered. Chapter 46, the weapon production fragment CCC-XLV from the Book of Ashen Silence, attributed to Seraphine the Listener. In the shadow of ruin, the hammer sings louder than prophecy. Flame bends to will not born of blood, but of defiance. When steel drinks starlight and mortals breathe fire, the old world begins to tremble, for it is not the crowned who ignite empires, but the ones who dare to forge them. Eston Vale had become a furnace of industry. Once a serene estate nestled among orchards and vineyards, its fields now groaned under the weight of hastily built forge halls, armory tents, and training circles, scorched black by errant fire magic. What had been a quiet seat of nobility now pulsed with magic, sweat, and iron, a war engine grinding ceaselessly forward. Smoke hung heavy over the courtyard, tinged with the metallic sting of steel and the bitter scent of scorched velvet. Crates of raw Velethar sat under constant guard, watched by soldiers who hadn't slept in days. At the gates, more recruits arrived by the hour, mages in patched cloaks, hedge witches with cracked staves, mercenaries lured by coin and cause alike. Kael wiped ash from his jaw as he and Thorn crossed the smoke-choked thoroughfare. Once this path had wound through orchards heavy with plum and pear, their blossoms perfuming the morning air. Now it reeked of molten iron and burnt cloth. Scorch marks marred the flagstones, and wild dogs, once pampered estate hounds, prowled the outskirts, skittish from the noise. A group of hedge witches passed them in silence, their robes stitched with talismans and charms that jingled like chainmail. One wore a mask of bark and bone, her staff carved with runes Kael didn't recognize. Behind them came a caravan of mercenaries, some laughing, some hungover, one missing a boot. No one questioned their presence. "Is this what unity looks like?" Kael muttered under his breath. "If it bleeds the Zal, I don't care if it looks like chaos," Thorn replied. "Steel, sweat, and something charred," he muttered, wrinkling his nose. Thorn gave a dry grunt. "That's determination burning, or someone's sleeve. Either way, it stinks." Inside the main forge hall, the sound was deafening. The hammerfall of 100 smiths, the hiss of cooling blades, the bark of instructors drilling hastily assembled magic battalions. Fire magic shimmered across anvils in bursts of molten orange and violet. The ground itself vibrated with purpose. The forge hall roared like a dragon's throat. Sparks flew in waves, drifting over blackened rafters like falling stars. Apprentices sprinted between stations, some hauling buckets of water, others carrying blades glowing so hot they warped the air. One girl tripped, nearly dropping a half-cooled longsword, until a grizzled smith caught it bare-handed, swearing through his beard. At the far corner, a young mage knelt beside a shattered anvil, blood running from his nose, his eyes wide with the aftershock of spent power. A healer was already on him, muttering binding charms, but the boy shook his head, whispering, "I can still try again." Eliana passed him without flinching, but her eyes flicked toward him, just once, just long enough. Then she faced the platform, voice rising above the din. "Reports," she said, cutting through the chaos like a blade. At the heart of the hall stood a low platform strewn with ledgers, arcane schematics, and piles of rejected weapons, blades warped, cracked, or burnt through by errant flames. Princess Eliana stood before it, sleeves rolled up, her voice sharp with urgency. "Reports," she demanded, without ceremony. Ashen, cloaked in grey soot, stepped forward. 6,000 usable blades completed, another 3,000 nearing readiness. The remainder are unstable, poor quality, or lacking magical reinforcement. Kael approached the table, frowning as he scanned the day's tallies. "We're burning through Velithar at pace. Too fast. This won't hold." Fergus arrived, flanked by 2 young mages, one vomiting behind a barrel, the other slumped unconscious in a heap. "They're collapsing," he said bluntly, "not from injury, from exhaustion. They're pouring too much of themselves into the forging. It's killing them." Eliana's jaw clenched. "They're the only ones who can wield the flame strong enough to bind the Velithar." "They're also human," Fergus replied. "Even flame has limits." Maris leaned against a support beam, her eyes rimmed with fatigue. "We've got 30 or 40 strong forgers. The rest, they try. They fail. Some die. I pulled a girl from a forge pit this morning. She didn't make it." Fergus stared hard at the glowing blade in his hands, knuckles white. "We're pushing them past the red line," he muttered. "Every day I'm treating more burns than breakthroughs. And it's not just skin. It's something deeper. Like their spirits are fraying." Eliana folded her arms, but her jaw twitched. "And yet they keep coming." "Because they believe this will matter," Maris said, her voice low. "Because we made them believe." A long silence followed. "We asked for fire," Kael murmured. "Now it's eating the ones who give it." Ashen bowed his head. "Magic is not muscle. It cannot be whipped into strength. The more we demand, the more it resists." Thorn slammed his palm on the table. "So what then? We give up? Send soldiers with dull blades and hope for mercy?" Mercy doesn't win wars, Eliana said coldly, and neither does despair. A long silence followed. Kael turned to the charts again, pointing at the map of projected deployments. Can the first wave be covered with high-grade blades? Ashen nodded reluctantly. 9,500 blades will hold, 500 kept here. But that's our peak. Anything more, we dip into dangerous terrain. And the rest? Kael asked. The second wave? Reinforcements? Ashenvale exhaled. Half-trained mages, fading embers, unstable blades. I don't like those odds. Eliana's gaze didn't waver. Then we find a way to change them. Kael turned to Fergus. There has to be a solution. Something. A way to spread the magic thinner, but make it last longer. Fergus rubbed his temples. The issue isn't raw magic. It's their capacity. They can light the fire, but they can't hold it. Not under this strain. Maris stepped in. Then maybe we stop asking them to hold it alone. He blinked. What? You reinforce a dam when the flood's coming, Maris said, stepping forward. Why haven't we done the same for them? Fergus's eyes narrowed. Because we've been reinforcing the steel, not the soul. Ashenvale raised a brow. Soul magic is notoriously volatile. So is every breath we take right now, Fergus snapped. I'm not saying we give them raw flame. I'm saying we give them something to hold it with. Kael leaned forward, like a sheath for a burning sword. Maris nodded. Exactly. Not armor, not a weapon. A buffer. She pointed to a half-finished blade. We've been focusing on empowering the steel, but what if we shift focus just enough to empower the mage instead? Fergus's eyes lit up. Not external enchantment, internal reinforcement. Boost their core, not their fire, but their will. His eyes. With what? Fergus's grin grew slow and fierce. Velitha. Thorn crossed his arms. We're already rationing it. But not like this, Fergus said, pacing. We're fusing raw Velitha into steel, yes, but only a trace can amplify a mage's energy directly. It doesn't need to be shaped. It needs to be burned, channeled. You want them to drink it? Thorn asked, aghast. Fergus rolled his eyes. Gods, no. Infuse a pendant, a ring, a focal stone worn at the wrist or chest, enough to anchor them, stabilize the feedback. Maris nodded. It's like reinforcing a bridge before a flood. Give them something to absorb the strain. Eliana's voice was sharp. Can you make one? Fergus and Maris exchanged a look. Give us 4 hours, Fergus said. They worked through the night. Fergus cobbled together prototypes, runed bands of steel, etched plates of obsidian, braided leather cords embedded with powdered Velitha. Maris used her fire to temper the designs, channeling her focus with precision honed by weeks of forging. Ashenvale observed, his quiet presence anchoring the room's spiraling energy. By dawn, the first amplifier was ready. A slim circlet etched with stabilizing sigils, Velitha dust bound beneath a resin coating. Maris slipped it onto a trembling young mage's wrist. Try the spell, she instructed. The boy closed his eyes, lips moving. Fire rose from his palms, not in a sputtering flare, but a smooth, controlled arc. The steel before him melted, shaped, hardened, perfect. The room erupted into stunned silence, then cheers. We can mass-produce these, Fergus said, breathless. Each one takes only a sliver of Velitha, less than 1/10 of a blade. Eliana arrived moments later. She watched the demonstration twice. How fast can you make them? We can begin by nightfall, Maris said, if you lend us your court enchanters. You'll have them, Eliana replied. Double their number if needed. Ashenvale turned to her. We'll need teachers. The magic must be precise. Then we call the archive. Eliana said. "Summon the old tutors, the ones we retired because their knowledge was too dangerous." She looked to Kael. "No more safe bets. We win this or we vanish." Kael nodded. "We'll carry the fire forward." By week's end, Eston Vale was more than a forge. It was a beacon. Blades poured from the halls. Amplifiers were issued alongside rations. Soldiers drilled in the morning. Mages forged in the afternoon. And by nightfall, torchlight danced over endless rows of steel tipped with hope. The tide was turning, but not fast enough. In the courtyard, tempers flared alongside forge fires. Apprentices argued with senior smiths over ruined casts. Mages wept when amplifiers failed mid-summon. A fight broke out between two rival covens over binding techniques, ended only when Maris dropped a fire rune between them that charred the cobblestones and scorched egos in equal measure. Ashenvale wandered through the chaos like a shade, murmuring to instructors, correcting glyphs with a flick of his staff. He paused only once, over a boy no older than 12, holding a hammer wrong. Quietly, the old mage took his hand and showed him how to strike with rhythm, not rage. Rumors swirled. Violina's army had breached the Eastern Divide. In the command tent, Kael pored over maps while the candles guttered low. Pins marked confirmed losses, each one a name, a family, a village reduced to rumor and ash. Thorn stood opposite him, arms folded, watching the lines shift like veins beneath a spreading bruise. "She's not moving like a warlord," Thorn said. "She's moving like a prophet, burning roads, not bridges, turning fear into doctrine." Kael nodded grimly. "And every skirmish we lose, she doesn't just gain ground, she gains converts." They stood in silence as a runner burst in, soaked and panting. "3 more defectors," he said. "Noble houses, western border, signed with blood." Kael didn't curse. He just added 3 new pins. The Zal had taken the pass of Elmar Ridge. The cult had claimed 3 noble houses by subterfuge or blood. The kingdom held, but barely. In Kael's hands, the first complete sword and amplifier passed to a young woman from the western marshes. She smiled, wide-eyed. "My family's been farmers for 3 generations," she said. "Never thought I'd wield magic." Kael smiled back, "Then wield it well." She did, she would, and soon thousands more would follow. That evening, beneath the forge hall's high rafters, Kael and Fergus stood side by side, watching the latest recruits work. Sparks leapt in rhythmic bursts, and the clang of hammer on steel was like a heartbeat for a dying world that refused to stop breathing. Fergus handed Kael a small object, an amplifier ring, newly forged. "You ever think we'd be here?" he asked, voice soft. Kael turned the ring in his hand, its faint glow pulsing. "Every day I thought we'd die in some nameless skirmish. Now, we're building something that might outlast us." Fergus grinned. "And they knighted me for this." Kael chuckled. "Not for this, for surviving long enough to make it matter." Above them, a smith's bell tolled once. Then again, a signal. The next wave was ready. Kael slid the ring into his pocket and nodded toward the gate. "Then let's make it count." Chapter 47. The Frontline Skirmish. Fragment 66LV7 from the Book of Ashen Silence, attributed to Seraphine the Listener. Where fire meets bone and silence breaks in thunder, the true war begins. Not in legend, but in the mud beneath broken banners. The storm does not ask who bleeds for peace, only who stands when the screaming ends. And in that breathless lull, where crows wait to feast, the name carved in ash may yet outlive the flame. A month after Eston Vale's forges first roared to life, the estate no longer resembled its former self. The smell of cherry blossom trees had been replaced by the acrid tang of molten steel and burnt leather. Hammers never stopped ringing. Fire never stopped burning. Rest had become an abstract idea. 25,000 blades had been forged, some elegant, others crude. But each bore Velithar's bite, and each had been blessed by blood and flame. Fergus stood at the edge of the forge yard, wiping soot from his face. He watched the final wagon being loaded with the fruits of sleepless nights, torn gloves, and countless whispered prayers. "This place feels like it's forging a new kingdom," he said, voice raspy from smoke and fatigue. Kael's eyes lingered on a pair of cloaked mages near the stables, strangers, their auras darker than most. "Or breaking one apart," he muttered. Maris moved beside him, her voice a quiet warning. "They came with the Velithar shipment, but their magic doesn't feel like ours. It bites." "They're Eliana's problem," Thorn said curtly, approaching from the forge gate. "We've got enough to carry without dragging their shadows." Before dawn broke, 5 supply wagons creaked through Eston Vale's main gate. Each groaned under weight, not of gold or grain, but of weapons forged in fire and desperation. 500 of Eston Vale's finest rode escort. Another 2,500 soldiers from Velseren joined them at the fork, silent and grim, forming a tide of armor and resolve. The sun hadn't yet risen when the caravan began its slow crawl down Eston Vale's eastern road. Fog clung to the wheels like hands, and each hoofstep struck the earth like a drumbeat in a funeral march. Kael rode on, eyes scanning the still dark trees where shapes could easily become threats. Behind him, the quiet was near absolute. No chatter, no boasts, only the creak of leather and the clink of steel. It felt like they weren't riding to battle, but into a memory that hadn't yet been made. Kael rode point, scanning the road ahead. The countryside sprawled before them like a grave. Once fertile farmland now bore only ruin, scorched fields, crumbling cottages, the blackened bones of harvest wagons. "Bleaker than I feared," Kael said, voice low. Thorn nodded without looking. "It's not a war, it's erasure." Along the roadside, refugees wandered westward, gaunt faces, tattered cloaks. A girl no older than 10 carried her brother, blood dried on her brow. No one begged. They had passed pleading. One old man stumbled at the edge of the road, a hand outstretched, not for aid, but as if reaching for something only he could see. His eyes were milky, clouded, and his voice, when it came, was barely a breath. "It's coming. The fire. It walks now." No one responded. They couldn't afford to carry omens. They walked on instinct now. Fergus lowered his gaze. "Is this what we're saving?" he asked, not to anyone in particular. Kael didn't answer. He couldn't. They reached Velseren's outskirts by dusk. The skyline looked fractured, like a memory that had begun to fade. What once was grand now seemed brittle. In the courtyard, King Torin Delavar VI stood waiting, arms crossed, his cloak stiff with travel dust. A grin split his weathered face as the caravan approached. "By the gods, look at you," he called. "Keep this up and I'll be saluting you by spring." Thorn dismounted first, brushing ash from his tunic. "We'll spare you the effort, your majesty." The king's grin faded as he turned to the wagons. "Are they ready?" "Every blade, every amplifier," Kael said. "Good. Arm the Eston Vale regiment." Then, the king stepped closer, lowering his voice. "I want the 4 of you at the front." Kael's brow furrowed. "To fight?" "No," the king said, his voice suddenly hard. "To see." Thorn tilted his head. "You want witnesses." "I want survivors who can speak truth," the king replied. "No lords, no legends, just mud, blood, and men trying not to break." The next morning, they departed again, smaller, quieter. No wagons, Just Kael, Thorn, Maris, Fergus, and a company of the king's most hardened soldiers. By afternoon, the eastern borderlands welcomed them with wind and ruin. The sky was the color of bruised iron. The ground underfoot had been churned to mire. Crows lined the skeletal trees in still silence. A man stumbled from a collapsed barn, dragging his wife by the arm. They didn't speak. They didn't ask. They simply moved west, like ghosts still pretending to breathe. "No place to go," Thorn said, his voice hollow. "Just not here." They reached the front line by nightfall. The camp was a scar, ragged tents, splintered palisades, fires burning in shallow pits. The stench was unforgettable: sweat, blood, rot. Every soldier wore the same expression: not fear, not courage, but endurance. The kind that couldn't be trained, only earned. One night of survival at a time. They moved through mud with deadened rhythm, glancing at newcomers with eyes that had seen too much and believed too little. One sharpened his blade on a stone that was more bone than rock, murmuring something in a language Kael didn't know. A scarred general greeted them, one arm in a sling, his face burned and peeled. "The heroes," he sneered. "Just messengers," Thorn replied flatly. The general barked a laugh. "Good. Don't need myths in the trenches." The Zal struck just before dawn. It wasn't a charge, it was an eruption. From the hills they came, 8 feet tall, bone armor glistening in the weak sun, eyes hollow with hunger. No warning, no signal, just violence. The camp exploded into motion. Horns blared, orders snapped, chaos bloomed. The ground itself shook as the Zal descended. A strange rhythm pounded beneath the soil, like war drums played on the world's ribs. From the misted rise they came not in rows but in clusters, beasts wrapped in bone and shadow, roaring without breath. One tore through a barricade like it was reeds, scattering defenders like leaves before a storm. Another vaulted a trench entirely, landing amid the firecasters, claws raised. Kael drew steel. Thorn shouted for formation. Fergus bolted to the mages, tossing amplifiers to those who could still cast. Maris disappeared into the smoke, her blade silent and precise. A Zal brute crashed into the forward trench, crushing 2 men with one swing. Kael leapt from the ridge, driving his blade into the gap beneath its collar. It shrieked, staggered, fell. Another emerged behind him. Thorn intercepted, his blade meeting bone with a deafening crack. Sparks flew. Thorn shoved, slashing across the beast's face, carving through its jaw. Fergus found himself surrounded. 3 Zal casters chanted in unison. The ground pulsed. His ears bled. He threw both hands wide and screamed, not in fear, but defiance. Fire burst outward, a nova of heat and light that scorched the mud to glass. The casters crumpled, blackened husks. Fergus dropped to one knee, panting. Blood ran from his ears, hot and thick. Someone was shouting his name. It took him a full breath to realize it wasn't inside his head. He staggered to his feet, more surprised than proud that he was still alive. Maris returned, dragging 2 wounded soldiers. "Shield wall," she yelled. "Hold the line!" The soldiers, emboldened by the strange rhythm of this chaos, rallied. They fought not like conscripts, but like wolves backed into a corner. The tide turned. By noon, the Zal fell back, retreating into mist with eerie silence, leaving behind broken bodies and blood-soaked earth. A soldier stood, then another, then all of them, blades lifted high. "For Eston Vale," someone shouted. Another voice followed. "For Lord Thorn." The chant spread, rough, ragged, but real. In the firelight, one soldier passed his sword to another, his hand shaking too hard to grip it. The second man caught it without pause, stepped into the breach, and raised the blade high. It gleamed faintly where Velitha met blood. "They see us," he said. "Now they'll fear us." Thorn wiped blood from his brow, exhaling a breath that shook. Kael clapped his shoulder. "Not bad, Lord Commander." Thorn gave a tired smile. "Keep your compliments. I'd rather have food and sleep." The king arrived at dusk. He wandered through the aftermath, nodding to the wounded, kneeling at the dead. He found them cleaning their gear beside the main tent. Kael sat on an overturned shield, methodically wiping dried blood from his gauntlets. Thorn was crouched nearby, his blade resting across his knees, eyes unfocused as if trying to recall whether the fight had truly ended. Maris leaned against a splintered pole, arms crossed, but her gaze was fixed on the rows of makeshift stretchers near the healer's tent. Fergus fiddled with a broken amplifier, knuckles raw, lips pressed in a silent calculation he didn't share. No one spoke until they heard the king's boots in the gravel. "Well done," he said quietly. "You saw it. You endured it." Kael looked up. "We barely held." "That's more than some can say," the king replied, his voice lower now, his face unreadable in the tent's shadow. "I've walked 6 fronts in my lifetime. The ones that break are the ones that look away too soon. You didn't blink, that matters." "You held," the king replied. "That's enough, for today." He turned to Thorn. "The men follow you. They trust you. Use it." Thorn's jaw tightened. "What if I fail?" Silence lingered long enough to sting. Then the king sat beside him, groaning slightly as he lowered himself onto a crate. "Then fail as a man who stood his ground, not one who flinched. Your blood carries a name, but your choices carry more. These men aren't following your crest. They're following the way you refused to fall when the ground gave out." Thorn looked away. "And when it does again, then we pull each other out of the mud," the king said. "That's how kingdoms are built, not in marble halls, but in trenches." "Then fail loud enough to warn the others," the king said, his grin bitter but warm. "That's what leaders do." The night fell without stars. No celebration, no songs. Somewhere beyond the tree line, a single flame still flickered, one of the amplifiers, left behind in the mud, pulsing with stubborn light. Kael watched it until the mist swallowed it whole. No stars, no moon, but still. Fire, just silence, and a war still waiting. Chapter 48. The Skirmish at Dawn. Fragment CC6L58 from the Book of Ashen Silence, attributed to Seraphine the Listener. When frost clings to bone and morning forgets to rise, a whisper rides the horn's cry. Not all wars end in victory. Some only pause between screams. The flame that answers blood must burn clean or consume all. In the still breath before retreat, even the brave kneel, and the sun, ashamed, watches from behind the veil. The cold had teeth, not the kind that merely bit at fingers or chewed through wool, but the kind that lodged in your bones and whispered you'd never feel warm again. Frost clung to everything, the trees, the broken fence lines, even the armor. Kael gripped Garrick's spare sword tighter as he stared into the pale mist that rolled off the hills. His breath came in bursts, visible ghosts in the air. The silence was unnatural, as if the land itself was holding its breath. The village's outskirts had become a graveyard of effort. Burned wagons still smoldered beside shattered fence posts, piles of torn linen and bundled herbs. Last-minute triage kits sat abandoned in corners where volunteers had turned into soldiers. Chickens roamed freely between trenches, too confused or stubborn to flee. A few broken shovels lay scattered along the northern ditch, cracked handles revealing how ill-prepared the villagers had truly been. They stood in a crude defensive line along the frozen field. Eston Vale's soldiers, armored in scraped-together steel, Vel's Syrian guardsmen in faded tabards, and behind them, villagers, farmers, boys barely old enough to shave, men who looked like they'd never held a blade in their lives. women who refused to leave their homes behind. Some held rusted swords, others gripped shovels, axes, sharpened sticks. One held a kitchen cleaver wrapped in cloth. Thorn was beside him, one shoulder cloakless, the other torn, blood already drying on his sleeve. His grin was fierce, but hollow. "Son's hiding," he muttered, "probably smarter than us." Kael didn't respond. His eyes were fixed on the ridgeline. The mist made it hard to see more than 10 paces. Behind them, Fergus paced like a hunted thing, clutching his rune-etched staff. "It's the right idea," he muttered. "Sun staying away. Less light for blood spells to anchor." "You all right?" Kael asked over his shoulder. Fergus didn't answer right away. He stopped pacing and took a deep breath. "Not really." A sharp bark cut across the clearing. "Shields tight, eyes forward." It was Tobin, his gruff voice commanding attention. "They hit us like a storm. You break, and they run through your children next." The villagers tensed. One boy, no older than 14, dropped his pitchfork. Another man picked it up and placed it back into his hands without a word. Kael closed his eyes, inhaling deeply. Steel, smoke, fear. Then it came. A low horn cry from the ridge. No instrument Kael had ever heard. Bone, hollow, something primal. The kind of sound that made instinct scream, run. From the mist, they emerged. And then, shapes moved within the fog. No horns, no footsteps, just the mist retreating as if in fear. At first, they looked like statues drifting downhill. Silent, impassive, wrong. Then one tilted its head, and Kael saw the glint of its runes. Eyes, glassy and lidless, stared forward, unblinking. The stillness broke like a string snapping. They charged, the Zal. Blackened armor, faces like death masks. Their weapons shimmered with oily runes. They moved like a wave, coordinated, brutal, relentless. A Borgin caster strode behind them, wrapped in deep crimson robes, blood magic swirling from his outstretched hands like smoke come alive. The clash was deafening, steel on bone, screams swallowed by the cold. Kael moved like a man drowning, each motion labored, each breath raw in his lungs. A villager to his left fell with a choked gasp, clutching a wound that fountained red. Kael didn't stop. Couldn't. Not while men and women who had never seen war were dying in it. Kael saw the caster first. "Fergus," he shouted. "That one's yours." "I see him," Fergus replied, voice high but resolute. "I'll give it everything." He stepped forward, slamming his staff into the frozen earth. The runes burst to life, blue-white fire crackling outward in a rippling arc. The spell tore through the front ranks, slamming into the caster with a thunderclap. The blood mage stumbled, his robes charred, but then he straightened. His mouth twisted into a cruel grin as crimson light gathered in his hands. "Got his attention," Thorn shouted, already moving. "For Eston Vale." His sword rose. The line followed. Kael charged after him, Garrick's sword a weight in his arms. He barely registered the crunch of frost beneath his boots as he collided with a Zal warrior. The blow shuddered through his shoulders. He twisted, ducked a cleaver, then drove the blade into the soft gap between armor and rib. The Zal went down with a gargled snarl. Beside him, Thorn fought like fury-made flesh, blade arcing, blood spraying. His cloak burned away by magic fire, his face blackened with soot and blood. The lines clashed hard. Pitchforks slammed into plate. Rusted blades screeched against bone. Villagers screamed. Tobin roared commands no one could follow fast enough. Somewhere, someone was already dying. A boy, barely Bjorn's age, rushed forward, blade raised. A Zal axeman struck him down in a single blow. Kael's stomach twisted. Not again. Maris had vanished again. Kael caught glimpses of her through smoke, moving like a wraith. Her blade danced, flashing red gold as she defended a knot of villagers. At one point, she caught Azal's blade on her bracer, then gutted him with a savage twist. "Formations are collapsing," someone cried. Fergus ducked a hurled spear and hissed, "We need anchors. They're bleeding us one breach at a time." The caster loomed larger now, his hands glowing with red fire. Fergus struck again, another arc of spellfire slamming into him. The Borgine staggered, then laughed. A dry, corpse-crackling laugh, and raised both hands. The ground split. Blood tendrils erupted from the soil, whipping like serpents. One lashed Fergus's arm, and he screamed. Short, sharp, animal. The staff fell. Smoke rose from his blistering flesh. Kael grabbed him, dragging him behind a half-shattered tree. "Stay down," Kael barked, pressing cloth into the wound. "I'm not done," Fergus choked. "I can still cast." Fergus bit down on his scream, rage and shame flaring hotter than the burn. He had trained for this, had dreamed of being more than the odd alchemist with glass vials and clever words. And now, when it mattered most, he was on the ground, weak, broken. "I built the blade that was supposed to save them," he growled, breath shaking. "I will not be the one who breaks first. You're no good to us dead." "I'm no good sitting either," Fergus hissed, reaching with trembling fingers. Kael gritted his teeth. He needed a solution, fast. Thorn slid into cover beside them, gasping for air. "They're punching holes everywhere. We're not going to hold." Kael's eyes darted to the Velither shard at Thorn's waist. The stone pulsed, dim and hot. "Can you use it?" Kael asked, voice quiet. "The shard." Thorn looked down, his hand brushing the chain. "It might kill me, or worse." "It'll kill all of us if we don't," Kael said. Thorn hesitated. Then he tore the shard free. It scorched his palm even before it left the chain. The shard's glow deepened to a harsh gold white, casting no shadow but pulling light toward it like gravity. For a moment, the battlefield paused, Zal halting mid-step, the fog itself recoiling. The air smelled of lightning and ash, of old fires long buried. Thorn's voice echoed with something not entirely his as he raised the shard skyward and unleashed its fury. The light was blinding. A shockwave exploded outward, knocking Kael flat. Zal flew like ragdolls. The caster shrieked as the crimson glow around him cracked, then shattered. Thorn rose, eyes glowing molten gold. The shard's power coursed through him, veins like rivers of fire. He raised his hand and shouted something, ancient, powerful. A beam of energy surged forward, slamming into the caster. He screamed as his body unraveled, blood boiling, bones turning to dust. Silence followed. The Zal faltered. One turned, then another. The wave collapsed, retreating over the ridge in chaos. Tobin let out a guttural cry. "Push them! Push them back!" The countercharge began. What was left of the Estenvale line surged forward, screaming, wounded but alive. When the smoke cleared, the field lay still. Bodies everywhere. Smoke still rose from places it shouldn't. Blood steamed on the ice. The dead were young, old, brave, terrified. Kael helped Fergus to his feet, wrapping his arm tight in a fresh cloak strip. "You all right?" "I'll live," Fergus rasped. "That's enough for today." Thorn fell to his knees, the shard's light dim. He looked hollow, drained. "I used too much." "You saved us," Kael said quietly. Thorn gave a bitter laugh. "I don't feel like a savior." "Saviors don't," Kael murmured, his gaze on the bodies being dragged from the mud. "They just carry what's left after." The wind shifted, tugging at his cloak. Somewhere, a woman wept softly. Somewhere else, a soldier whispered a prayer for names he'd never know. This wasn't victory. It was survival bought with blood. And that was a different kind of cost. No one did. Tobin limped over, his face pale. "They'll regroup, be back by dusk. We have hours at best. Tobin wiped grime from his face, voice gravel thick. They don't care about land. They're probing, testing our breakpoints. That caster wasn't leading. He was watching, measuring us. Kael nodded slowly, the implications chilling. They'll come smarter next time. Aye, Tobin muttered, and with more teeth. The old soldier looked west, eyes bloodshot. If Velisaren doesn't move soon, we'll be burying cities instead of villages. Kael looked at what remained. Mothers rocking bloody bundles, fathers dragging bodies. The young boy lay still, sword still clutched in tiny fingers. We head west, Kael said, to Velisaren. Thorn nodded, wiping dried blood from his jaw. The king must see it for himself. No scroll, no scout report captures this. Maris stepped forward, eyes fierce. And we need more than swords. We need truth, the kind that bleeds. Fergus stood, still swaying slightly. Then let's carry it before it cools. The riders began to mount. The sun kept climbing, but warmth didn't follow. Tobin nodded. I'll give you 5 riders. They need to know what happened here. Kael walked to the center of the battlefield. He raised his sword, not in triumph, but tribute. The others followed, silent, blades lifted for the dead. The sun finally rose, distant, pale, cold. Its light fell upon the fallen, not as benediction, but as witness. Smoke still curled from frozen soil, curling around the small, stiffened hands of the boy Kael couldn't save. He stepped past him, pausing only to place Garrick's blade gently across the child's chest. You held, he whispered. Around him, others bowed, not in reverence, but in remembrance. There were no priests, no chants, only frost, ash, and a sky too silent to comfort. Somewhere behind them, a child sobbed for her mother. Kael didn't turn. They couldn't afford to. Not now. The moment they let the grief in, they'd never rise again. He looked at the pale sky, its light unable to touch the frost still clinging to the ground. Ride west, he said again, his voice a rasp, and pray we're not too late. They had won the dawn, but the day had only just begun. Chapter 49, Whispers of the Old Gods. Fragment CCCXLIX from the Book of Ashen Silence, attributed to Seraphine the Listener. In halls where silence outlives kings, truths sleep beneath the dust. Not all gods rise from worship. Some are born of forgetting, their names buried for fear they might answer. Beware the shard that sings, for it carries not salvation, but memory. And memory is the mouth through which old hungers speak. The towering stone walls of Velsaren's high archive exhaled cold silence. Candles guttered in iron sconces, casting amber light across vaulted ceilings and centuries-old dust. Scrolls stacked in orderly decay whispered of gods, wars, and truths forgotten too long. Kael stood in the hall's eastern wing, fingers still bandaged from the skirmish at Dawnfall Field. His armor was travel-worn, the scent of smoke still clinging to his cloak. The High Archive had never felt so haunted, not by ghosts, but by choices. Every footstep echoed like an accusation. Kael could almost see the weight of history pressing against the stone, unread pages waiting to punish the curious. Somewhere in the distance, a candle sputtered, its tiny flame guttering as though choking on the air. The others had followed him here under orders, but this visit wasn't commanded by a crown. It was compelled by something deeper, the kind of need that drove men to pray, even if they no longer believed. Thorn leaned against a marble pillar, arms crossed, an unreadable look shadowing his face. He looked comfortable in the library's gloom, as if something in the silence understood him. Behind him, Fergus moved with jittery energy, rifling through scroll cases like a man hunting for fire in a flood. We need to understand the Zal, Kael said finally, breaking the hush. His voice barely rose above a whisper, yet it filled the room. They're not just brutes in bone armor. There's something older, darker, guiding them. Thorn nodded, pulling a thick, leather-bound volume from a nearby shelf. Agreed. But this place is a maze of half-truths and dead gods. We could read until our hair turns white and still miss the truth. Fergus snorted as he pulled another scroll loose, unraveling it with impatient fingers. I'm still half convinced we'll find a footnote saying this was all just a dream a god once had while sleeping off a wine bender. Then, let's hope he doesn't wake up hungover, Thorn muttered. Eliana emerged from the gloom, her cloak trailing dust. She held a blackened tome wrapped in silver cord. The air around it hummed with faint magic. Then you'll want this, she said, offering the book to Kael. It wasn't meant to be opened. But nothing about this war was meant to happen either. Maris stepped forward before Kael could reach it, her hands reverent but unflinching. Let me. Her voice was quiet but firm, the only one among them who could navigate the ancient arcane script. She touched the book's cover and winced as it pulsed against her fingers. The lock melted away in a shimmer of old magic. She opened it. The pages inside were impossibly thin, ink faded to the edge of visibility. As she read, the text brightened under her touch, words reappearing like embers in a dying hearth. Fergus hovered, craning to see over her shoulder. That's not High Seric, he muttered. What language is that? Not one taught anymore, Maris murmured. It predates Seric. It predates everything. Kael stepped closer. Can you read it? Enough to know we've been blind. She turned the page slowly, the parchment crackling like bone. It speaks of an entity, unnamed, hidden, even from the oldest pantheon, a power so vast the gods themselves bound it beneath the earth. They didn't destroy it. They couldn't. Thorn frowned. What kind of gods can't destroy something? Ones who feared it would return through memory, not magic, she replied. Kael's mouth was dry. Does it have a name? Maris nodded slowly, tracing the faded glyphs. The Forgotten One, or the Sleeper Beneath. The air shifted. The candles nearest the table flickered, as if the archive itself disapproved. Somewhere in the deeper stacks, a scroll unrolled with a quiet hiss, untouched by human hands. Fergus glanced around uneasily. Feels like we said something we weren't supposed to, he said. We did, Maris whispered, and I think it heard. Its true name was erased from history by divine decree. Fergus rubbed his temple. That's why all our knowledge ends with the Firstborn War. Everything before that was scrubbed. Kael exhaled slowly. The Zal, are they its army? Maris's voice lowered to a whisper. No, they're its voice, its hands. They're not just followers, they're bound to it, part of it. When they kill, it feeds. Thorn stepped back from the table, eyes narrowed. You're saying the Zars serve a god that predates gods? Maris looked up, her face pale. Not serve, embody. Fergus let out a breathless laugh, devoid of humor. We're not fighting an army. We're standing in the path of a flood. Eliana had remained silent, her gaze locked on the text. She spoke now, her voice flat. What does it want? Kael didn't need Maris to answer. The word came to him like a whisper dragged from the void. Oblivion. Maris nodded. Not conquest, not kingdom, just silence. A return to the dark before light. A heavy silence fell. Kael broke it. What about the Velethar, the Shard, our blades? Are we arming ourselves with its tools? Eliana folded her arms, lips drawn thin. If every weapon we forge feeds the very hunger we fight, then we are bleeding ourselves for borrowed strength. Thorn's voice was steel. Borrowed or not, it's all that's stopping them. For now, Maris said. But what happens when the shard recognizes us as kin to its master? Maris turned the page, eyes flicking over lines of runes that bled blue ink. Velithar wasn't forged to seal it. It was forged from it. A sliver torn from the god's prison. It's a fragment of its essence, hardened, restrained, and deadly. Fergus took a step back. We've been putting this in swords. Maris nodded grimly. We're cutting them with their own god's blood. Fergus turned pale, his fingers trembling as he pulled a small shard from his satchel. It shimmered innocently in the archive's light, beautiful, inert. But now it felt like a sliver of something watching. We've been feeding this to children, he murmured, putting it into their hands like salvation. Thorn looked down at the shard on his chain. No wonder it burns. Thorn's expression was unreadable. So that's why it works. Kael swallowed hard. And the shard Thorn carries. Maris met his gaze. It's not a relic. It's a key. The Zal want it because it can unlock the rest. If they succeed, the prison fails, and what sleeps beneath wakes. Eliana stepped forward, her crown catching the low light. Where is it now? Maris pointed to a map unrolled across the table. Her finger traced a jagged line through the borderlands to a place unmarked by name. Here. It was called Korleth once, a temple buried in a sinkhole. The last of the old ones died there, holding the seal. The legends say the sinkhole wasn't natural, Maris continued. It was formed when the land itself collapsed, trying to bury what the gods couldn't kill, a wound in the world that never closed. Fergus looked over the map with fresh dread. And we're just going to walk in? No, Kael said. We're going to seal it, or die trying. Thorn straightened. Then that's where we go. Fergus frowned. You're thinking we destroy it? Kael nodded. Before they reach it, before they open whatever's sealed. Maris closed the book with a soft thump. It won't be undefended. Ashen, silent until now, finally spoke. The shard reacts to Thorn because he bears the blood. But proximity and purpose are not the same. The closer he grows to it, the more we risk awakening what lies beneath. So what? Thorn said, bristling. We just toss it into the ocean? Ashenvale shook his head. We walk a blade's edge, Lord Thorn, and your will must be sharper than the one at your hip. Kael looked at Eliana. We'll need supplies. A small team, fast and quiet. Eliana nodded. Take what you need. You leave at dawn. Kael turned away, jaw tight. A god older than time. An army bound to its will. And a kingdom teetering on the edge of a war it barely understood. As the others filtered out, Kael remained, staring at the map. His hand rested on the faded ink where Korleth would be. His voice, low and certain, echoed softly. We stop this, or nothing else will matter. The others had already begun to leave, their footsteps trailing into the dark, but Kael lingered, eyes fixed on the map's void. A breeze stirred the candle flame nearest him, though no door had opened. The shadows on the wall lengthened. For a breath, Kael swore he heard a voice, not with his ears, but behind them. A single word, carried by memory. Soon. He blinked. The candles stilled. Kael turned and followed the others out. Chapter 50. A Rift Among Allies. Fragment CCCL from the Book of Ashen Silence, attributed to Seraphine the Listener. When thrones grow quiet, listen not for the roar, but the rustle. Betrayal wears silk before it dons steel. The knives that cut deepest are drawn in council halls, not battlefields. And sometimes it is not the war that ruins the kingdom, but the ones who fear losing what peace cannot preserve. The grand hall of Vel Seren pulsed with tension. Stone columns soared like cathedral spires above nobles clad in silk and ambition. Candles guttered from crystal sconces, throwing fractured shadows across the gold-veined marble. Murmurs echoed like falling ash, thin and sharp as knives. At the center of it all sat Princess Eliana. She didn't fidget, didn't blink. Her gaze swept across the gathered peers of the realm with a calm so pointed it cut deeper than any outburst could. To her left, King Torrendalavar II reclined in his throne with the confidence of a lion too old to leap, but still willing to roar. His sardonic smirk tugged faintly as he studied the performance about to begin. Lord Halveth of House Velron rose smoothly, his silver hair oiled and gleaming like a blade unsheathed. His smile held all the warmth of frost. "Leadership in such times demands more than zeal," he said, each word enunciated with disdain. "It requires judgment honed by years, decades of service, not fervor." He didn't say Eliana's name. He didn't have to. A rustle of agreement swept the hall, measured nods, faint claps, narrowed eyes gauging reactions. Kael, posted along the chamber's perimeter beside Thorn, shifted his stance slightly. "They're circling," he murmured, "like wolves scenting weakness." Thorn's eyes never left the nobles. They've waited years for a crack in the wall. Now they think it's open season. Eliana's reply came like a dagger wrapped in velvet. "And yet it was the old hands who brought us to this precipice. Shall we continue trusting the mapmakers who charted the course to ruin?" The court shivered, not with cold, but with recognition. Lady Sareth of House Telenus, draped in violet and pearls, stepped forward with a practiced smile. "No one questions your courage, Princess, but courage must be tempered by counsel. A blade without a scabbard cuts friend as easily as foe." Eliana stood. The motion was slow, deliberate. Her voice was calm but steeled. "And a scabbard without a blade is just an ornament. This war isn't ornamental. We're bleeding, dying, fracturing. If the realm's unity breaks, we fall, and not to the Zal, but to our own cowardice." A ripple of silence. King Torrhen's chuckle broke the stillness like a bell-tolling war. "My daughter wields her tongue as I once wielded my sword. Keep sharpening it, Eliana. You'll need both." The council moved on. Trade routes, field reports, fleet shortages. But the rift had deepened. Every nod, every folded hand carried weight. The veneer of civility barely covered the cracks forming beneath. Later, as torches lit the halls, Kael found Thorn on the eastern ramparts, silhouetted against a fading sun. His cloak flared in the wind. Below, Velserin spread wide and grey, slate rooftops like broken teeth against the twilight. "You're brooding," Kael said, folding his arms against the cold. Thorn didn't turn. "I'm calculating, trying to guess how many of these people will curse my name by week's end. You didn't ask for this. Doesn't change a thing." Thorn's voice was quiet. "They don't see me, just a symbol, a banner for Eliana's rebellion, or a threat to their legacy." "You're not a king," Kael said. "You're a shield. We need that more than crowns." Thorn's laugh was low and bitter. Try telling that to a hall of men measuring thrones. Elsewhere in the keep, Maris faced her own trial by words. She stood in a side chamber, lit only by oil lamps and veiled in tent. Across the polished table sat Lord Halveth Velron and Lady Sareth, flanked by aides in embroidered silence. Sareth's voice dripped with condescension. "You're not a tactician, Lady Maris. You're an archivist, a scholar. Surely you see how overreach risks lives." Maris didn't flinch. Desperation often breeds innovation. Or would you rather wait until the Zal are feasting in your vineyards? Halveth leaned in. "And what exactly do you suggest we do, Lady Maris? Channel fire magic into wheat stores? Distill war machines from old nursery rhymes?" Maris smiled without warmth. "I suggest you stop treating survival as beneath your dignity. The last time a noble clung to pride over progress, we lost the Western Front." A beat of silence. Then Halveth rose, brushing invisible dust from his sleeve. This war has made fools of many. I pray it doesn't claim you next." They left without ceremony, but something in their exit unsettled her. Not arrogance, not contempt. It was too calculated, like a plan already in motion. In the winding servant corridors, Fergus crouched behind a velvet-draped tapestry. 2 stewards passed nearby, their whispers hurried. Velron's envoy rode east again, not on official business. "Zal territory?" the second asked. "Near enough. Didn't bring guards, just coin." Fergus's stomach sank. He bolted, robes flapping as he sprinted for the war chamber. He didn't knock. Kael caught him mid-breath. "Fergus?" "Spotted Velron's man riding east." Fergus gasped. "No escort, just a purse full of gold in a secret route." Eliana stood slowly. "You're sure?" "Heard it myself," Fergus said. "They're trading something. Maybe weapons, maybe silence." Maris arrived seconds later, expression grim. "We need to act. But if we bring this before the council, without proof, they'll tear us apart." "Then we find proof," Kael said, already moving. The next morning, Kael, Thorn, and a scout named Delon rode east under pretense of inspecting a supply line. They returned after sunset, horses lathered, eyes hard. Kael tossed a bundle onto the war table. Inside, correspondence. Letters bearing House Velron's seal, coded but obvious in intent. Promises, payments, the mark of the Zao. Eliana didn't hesitate. "Call the council." That evening, the nobles assembled in the grand hall once more. Eliana stood, scroll in hand, eyes fierce. "These letters were recovered near the Glimmerpath Road," she said. "Their contents suggest treason, dealings with the enemy." Gasps, a few scoffs. Lord Halveth stood, outraged. "Fabricated slander," he barked. "Scrawls and forged seals?" Tauren, for once, did not smirk. "Speak carefully, Halveth." Thorn stepped forward. "Your seal was on a Zale arrow found in a soldier's back." Halveth's eyes widened, then narrowed. "Proof built on the backs of mercenaries and mages? This is madness." Maris produced the letters. "We've already translated the code. Your steward signed one, by name." Sareth's mouth opened, then closed. She turned away. Velron lunged for the letters. Kael intercepted him, blade drawn. The room exploded in shouting. Only Tauren's voice cut through. "Enough!" Silence. He rose. "The realm stands on a blade's edge. Betrayal, no matter how veiled, is a rot. If these letters hold truth, House Velron will answer for it." Eliana nodded. "You'll have your inquiry, but the realm will see justice." That night, rain lashed the city walls. Eliana stood at her balcony, watching the storm sweep over the distant fields. Kael joined her. "We've broken the silence," he said. "They'll come harder now." "We'll meet them," Eliana replied. "Steel for steel, truth for lies." Thorn stood alone in the shadows behind them, cloak soaked, fingers tightening on his sword hilt. No more hiding, no more hesitation. If Velron's rot ran deeper, they would cut it out, root and stem. The Zal would come with bone and fire, the traitors with poison and whispers. But the realm had chosen its blade, and it was ready to strike. Chapter 51. The Gathering Storm. Fragment CC Clearlie, from the Book of Ashen Silence, attributed to Seraphine the Listener. Before the tempest, the world forgets how to breathe. The young hold blades too heavy, the old whisper truths too late. But storms do not strike for justice. They strike because silence dared to resist. And yet, some cliffs stand not to defy the sea, but to remember that not all can be washed away. Vel Seren's scarred courtyard rang with the sound of steel striking steel, the clangs echoing like war drums against the stone towers. Soot Street soldiers,
Farmers turned fighters and half-trained recruits moved in sloppy formations under the watchful eyes of grizzled commanders. Steam rose from the forges, from breath, from skin heated by exertion. Smoke curled from magical sigils drawn in chalk and burned into ash by novice spells gone awry. Kael stood on the edge of the chaos, arms crossed, brow furrowed. He watched a boy no older than 15 struggle to lift a shield too wide for his shoulders. Another recruit dropped a spear, only to be bellowed at by Tobin, whose gravel-laced voice cut through the cold air like a war horn. A woman in mismatched armor fumbled through a sword form, her arm too stiff, her knees too locked. A commander adjusted her stance with a grunt and a shove, muttering, "You don't win fights by standing like a statue." Nearby, a pair of boys sparred clumsily with wooden swords, neither noticing the blood trickling from their cracked knuckles. Every blow in the courtyard seemed like a question asked without hope of an answer. "They'll crumble if the Zal strike too soon," Kael said, his tone edged with quiet dread. Tobin grunted, squinting toward the horizon where storm clouds coiled like dragons in sleep. "They'll hold when it counts. They've got no other path." He spat into the mud. "Nor do we." Kael's voice lowered, more to himself than to Tobin. "What if this isn't the battle that matters? What if it's the one after, or the one they don't expect?" Tobin scratched at his beard. "Then we bleed in this mud to buy time for someone else to ask that question. That's what war is now." Kael didn't respond. Words like choice and hope felt worn thin, like broken sword hilts. They were past those illusions now. Across the courtyard, Thorn barked commands at a line of swordsmen. His hair was damp with sweat, his voice ragged from hours of drilling. "Again, quicker! The Zal won't pause for your lungs to catch up." By the fountain, Maris moved among the circle of mages, distributing scrolls and incantations like a battlefield surgeon doling out triage. A few saluted her, others averted their eyes, none questioned her. Above them all, Princess Eliana stood on the keep's high steps, her crimson cloak billowing like a banner of defiance. Her hands were clasped, her expression carved from stone. She watched everything, the failure, the improvement, the desperation, and said nothing. "She's tougher than she seems," Tobin said, tracking Kael's gaze. "She's had to become iron," Kael replied. "Soft doesn't survive this long." The wind shifted. It carried the low thrum of enchantment from the mage lines, energy sparking along runes, woven into swords and armor. The air stank of scorched iron and burning cloth. Magic burned hot, and the forge of war burned hotter. A horn call broke the rhythm of the yard for a moment. Just a test, but half the recruits flinched. Kael noticed. So did the veterans. One grizzled spearman muttered, "They're green saplings in a storm. Let's pray they don't snap before they burn." Kael left the yard and climbed the spiral stair to the old watchtower, now Fergus's workshop. The door was cracked open, and something inside flickered with blue fire. "Fergus?" Kael called, stepping inside. The moment he crossed the threshold, a burst of arcane light exploded across the room, casting jagged shadows. Kael ducked instinctively as a pulse of pressure rolled over him. Glass fragments glittered in the air like frozen sparks. A shelf collapsed behind Fergus, raining down rolled schematics and half-melted brass components. The room smelled of singed vellum and burned rosemary, a warding spell gone awry by the look of the blackened talismans nailed above the window. "Nearly cracked it that time," Fergus said, coughing through the haze. His hair stuck up in singed clumps, his robes were scorched around the sleeves, and a thin stream of smoke rose from the singed edge of his desk. Kael blinked, stepping over a charred stool and 2 broken glass vials. "Cracked what, exactly?" Fergus grinned, holding up a Velithar shard that pulsed faintly with inner light. "These aren't just magical conduits, they amplify." Fergus's eyes burned with sleepless intensity, rimmed red and shadowed. I thought they just focused energy, but this is more. They resonate with memory, with will. One mage poured grief into it, and it cracked the floor open like a siege bolt. Kael frowned. You're saying it mirrors emotion? Fergus nodded. And multiplies it. You feel fear. It magnifies it. You feel resolve. It becomes iron. It's beautiful and dangerous. If I can funnel spells through them without destroying the caster, we could field mages who fight like siege weapons. That doesn't sound safe, Kael said. Nothing worth doing ever is, Fergus replied. I could hear that explosion in the courtyard, Maris said, appearing in the doorway, arms crossed. Her expression was not amused. You just blew the door off its hinges. She stepped around a bubbling alchemical pool, her gaze catching on the flickering shadows etched into the stone by Velithar's glow. The shard we gave Thorn nearly burned through his ribs. This room's already full of ghosts. A minor hole, Fergus said, brushing ash from his sleeve. I'm making progress. You're going to kill yourself before the Zal get the chance, she snapped. Kael held up a hand. Enough. We need every edge we can get. But we also need you alive, Fergus. Don't push past your limits. Fergus nodded reluctantly. I'll test smaller bursts, controlled applications. Maris didn't look satisfied. You're playing with something volatile. Velithar resonates with emotion. You channel it wrong, and it'll burn you from the inside out. Which is why we have to learn to master it, Fergus insisted, before the Zal master it first. A horn blared from the gates, shrill, urgent, not a drill. All three of them went still. Kael's jaw tightened. That's not routine. They reached the war chamber in minutes. Generals clustered over maps. Nobles whispered furiously behind fans. Eliana stood at the center, flanked by Thorn and Tobin. The atmosphere had curdled into something dark, tight, and ready to snap. Wax dripped in long stalactites from the chandeliers overhead. The heat of too many bodies made the air thick with breath and fear. Every movement in the chamber felt loaded. Map markers clattered like dropped coins. Boots squeaked against the worn floor with undue sharpness, and a scribe's quill snapped in two under trembling fingers. Thorn turned as they entered. Scouts report a Zal army, double the size of the last force, marching in two columns, east and south, days away. And they're not using roads anymore, Thorn added. They're cutting straight through old territories, ones we abandoned after the Firstborn War. Ashenvale stepped into the room, face ashen, staff clutched like a crutch. They're walking sacred ground, the kind even the gods forgot on purpose. They're not just marching, Tobin said, pointing to a map. The scouts say the ground trembles as they move. Something's coming with them. Something older. Kael and Thorn exchanged a glance. Not just an army, a herald. Eliana laid a hand on the map, pressing her finger against Vel Serin. If they reach the capital, the gates won't hold. This is where we stand, or fall. The heavy doors creaked open. Two guards entered, dragging a cloaked figure between them. Their faces were pale. "My lady," one said, struggling to steady the trembling man. He demanded to speak, said the gods sent him. The figure lowered his hood. The torches flickered unnaturally, as if shrinking from him. His face was long and angular, the skin smooth like marble, but wrong, too smooth, as if carved by a hand that didn't understand humanity. His eyes glimmered with starlight, not reflected light, internal. The light cast from his gaze made strange shadows across the walls, elongated, fractured, bending away from torchlight instead of into it. Those nearest to him recoiled instinctively, their skin prickling with the sensation of falling, though their feet never moved. "I speak for the old gods," he said. Weapons half drew, Magic sparked across the fingertips of mages lining the room.
I bring their terms.
Eliana didn't blink.
Speak them. His voice was velvet over broken glass. Surrender. Abandon your defenses. Let the old order return. In exchange, you will be spared. You will be elevated. Kael took a step forward, his voice steady. What if we decline?
The emissary's smile didn't reach his eyes.
Then you will be erased,
as the others were. Your cities will burn, your gods will be forgotten, your bloodlines scattered to dust. Tobin's hand went to his sword.
You think we fear death?
You should, the emissary said. This isn't death. This is erasure. A court mage behind Eliana gagged suddenly, dropping his staff. The glow from his runes flickered out like a candle snuffed mid-prayer. Another whispered a prayer to gods they hadn't served in decades. Maris stepped beside Kael. You fear us enough to offer terms. That tells me everything. The emissary inclined his head. Even the fiercest tide respects the cliff before it crashes through it. He turned and walked out. The doors closed without touch. No wind stirred, no hand moved. When he was gone, no one spoke for a long time. Finally, Eliana said, "Prepare every blade, every mage. The storm is here." Her hands trembled, but she didn't hide them. She let the court see, let the soldiers see, that resolve wasn't born of fearlessness. It was born of choosing to rise despite it. That night, as the fire crackled in the war room, the weight of silence settled over them. Thorn stared into the flames. What if we can't win?
Then we make them pay dearly, Kael said.
Not just the Zal, Fergus added, his voice rough. The gods, the thing behind them, whatever stirs below. Maris looked at her palms, the faint shimmer of Velithar tracing her veins. We fight, because if we don't, they rewrite the world, in their image. Eliana rose, her voice low but full of iron. Then let history remember we stood, not for glory, but because no one else would. They nodded. The gathering storm would not wait, and neither would they. Chapter 52. The Battle of Broken Hills. Fragment CCCLI from the Book of Ashen Silence, recovered near the ruins of Goylton, where walls were carved from ruin and resolve. The sky split not with lightning, but with grief. Ash walked on two legs, spoke in the voice of gods long dead, and dared to name itself salvation. But even the hollow flame can be defied, when men remember not why they fight, but who they cannot afford to lose. Goylton Fortress had never been beautiful. Perched atop the jagged spine of the broken hills, it was a battered relic of stone and steel, its towers uneven, its walls pitted by old siege marks, its flag faded to a tatter of red and bronze. But it stood, and for now that was enough. The wind screamed between the towers, dragging with it the bitter scent of snow and rot. Soldiers tightened cloaks around their shoulders. A child passed along the edge of the wall, no more than 10, helping her father fasten makeshift armor over a splintered breastplate. There were no songs in the yard, no idle chatter, just the scrape of steel, the clatter of hooves, and the brittle quiet that settles before a storm knows where to strike. Kael stomped across the inner yard, gauntleted hand slamming down on a crate of weapons still slick with forge oil. "We can't prepare fast enough for what's coming," he said, frustration sharp in his voice. "Half these blades are unsharpened. Some aren't even balanced." He glanced toward the north wall, where a line of conscripts drilled without conviction. One dropped his pike, another flinched at a sparring tap. They weren't soldiers, they were survivors with weapons. Kael felt the eyes of 24 pairs on him, some desperate, others angry. They didn't need orders, they needed a reason not to run.
Fergus knelt nearby, drawing runes in the frozen dirt with a half-charred stick. His hands were ink-stained, raw from spellcasting and experimentation. "A decade wouldn't be enough," he muttered. "And we don't have days." Thorn marched past them, his cloak whipping in the wind, barking orders to sergeants struggling to turn frightened farmers and broken veterans into something resembling a shield wall. His voice was hoarse from too many sleepless nights, too many names he couldn't forget. Maris stood with a tattered ledger, fingers trembling as she flipped through supply reports. "We're short on everything: arrows, rations, healers. Some of our wards are unraveling already. The enchantments won't last if another wave hits tonight." Her voice broke slightly on the last word, and she looked down at her hands, ink-smudged, trembling. She had redrawn the same ward twice that morning, not because it had failed, but because she couldn't bear the silence that came with stopping. If she stopped, she'd hear their names again, the ones who didn't make it past the last ridge. "Focus on what keeps us breathing," Eliana snapped from atop the battlements. She wore no crown today, only leather armor and a soldier's cloak, wind tugging at her braid. "Luxuries can wait. Reinforce the gates. Get those runes redrawn. If we break here, it ends." The fortress was a drumbeat away from collapse. Then the drums stopped. A silence settled over the courtyard. Not peace, but pause. The kind of stillness that made ravens shift in place and soldiers lower their voices to whispers. Somewhere beyond the walls, a distant boom echoed, too faint to mark, too deep to be thunder. It felt like the world was bracing for a breath that would never come. A messenger staggered through the gates, one arm hanging limp, his cloak soaked with blood. He collapsed in the courtyard, mouth open but no sound escaping. Kael and Thorn rushed forward. Fergus pulled open a satchel, reaching for tinctures. Maris knelt beside the man, pressing fingers to his throat. A pulse. Barely. The man's lips cracked. "Eastern Front. Gone," he croaked. "One blast. 5,000. He coughed, blood flecking his lips. "The king. Wounded. Alive. Rear guard. Estenvale." He sagged, breath failing. Kael caught him as he dropped. "Estenvale's rear guard," he echoed, numb. Thorn's voice broke. 9,000 men. My men. Eliana had descended from the battlements, her jaw tight. "He's still alive," she said quietly. "But not for long if we don't act." "We ride," Thorn said instantly, already turning toward the gate. "We bring them back." Eliana's voice cracked like a whip. "You don't get to throw lives away for pride. Not again." Thorn turned, his eyes ablaze. "They're not numbers on a report. They're brothers. If you'd fought with them..." Kael stepped between them. "Enough." His voice was calm, but iron hard. "We find a way, but we move smart." For once, Thorn didn't argue. They rode at dawn. The wind cut like a knife, frost crunching beneath hooves, banners snapping in protest. The cold was cruel, but not as cruel as what waited beyond the next ridge. The hills were slick, with half-melted snow, horses slipping more than once on black ice hidden beneath dead leaves. Riders spoke in hushed tones, if at all. Kael noticed one of the Estenvale guards silently tracing a glyph on the hilt of his sword, a warding prayer he hadn't been taught, just inherited. Maris's breath formed short clouds in the air, her eyes locked on the horizon, like she was trying to read a script written in storm fronts and snowfall. Kael rode beside Fergus and Maris, the three of them scanning the skies for spellfire or worse. Eliana led a second column, her elite guards in lockstep behind her. No drums, no banners, just resolve. The terrain grew crueler. Trees stripped of bark stood like jagged bones, and black birds wheeled overhead, drawn by the scent of something not yet dead. Magic pulsed faintly from the east, subtle but persistent, a vibration in the teeth, a twitch in the fingertips. Kael's horse stamped and snorted, and he tightened the reins. Something ahead was wrong. Velithar, blades are the only reason Estenvale's still holding, Fergus said. I watched them carve through plate like cloth. If the gods themselves descend, Kael murmured, we'll carve through them too. Maris rode ahead, the worn book of Zal glyphs clutched to her chest like a shield. If the sorcerer is still with them, he'll try again. We need to reach them first. If we're too late, Eliana said, her voice like flint. The battlefield was a scar on the earth. They saw it from the next ridge, a bowl-shaped valley where the last of Estenvale's army had formed a ragged crescent around a rise. Their Velithar blades glowed in the dim light, a wall of fire and steel holding back an endless tide of Zal. The snow was red and steaming. Screams carried faintly across the wind. By the gods, Kael breathed. The valley looked like it had been chewed by giants and left to rot. Craters pockmarked the earth, some still smoking. Torn banners clung to broken staves. Limbs jutted from the mud like drowned roots. But amid the ruin, flickers of defiance. Velithar steel catching light, soldiers with backs against each other, refusing to yield. We're not too late, Thorn said, and kicked his horse into a charge. Sound the horns, Eliana called. Archers to the ridges, cavalry on the flank. Go! The charge was thunder and fury. The sound was unbearable. Steel screaming against bone, men howling in rage or agony, the thunder of hooves mixing with the sickening crunch of impact. Kael couldn't think, only move. Every heartbeat was another enemy, another friend falling. A soldier to his left caught a Zal axe in the chest and went down without a word. To his right, a woman drove a spear through a beast's eye, her scream echoing louder than the horns. Kael's sword struck first, driving into a Zal's side. Beside him, Thorn carved a brutal path, shouting for Estenvale as his men rallied to his voice. Fergus hurled fire and stone from horseback, while Maris rode low, leaping from her mount to conjure a protective ward over a fallen Estenvale squad. "Hold the ridge!" Kael shouted. "Get them out!" Eliana rode like a storm, cutting down 2 Zal with surgical precision. Her guards followed, pushing into the breach. Together, they broke through. 8,000 Estenvale survivors stumbled free from the encirclement, bloodied and limping. Some wept, some screamed, some simply stared. Kael found Thorn kneeling over a captain, dead, his hand still clutching a broken blade. "You held," Kael said softly. Thorn's knuckles were white where they gripped the man's shoulder, even as the body had long since gone cold. Around them, Estenvale's survivors were dropping to their knees, not to pray, but because they simply couldn't stand anymore. Some wept into bloodied gauntlets, others sat blank-eyed, their minds still fighting battles their bodies had survived. One man was singing, a lullaby, cracked and off-key, to a comrade who would never wake again. "We bled," Thorn whispered, "but we held." Snow began to fall again, lightly this time, covering the carnage in soft white. A false peace. Kael looked up, watching the flakes swirl in the grey light, and for a heartbeat, he allowed himself to believe it was done, that they had won something permanent. Then the wind died, the birds vanished, and the air thickened with magic. But it wasn't over. As they turned toward the road to Goyleton, the snow stilled, the wind died, and the sorcerer arrived. He didn't walk, he glided, clad in robes black as void, his body veined with burning glyphs, his eyes glowing violet like twin moons gone wrong. Runes hovered in the air around him, spinning in slow circles. "Flee!" he called, his voice carried on no wind. "Flee, little things. Die tired." As he spoke, the light dimmed unnaturally, as if the sun itself recoiled from his words. The ground beneath his feet didn't stir. He left no footprints. The sigils orbiting him turned slowly, bleeding sparks, and in their patterns, Kael saw glimpses of things he couldn't name, shapes that didn't belong to this world. The men around him flinched, even hardened veterans. No one had the breath to speak. Fergus stepped forward. That's the one, the caster who wiped the eastern front. Kael drew his sword. He doesn't leave. Maris grabbed Fergus's sleeve. We can't take him, not with conventional magic, not like this. Fergus tore his arm free. Not conventional. I brought the amplifier. Maris's eyes widened. You haven't tested it. You don't know. I know enough. He turned to Kael. Buy me 30 seconds. Kael nodded. You'll have 40. Fergus dismounted and dropped to one knee. He pulled the Velither amplifier, a crystalline spike bound with copper wire, and slammed it into the socket on his staff. The sorcerer raised his hand. The earth cracked. Fire spilled through the cracks like blood. Now, Fergus! Kael shouted, cutting down a charging Zal. Fergus lifted his staff, eyes blazing. This is for the east, he growled. The spell detonated like a sunrise. The blast turned night to noon for the space of a heartbeat. The wind vanished in the backlash, and the front line staggered as if struck by thunder itself. Kael's ears rang. Steam hissed from cracks in the earth, and for a moment the world was nothing but light and fury. The Zal nearest the caster fell screaming, their armor bubbling, runes snapping like brittle branches. When the brightness faded, a silence fell that felt like the world had forgotten how to breathe. A beam of searing blue carved the sky, slicing through the sorcerer's chest. The scream he gave was not human. It split the air, the earth, the minds of everyone who heard it. The runes collapsed, his body vaporized, and Fergus collapsed with him. Maris was at his side in seconds. "Fergus!" he groaned, blinking slowly. "Am I dead?" She slapped him. "Don't you ever do that again." Then she kissed him, not out of passion, but desperation, love forged in fire. When she pulled back, Fergus smiled. Totally worth it. The march back to Goylton was slow, grim, and cold. Every step felt heavier than the last. The wounded leaned on comrades or makeshift crutches. Horses, overburdened and blood-flecked, plodded silently beside them. They left behind more than just the dead. They left a piece of themselves in that valley, some vital thread cut by fire and grief. For many, this was the first time they had survived a battle, and the first time they truly understood what survival cost. They carried their dead in silence. Kael walked near the rear, close to the stretcher bearing a boy who had once trained with him back in Eston Vale. He couldn't remember the boy's name, just that he had a nervous laugh and always polished his boots. Now those boots were blood-caked and still. Kael didn't speak. He just kept walking. Talking felt like betrayal. Every face they passed looked older, more hollow. On the battlements that night, Kael stood with Eliana, Thorn, Maris, and Fergus wrapped in blankets and bandages. They stared east. The horizon pulsed with eerie light, sickly and constant, like veins beneath bruised skin. Far beyond the line of hills, something moved in the dark. Not soldiers, not machines. A rhythm, a breathing. The land itself seemed to tilt forward, expectant, as if the ground had joined the war. Black banners flew in the distance, Zal's sigils flapping against the dusk. A storm of bodies and bone, and behind it something stirred beneath the hills, something waking. The sorcerer was just the first, Eliana said. Thorn clenched his jaw. Then we bury the next one deeper. Maris glanced at Kael. The gods are coming. Kael's grip tightened on his belt, where Garrick's old sigil still hung. His voice was low but resolute. Then they'll learn what happens when they take too much. We're done burying the ones we love. His eyes never left the darkness. Now we make them bleed. Let them, Kael said. We'll be ready. Below them, The fortress burned torches into the darkness. War was no longer approaching, it had arrived. Chapter 53. Shattered Bonds. Excerpt CCLX5 from the Whispered Reckonings of Seraphine the Listener, transcribed beneath the Chapel of Silence. In the wake of fire and fractured oaths, silence can feel like mercy, but beware its law. For in quiet halls where grief is etched deeper than blade or brand, the gods do not speak, they listen. And where faith falters, old debts stir. Not all bonds are meant to hold. Some must break, so truth may pass through the cracks. Goyleton Fortress lay cloaked in a stifling silence, heavy as a shroud over a kingdom scarred and weary. The night blurred with the living, the dead, and those caught in between. Tents sprouted across the stone courtyard, reeking of blood, sweat, and dread, yet a stillness held sway. Even the wind seemed to pause, yet in that hush, the world felt poised, like a breath held before a scream. Somewhere, a door creaked open and closed, the sound swallowed by the stone. The ravens had stopped circling at dawn. Now they simply watched, still and silent atop broken battlements, black eyes catching light without reflecting it back. A crow picked at something unrecognizable near the eastern wall, hopping between discarded helmets and torn satchels. The banner of Goyleton lay crumpled in a ditch, muddied and torn, its hawk emblem barely visible beneath dried blood. Somewhere nearby, a soldier was softly singing a lullaby in a cracked voice, as if trying to lull the dead to sleep. The scent of char and decay lingered, sinking into the stone like a curse. Kael stood alone on the fortress walls, dawn's first rays piercing bleak clouds, casting light on the wreckage below. His gaze swept the remnants of their army, wounded soldiers, hollow-eyed, hauling barricades or whispering in grief-stricken clusters. They had fought fiercely, but the cost gnawed at him. He thought of his father, Kaelric, how he might have stood on this wall, arms folded, jaws set, weighing the harvest against the storm. Cinderfeld had never known war, not like this. The quiet fields, the sweet tobacco scent at dusk, it all felt like a dream someone else had lived. He clenched the stone edge of the wall, willing the memory away. What use was peace when no one could remember its shape? He remembered teaching Cassie to balance on the fence line, her arms outstretched like wings, her laughter bright enough to carry across the fields. That sound seemed impossibly distant now, like a relic of another age. Would children still laugh after all this? Would any of them remember how? Smoke still rose from the half-collapsed barracks. Burnt timbers jutted from stone like broken ribs. In the yard, a soldier sat cross-legged beside a makeshift pyre, whispering names into the flames. Near the well, two healers argued in hushed tones over dwindling salves. A pair of recruits, no older than 16, scrubbed blood from their boots with rags that were already red. Eliana approached, her steps deliberate despite days without sleep. A fierce resolve burned in her eyes, unyielding. "Do you ever question what we've paid for this?" Kael asked, voice raw, etched with too many losses. Eliana didn't answer at first. Her gaze had fixed on a boy no older than 15, dragging a broken spear across the cobbles. He stopped beside the pyre, stood a moment, then laid the splintered shaft atop the embers. Her throat tightened. That boy might have grown up a scribe or a shepherd, but now he would carry this day, carved into him like a brand. Her mouth pressed into a tight line as she looked down over the courtyard. For a heartbeat, her fingers twitched at her side, curling into a fist before relaxing again. "We had no other path," she said finally. "Their deaths can't be for nothing." A scream echoed faintly from the southern wing, hoarse, broken, quickly muffled. Eliana didn't flinch. She'd heard too many like it. Each one carved a tally into her bones. She didn't know how many she could carry before she too buckled beneath them. Kael's gaze met hers, unreadable but heavy with shared understanding. Words weren't needed.
The price of leadership bound them both. The weight of shared burden hung in the air between them. They had stood shoulder to shoulder in strategy halls and on bloodied soil, but this silence, this recognition, felt deeper than any oath. For all their different origins, they now carried the same war. The chapel's stained glass was cracked in half a dozen places, and soot-blackened candles flickered weakly on the altar. Where once hymns had echoed, only the creak of ancient wood and the ghost sigh of wind remained. The saints in the mural above wept from fractured eyes. Inside, Thorn sat alone, hunched, his armor still crusted with his comrade's blood. The tattered Eston Vale banner lay in his trembling hands, once a symbol of pride, now a requiem for the fallen. Behind him, a pew had splintered under a falling beam. He hadn't bothered to move it. The ruin suited the silence. Dust motes floated in the air like ash from a forgotten fire. Once, he might have whispered a prayer here. Now, the words wouldn't come. Or maybe they had, and the gods hadn't listened. His mind churned. Each death, each scream, the sorcerer's devastating blast. He'd failed them, promised victory but delivered graves. He squeezed the banner in his fists until the fabric bled between his knuckles. Behind his eyes, flashes of the boy with a spear too long for his arm, the sergeant crushed beneath a Zal hammer, the captain who died whispering his child's name. Thorn had remembered every face, and hated himself for it. Kael's soft steps broke the silence. His armor bore enemy blood, but his eyes carried a deeper wound, strength frayed by shared loss. "Thorn," Kael said, voice gentle but firm, "your men need you." Thorn stared at the banner, unmoving. "What use is a leader who delivers his people to slaughter?" he said, voice thick with self-loathing. "You gave them a chance," Kael said, stepping closer. "This fight isn't done. Your men trust you. Don't turn away now." Thorn's face twisted, grief raw. "I led them to die, Kael. How do I bear that?" Kael knelt beside him, hands steady on his shoulder. "We carry it together. You're not alone in this." Thorn laughed once, dry, bitter. "You remember that barn, first skirmish outside Drossfield? We thought we were heroes." Kael nodded. "We were fools, but we bled anyway." "Merrick used to sing before a charge," Thorn said. "Off-key, drove the scouts mad. He died humming the same cursed tune." Kael bowed his head. "Then he went as he lived, brave and infuriating. And here we are again, still bleeding," Kael said, "but not broken." Thorn's jaw tightened, tears brimming but unshed. Silence stretched, broken only by distant clatter in the courtyard. The infirmary was thick with the scent of blood, poultices, and bitter alchemy. Cots lined the stone walls like coffins waiting for use. Here, voices were hushed not out of reverence, but exhaustion. A girl no older than 16 wept softly in the far corner, cradling a shattered hand wrapped in linen. Maris sat by Fergus's bedside, fingers brushing his bandages. She'd been furious at his reckless use of the Velethar shard to fell the sorcerer. Dangerous, near fatal. Yet her anger had softened into something deeper. She watched his chest rise and fall with agonizing slowness, each breath a question she didn't want answered. Her hand hovered over his, not yet touching, as if physical contact might snap the fragile thread that tethered him to the world. She hadn't wept in years, not since her sister was taken, but now tears rimmed her lashes and refused to fall. Fergus stirred, eyes fluttering open, groggy. His body felt leaden, head throbbing. "Maris," he rasped, voice faint. "What went wrong?" Her gaze softened as she leaned closer, smoothing hair from his brow. "You pushed too far, Fergus. You nearly didn't make it." He blinked, piecing it together. "Had to stop him." "I know," she said, voice low, hands trembling as she adjusted his bandages. She hated how fragile he looked,
so unlike the boy who'd once joked about distillation pressure while their roof caved in. Maris had memorized his voice, the cadence of his laugh, the heat of his hand when he forgot to let go. And now, that same hand barely twitched beneath hers. "But don't risk yourself like that again, please." He managed a weak smirk, wincing. "You're upset." "I'm scared," she said, voice cracking, her hand gripping his. "I can't lose you too." Their eyes locked, unspoken weight passing between them. Then, impulsively, she leaned in, kissing him. Soft at first, then fierce, a tether against the chaos. Outside the infirmary, someone shouted for clean water. Another called out names that would never answer. The fortress did not sleep. But for one breathless moment, inside these walls, they did not grieve alone. When they parted, Maris's eyes glistened, Fergus's breath shaky. "I'll be careful," he murmured, emotion thickening his voice. "Swear it." Eliana had spent hours in the war council, the air thick with discord. Commanders urged retreat, but she stood firm, the kingdom's survival resting on her shoulders. "The odds are grim," she said, voice unwavering, "but fear can't shape our path. Courage isn't born from numbers," she continued, steady. "It's forged from what we refuse to surrender." Her voice did not rise, but it did not need to. It filled the room like steel unsheathed. "Let the world remember, we did not bow. If we retreat now, we lose more than ground. We lose our people's heart." Lord Darwin raised a brow. "And your plan, Your Grace? Die for honor's sake? Cling to hollow ideals?" "We stand united," Eliana said, unbowed. "We hold this line, for all we've sacrificed." The commander's gazes bore into her, doubt, fear, hesitation heavy as smoke. In the courtyard, Kael joined Eliana, standing silently as soldiers toiled under the fading light. He watched their weary movements, the weight of what lay ahead pressing on him. "Eliana," he said finally, voice low, "are you certain this is the way?" She turned, her eyes hard but shadowed with doubt. "What other choice is there?" Kael held her gaze, seeing the leader she'd become, forged in fire. "Just don't lose yourself in this," he said, concern lacing his words. Eliana nodded, the burden of her choices heavy. "We'll all do what we must." Their shadows stretched across the wall behind them, taller than either of them truly stood. It made Kael wonder if that was what command did. Stretched you into someone unrecognizable, until you didn't know where your true shape had gone. As dusk fell, casting long shadows over the shattered kingdom, the fortress hummed with preparation. Yet a quiet tension lingered, the calm before a gathering storm. Thorn stood outside, staring eastward, fists clenched. He'd lost so many, but he'd fight for those who remained, no matter the cost. Kael sat alone, a map before him, fingers tracing battle lines, each stroke a reminder of the choices ahead. A wax-sealed letter rested beside the map, half-written, addressed to Kara. Kael had rewritten it 3 times and still hadn't found the right words. "How did you tell your mother her son was no longer just a farmer with dreams, but a man who'd traded peace for necessity?" Eliana stood atop the fortress's highest point, gazing toward the Zal's distant shapes, a dark tide waiting to surge. Behind her, a lantern guttered out, leaving the parapet in shadow. The silence didn't frighten her. It was the stillness, the waiting. She'd stood against storms, but this felt like something deeper, a reckoning long overdue. The war was far from over. The hardest battles loomed, and Goylton's walls would soon be tested again. Chapter 54, Echoes of the Past. Fragment CCLX-6 from the Whispered Reckonings of Seraphine the Listener, unearthed in the forgotten scriptorium of Aelthorn. Beneath every fortress lies a memory buried in stone, patient as breath withheld. Not all relics sleep. Some remember the taste of gods and hunger still. When power whispers in the tongue of memory, beware. What calls to you may not be yours to wield, but yours to become. Goyleton Fortress bore the scars of centuries, splintered towers, fractured ramparts, and soot-stained stones that whispered of battles long forgotten. The walls held secrets, older than the war now clawing at its gates. Beneath that weathered stone, something stirred. A rhythm, faint as a heartbeat, pulsed in the earth. Fergus had felt it for days. At first, he thought it was just aftershock from the shard, the Velethur residue lingering in his blood. But no, this was older. It pressed behind his sternum when he slept, coiled in his spine when he sat still too long. It was rhythm and memory and intent, and it was waiting. What had begun as a tremor beneath his boots grew sharper each night, a vibration in his bones, a soft pressure behind his eyes, a whisper threading through his dreams. He knew the difference between spell residue and living magic. This was no echo of a battle fought. This was a call. He told Kael and Maris on the 5th night. They met in a shadowed stairwell, torchlight casting dancing patterns across their faces. "I need to go below," Fergus said, his voice strained with urgency. "There's something under Goyleton. I can feel it. Velethur, but older. Alive." Kael frowned. "Fergus, we have injured pouring in, and scouts say the Zal regroup east of the ridge. This isn't the time for archaeology." "I'm not digging for relics," Fergus said, eyes flashing. "I'm answering something that hasn't spoken in centuries." The silence after his words was not disagreement. It was recognition. Kael's jaw worked as if chewing a memory. Maris's eyes narrowed with that familiar blend of logic and protectiveness, but her hands trembled slightly where they gripped her arms. Whatever Fergus felt, they had started to feel too, just differently, just slower. Maris, arms folded, looked him over like she was reading more than his words. "You've barely recovered. Don't act like this isn't tearing at you." "It is," Fergus admitted, his voice soft. "But that's why I have to go. I think this could change everything." There was a long silence. Kael sighed. "Then we go with you." They descended through Goyleton's lower passages, past sealed storage vaults and abandoned forges, deeper than the fortress's foundation. The torchlight seemed reluctant, fighting the dark rather than banishing it. The air thickened. Old magic clung to the stone like cobwebs. A faint chime echoed in the dark, high-pitched and far off, like wind moving through bone or distant bells beneath water. It came and went without rhythm. Fergus slowed his steps each time it rang, as though waiting for it to speak in more than sound. "It's getting stronger," Fergus said, leading them past rusted portcullises and ancient murals etched in flaking paint. They reached a chamber sealed by a stone door, its surface etched with glowing runes, ancient Velethari script, curved and looping like waves. At its center, a symbol pulsed faintly, matching the rhythm in Fergus's chest. He laid his hand against it. The stone shivered, then groaned as the door slid inward. What waited inside stole their breath. The chamber was vast, its ceiling lost in shadow. The walls were etched with lines of energy, glowing faintly blue and green, like veins of crystal. At the chamber's heart stood an altar carved from obsidian, smooth and unbroken, as though no tool had ever touched it. Embedded in its center was a sword. Its blade gleamed silver blue, whispering light that curled like smoke. Though no dust touched it and no scabbard bound it, it radiated power, so pure and concentrated it throbbed with presence. The room hummed, not just with magic, but with memory. The air inside felt charged, like the moment before lightning strikes. Each breath crackled faintly in Kael's throat. The glow along the walls pulsed slower than a heartbeat, steady, ancient. Time here did not flow. It coiled. Fergus stepped forward. "This is it. This is what's been calling me." Kael placed a hand on his hilt. "Don't touch it." "I have to." "No," Maris said, stepping closer. "You don't." But Fergus didn't stop. The moment his fingers neared the hilt, the hum deepened, the light flared. His vision warped, the room stretched and bled into itself. Voices whispered in languages he'd never studied. Screams echoed, distant but real. He saw ruins, cities of glass and stone buried under fire. The stars blinked out above, and a tide of ash rolled over broken citadels. His body didn't move, but his soul staggered. The sword didn't just remember, it wanted to be remembered. "Fergus!" Maris called, voice drowned in the sword's pulse. Kael lunged, grabbing Fergus's shoulder, pulling him back. The instant contact broke. The chamber quieted. Fergus staggered, gasping, sweat pouring from his skin. I almost lost myself," he whispered. "It was speaking to me, like it knew me." "You looked possessed," Kael growled, furious and afraid. "That thing nearly ate you alive." Fergus steadied himself against the altar, breath coming in ragged gasps. "It's more than a weapon. It's aware." "It's not a weapon," Maris said, stepping forward. "It's bait." Maris stepped carefully around the altar, eyes on the sword but body angled toward Fergus, like she expected it to move, not physically, but in will. "That altar isn't forged, it's grown, like the stone agreed to hold it." Her voice was low, almost reverent. "That's not just a resting place, it's a cage." They stood in silence for a long moment. "I think it's a fragment of the original Velithar forge," Fergus said. "A core shard. The Zal must be looking for it, or protecting it." Kael eyed the sword with unease. "Whatever it is, we can't wield it, not without knowing what it truly wants." Fergus hesitated. "It told me I was meant to carry it." Kael rounded on him. "That's how the Borgins started, chosen by ancient forces. We don't need prophecy, Fergus. We need you alive." Maris watched him closely. "Fergus, you're better than this. Don't let the sword define you." "I need time," he whispered. "Time to understand." Kael nodded reluctantly. "Then we seal this place, for now." Back in the war room, Eliana paced alone. She had read the letter Kael sent hours before, an artifact under Goylton, ancient, possibly Velithari, dangerous but powerful, a cursed gift, a loaded blade. Her fingers hovered over the edge of the table, just above the jagged ink lines of battlefronts and fallback routes. Every decision now felt like stepping into fog with a torch. She might find the path or set it aflame. Her aide entered quietly. "Your Grace, the Council's waiting. They demand a plan." She stared at the map. "They want assurances I can't give." "What should I tell them?" She looked out the window. "Tell them we hold. We use every tool we have, but we don't become monsters to win." That night, Fergus returned to the chamber alone. He stood before the sword, its glow pulsing gently now, less violent, almost welcoming. His fingers hovered above the hilt. This time, he didn't touch. Instead, he knelt. "What are you?" he whispered. The chamber seemed to respond, wind whispering through cracks in the wall. The runes shimmered. In his mind, he heard it, not words, but emotion. It wasn't just memory, it was grief. Centuries of longing folded into one moment of clarity. He felt the weight of betrayal and triumph, of sacrifice that left only silence behind. The sword didn't rejoice in its purpose. It mourned it. Longing, hunger, memory. Visions flooded him. A battlefield of light and darkness, towers falling, the Velithar forge breaking. A warrior, his face lost to time, screaming as he plunged this sword into the heart of a god. Then silence and burial. Fergus opened his eyes. The sword gleamed brighter. "You killed one of them," he whispered. You were the blade that ended at God. A whisper slid into his ear. Take me, become more. Fergus stood and stepped back. Not yet. When he returned above, Maris waited in the torchlight. I thought I'd find you there. I didn't touch it. You wanted to. Fergus nodded, but I didn't. She stepped beside him. That's enough for now. A soft breeze met them as they emerged, cool against their cheeks. The wind had shifted, off the mountains maybe, or from the east. The kind of wind that carried the scent of change. It smelled faintly of ash, and something sweeter, older. He looked at her, truly looked. You've always pulled me back. Maris smiled. Then let's make sure you don't have to be pulled again. Together they walked into the fading night. The chamber below waited. The sword pulsed. The war raged. And destiny watched from the shadows.
Chapter 55, The Weight of Leadership. Fragment CCL-XXI from the Whispered Reckonings of Seraphine the Listener, compiled beneath the Vault of Grief. The crown is not forged in gold, but in silence, where doubt festers and names are stripped bare. One does not wear it, one becomes it. And when the storm gathers and voices rise like knives, only those who have bled truth from hesitation will stand unshaken. The wind does not choose a leader, but it remembers who stood when the stars turned their backs. The command hall of Goylton Fortress was colder than usual. Winter's breath had crept in early, licking at the stones, making even the thickest cloaks feel thin. Eliana stood alone at the war table, the flicker of a single torch casting erratic shadows over the spread of parchment and pins before her. Every mark on the map seemed like a wound. Outposts overrun, roads cut off, villages lost. Each red pin felt like a life snuffed out. Not just soldiers, but names she remembered. Krenna with the honey voice. Harlan, who could barely lift a blade but still stood his post at the river bridge. People who once danced at summer festivals and laughed in courtyards now swallowed by dates and markers. Statistics, some would call them. Eliana knew better. A slender crack had formed in the stone wall behind her, an ominous fracture that hadn't been there last week. Even the fortress, like the kingdom itself, was beginning to break beneath the pressure. Somewhere above her, a draft moved through the rafters, whispering like an old breath. The fortress groaned at night now, not from wind or storm, but as though remembering pain. It was an old place, and old places, like old bones, knew how to warn when the end came close. Her gloved hand traced the edge of the eastern front, the ink there faded and smudged, stained with ash, blood, and loss. The king lay unconscious in Goylton's upper tower, his life still balanced on a breath. The nobles whispered. Some were sharpening blades, others promises, and the Zal pressed ever closer. She didn't blink. She hadn't for some time. The door creaked open. Maris entered, wrapped in a woolen cloak, her boots still dusted with snow from the outer walls. "You're still here," she said quietly. Eliana didn't look up. "Where else would I be?" Maris approached, her tone cautious but familiar. "The men are watching, the officers too. They're waiting for your next command." Eliana's eyes finally shifted, locking onto hers. "And what are they saying exactly?" Maris hesitated. "That you're delaying, that you're unsure." A bitter smile curved Eliana's lips. "They're not wrong." Her voice wasn't defeated. It was tired, deep tired, like stone worn hollow by years of waves. And still she stood. She had to. The map would not fight for her. The crown would not hold a sword. She would. Maris stepped closer to the table, glancing at the battle map. "You've held them together longer than anyone expected. You're still standing." "Barely," Eliana murmured, voice flat. "Do you know what Lord Harvath called me yesterday? The golden-eyed girl with a crown too large for her skull. Maris's jaw clenched. He's a relic propped up by arrogance and old coin. He may be cruel, but he isn't entirely wrong, Eliana said, her voice quiet but steel-lined. I wasn't trained for this. I was a princess in embroidered gowns, not a commander of a bleeding realm. You didn't ask for this war, Maris said, but you didn't run from it either. The door burst open again. Lord Norgan stormed in, his furs sweeping behind him, his expression sour. Your Highness, he said, offering only the thinnest semblance of courtesy. Forgive the intrusion. Urgent matters press. Of course they do, Eliana said, folding her arms. Scouts report a Zal column shifting toward the river pass. If we don't strike now, they'll flank our supply lines. And if we do strike now, Eliana asked, we catch them off guard, we burn them back into the dark. At the cost of how many lives? She asked. Norgan's lips curled. War demands sacrifice, Princess. I'm aware of that, Eliana said coldly, but I won't throw men into a blood-soaked gamble. Then you are hesitating, he said, stepping closer. Forgive me, but this isn't a nursery. Your people need a sovereign willing to command, not contemplate. Maris stepped between them. Watch your tone, Norgan. Eliana raised a hand. No, let him speak. Let them all speak. It seems the nobles are of one mind. Norgan looked between them, reading the tension. A war council votes in an hour. If you choose not to act, the lords may act in your stead. Are you threatening a coup? Maris demanded. I'm stating facts, Norgan said. The realm must endure, with or without your hesitation. He turned and left, the door echoing like a guillotine. The silence that followed was not peaceful. It clung, rank with the stench of politics and steel sheathed too long. Eliana's hand dropped to her side, brushing the hilt of her sword, not as a threat, but as a reminder. If they thought her unarmed, they had forgotten who bled with them at the Eastern Wall. Eliana stood in silence, her knuckles white. They'll do it, she said quietly. They'll take the reins if I pause again. Maris stepped forward. Then don't pause. Move, but move on your terms. Later, in the outer courtyard, Eliana walked the perimeter. The air was dry, brittle, the sky dimming toward snow. Soldiers sharpened blades, repaired armor, or huddled near the barracks fire. Some saluted as she passed. Others simply stared, tired, expectant, reverent, unsure. Kael met her by the stables. You're up early, he said. I never slept. Kael studied her for a moment. They want a decision. A raven wheeled overhead, its cry sharp as a warning bell. Eliana glanced up, watching it vanish behind the western tower. Even the birds are restless, she muttered. Maybe they know something we don't. They want a target. Kael's mouth tightened. Then give them one. Eliana tilted her head. Is that your advice? Risk it all just to silence doubt? No, he said. My advice is to remind them why they followed you this far. She looked toward the eastern wall. And if I fail? Kael's voice softened. Then you fail standing with your people. Inside the keep, Thorn descended into the sealed vault, where the ancient Velethar blade remained secured in obsidian brackets. It hummed faintly, a low, living sound. He hesitated, staring at the weapon. Its pull was subtle, but undeniable. It felt familiar. Fergus appeared beside him, arms crossed. Still drawn to it, Thorn exhaled. It feels like it's waiting. Thorn ran a finger down the obsidian bracket. The stone was warm, not heated, alive, as though it breathed, slow and shallow, like a beast in slumber. Every soldier he'd ever led weighed behind his eyes. Was it arrogance to believe he could carry more? I used to think it wanted me, Fergus said. Now I'm not so sure. Thorn looked at him. Why the change? Fergus shrugged. Because power that calls your name too sweetly isn't a gift. It's a test. Thorn reached out and lifted the sword. The hum quieted. The balance felt perfect, the weight deceptively light. He looked at Fergus. It doesn't resist me. Fergus stepped back. Maybe that's what's most dangerous. Eliana stood again at the command table, the map spread before her, Maris, Kael, and Thorn flanking her side. She stared at a marked ridge to the east, the river pass, the one the Zal might cross next. We strike, Eliana said at last. No hesitation in her voice now, no doubt. But we strike with a plan. She pointed at the southern ridgeline. We lead them into a trap, use the terrain, the weather, send a small force to bait them across the ice shelf. Kael's brow raised. That shelf won't hold long. Exactly, Eliana said. Once they're on it, we collapse it. Take half their column with it. Maris smirked. Clever. Risky, but clever. Eliana nodded. It's the only way we can break their momentum. The weight of their plan was like a blade turned inward, efficient but dangerous. One wrong misstep and they'd lose more than soldiers. They'd lose belief in her, in themselves. Thorn laid the Velethar sword on the table. Then I'll be the bait. Kael's eyes narrowed. Thorn. He raised a hand. I'll survive. Kael's expression darkened. He had seen that look before, on men who didn't expect to return. Just don't make yourself a martyr, he said. We've buried too many already. And if I don't, they'll remember the one who stood between them and the abyss. Eliana looked him in the eye. We all stand there, Thorn. No one alone. He smiled faintly. Then let's give them a war they won't forget. The next day, beneath a slate-colored sky, Eliana stood before her assembled troops. She wore no crown, only her traveling leathers, a sword belted at her side. Behind her, the banner of House Delavar flapped in the wind, faded, torn, but still flying. Her voice rang out, clear across the field. We've lost much, too much, but we are not broken. She paced, letting her words anchor in the cold wind. The Zal believe us weak, disjointed, fractured. They're wrong. We stand here not as noble and peasant, soldier and lord, but as one people. The world may forget our names, she continued, but not what we did here. Not the wall we became. Let that memory outlive us all. We stand on our land, in our name, and we will not be unmade. She unsheathed her sword, lifting it high. This day we hold the line. This day we prove that leadership is not born in bloodlines, but forged in battle. Let them come. Let them find a wall of steel, waiting. A thunderous cry erupted from the troops, renewed, resolved, unshaken. Kael turned to Maris, voice low. She's become what they said she never could. Maris nodded. She's become what they needed. Maris's voice was soft. She was forged by fire, but she chose not to burn others to shine. Later that night, alone in her tent, Eliana lit a single candle and stared at a small, battered letter, her father's last command, written before the Eastern Front fell. Trust yourself. Trust them. Crown or no crown, lead with your heart. It will be enough. She folded it away, tears unshed, and stepped out into the snow. The cold kissed her cheeks, sharp and real. The night sky stretched above, cloud-choked and starless, but not empty. Somewhere out there, her people waited, for orders, for mourning, for hope. She would not let them down. The next dawn would bring blood, but Eliana Delavar would meet it with fire. Chapter 56. The Battle at Guilton. Fragment CCLX88 from the Whispered Reckonings of Seraphine the Listener. Steel may hold the gate, but it is hunger that breaks the man.
When the flame walks in human skin and the blade drinks more than blood, beware. Victory has a price unseen. The wall did not fall that day, but something else did, and the wind remembers whose hands trembled after they stopped killing. The mist that draped Goyleton Fortress at dawn was thick as wool and cold as grief. It moved like breath through the battlements, swallowing sound, dulling movement. Only the slow, rhythmic beat of war drums, deep and resonant, disturbed the quiet, echoing through the stone corridors like a heartbeat on the verge of rupture. Maris reached the top of the inner tower steps and paused. Eliana stood ahead, silhouetted against the paling sky, arms folded tight across her chest. Her breath steamed in the cold, her eyes fixed eastward, beyond the fog. The fog shifted like a living thing, curling around towers and walls as though hunting for cracks. Eliana felt it on her skin, not just cold, but heavy, as if the coming day already knew what it would take. "They're close," Maris said, joining her. Scouts spotted vanguard banners maybe half a mile out. Thousands, maybe more. "We've minutes, no more." Eliana didn't turn. "Let them come." Below, the fortress buzzed into motion. Squires darted between stone archways, dragging quivers and loading crates of iron-tipped bolts. Archers gripped their bows and hurried to their posts. Mages moved in clusters, murmuring incantations, preparing wards of flame, wind, and stone. The walls of Goyleton groaned like a ship in rising seas. Somewhere in the kitchens a pot overturned. The clang echoed like a dropped shield. A stable boy dropped his bucket, hands trembling. Not from fear, at least not only that. From waiting, from knowing that soon the world would narrow to blood and breath and grit. Kael ran along the northern parapet, barking orders. "Hold formation, reinforce the west flank. Archers, aim for the gaps in their armor, eyes and necks only." The rising wind carried the faint sound of Zal war horns, low, hollow, ancient. Then, like floodwaters crashing through a shattered dam, the enemy emerged, thousands strong. Blackened armor glinted faintly in the dawn haze. The Zal charged with a sound like breaking mountains, shrieking their bone-deep war cries. Behind them strode their spellcasters, veiled in red and black, runes flaring down their arms like molten veins. Behind them lumbered war beasts, twisted shapes of bone and steel, dragging siege claws through the frost-bitten earth. The ground shook with their arrival, and the stones beneath Goyleton seemed to flinch. Eliana's eyes narrowed. Now. She turned and descended the stone steps, her cloak flaring. "Send the signal," she ordered. "They want war? Give it to them." On the western wall, Thorn stood with his squad, only 30 men, all veterans, all chosen. His grip tightened around the Velithar sword. It hummed against his skin like a live wire, pulsing in rhythm with his heartbeat. The hum had grown more persistent lately, louder, deeper, hungrier. Each pulse crawled into his ribs like a second heartbeat, whispering that the sword knew his name better than he did. It wasn't a weapon, it was a demand. "Positions!" he shouted, his voice slicing the clamor like a blade. To his left, Garrick adjusted his shield. "How many, Commander?" Thorn didn't answer. He stared through the fog, eyes narrow. The Zal came like a tide. Hundreds, thousands. He couldn't see the end of their ranks. "Hold," he growled. "Hold!" They hit the walls like a battering ram. The impact shuddered through the stone. Arrows rained from above, tearing into the first wave. Spells burst overhead. Flames, lightning, barriers. But the Zal were relentless. From a watchtower, Fergus shouted down, "They're diverting. They're pushing south." Kael was already running, sword drawn, his squad close behind. "Move the second archers. Reinforce the gatehouse." Eliana raced through the inner keep, a blur of command. Seal the secondary gates. Pull the wounded back. Hold the line. Then, boom! A thunderclap erupted to the south. Fire and rubble surged into the sky. Part of the outer wall had shattered. The Zale had found their breach. Ash and grit filled the air. A wall of smoke split the battlefield. Men screamed inside it. Some names Thorn knew, others he would never learn. The breach wasn't a wound. It was a mouth, yawning wider, ready to devour. A terrified young soldier stumbled up to Thorn. "Commander, the breach! The civilians! If they get through!" Thorn's breath caught. He looked from the breach to the central keep, where families huddled. "Gods forgive me," he muttered. "We plug the breach," he roared. "If we lose that wall, we lose the heart." "No one runs," he added. "Not today." He charged. The breach was chaos. Smoke curled through broken stone, mingling with the stench of blood and magic. Zao warriors poured through the gap, shrieking. One leapt at Thorn, axe raised, but the Velethar sword moved of its own will, carving through the Zao like a whisper of flame. The creature fell in two halves. Thorn barely slowed, the sword blurred in his grip, cleaving bone, metal, flesh. A second wave broke against him, and shattered. Soldiers rallied to his side, emboldened. "Follow Lord Thorn," someone shouted. He became a tempest. The sword pulsed with each strike, feeding on the momentum, devouring doubt. He lost track of how many fell. They blurred together. Armor, eyes, screams, silence. The blade danced, but Thorn didn't know if he moved it, or if it dragged him like a marionette lashed to fire. Around him, the world narrowed into sound and motion and fire. Fergus, watching from the tower, turned to Maris, his face pale. "It's feeding on him. He's moving like nothing human." Maris's mouth tightened. "We knew this was possible. The sword's ancient, willed. It doesn't grant power without cost." "He's not going to stop," Fergus whispered. "No," she said. "He won't. That's what I'm afraid of." "We should pull him out," Fergus said, voice raw. Maris shook her head. "You can't pull someone out when they've already stepped across the threshold. You just wait, and hope they remember the way back." The hours blurred. Somewhere in the chaos, Kael was thrown into a collapsed corridor. His arm hung useless at his side, but he rallied his squad again and again, holding the north gate. On the eastern wall, Eliana fought with blade and command, her armor scorched, her breath ragged. A cut bloomed along her thigh. She barely felt it. Pain had narrowed into resolve. Around her, the line wavered, but didn't break. She moved through the melee like a blade herself, sharp, cutting, essential. She saw a Zal sorcerer preparing a ritual at the cliffside. "Maris!" she screamed. "There!" Maris hurled a fire-laced blade of wind, slicing through the caster's concentration. The ritual shattered. The cliff exploded. The Zal fell back, staggering, unsure. Then came the horn, low, broken. They retreated into the fog, dragging their wounded, leaving behind only ruin and silence. No cheers followed, no victory cry, just the wheezing wind, the scent of blood, and the knowledge that they'd survived by inches. Survival didn't feel like triumph. It felt like delay. At dusk, Guilton stood, battered, burned, but unbroken. Eliana limped through the fortress yard, blood streaking her cheek. Soldiers sat against the walls, cradling wounds, mourning friends. Clerics moved between the dying. She found Kael seated by a fire, arm in a sling, his face hollow. "How bad?" she asked. 70 dead, 200 wounded. "We held," he said. Fergus joined them, his robes singed. "Held, yes, barely." "Where's Thorn?" Eliana asked. Kael's jaw clenched. "Alone. He hasn't spoken since the breach." "They found him on the wall," sitting in silence. The Velitha sword rested across his knees. His eyes were distant. Kael stepped forward. "You fought like 10 men. Thorn didn't move. I didn't fight. The sword did. You saved the line." "At what cost?" Thorn murmured. Kael's voice turned hard. "You abandoned the inner gate. Families died. We were seconds from collapse. There were children in those corridors," Kael said, voice barely more than a growl. "They died screaming. Thorn's eyes didn't blink. And hundreds more would have died if the breach held. I chose the wall, the line. You chose the sword," Kael snapped. Thorn stood. "And if I hadn't, we'd be overrun." "You don't see what it's doing," Kael said. "It's using you." Thorn stepped close. "Then maybe I deserve it." Kael shoved him. "You want to become like them? Be my guest." Thorn grabbed Kael's cloak. "Say that again." "Enough!" Eliana shouted. The two men froze, breath ragged. "We can't fracture." "Not now," she said. "Save your fury for the ones who deserve it." They stepped back, wordless. That night, as frost crept across the stones, Thorn sat alone atop the wall. He turned the sword in his hands. It shimmered beneath starlight, whispering, "You are mine. I am yours. Together we conquer." He whispered back, "Not yet. Not ever." But even as he spoke, he wasn't sure if he still believed it. A single snowflake landed on the blade's edge and hissed into steam. The sword pulsed once, soft and low. Not triumph, not hunger, recognition. Below, the fortress slept. Tomorrow, more war would come. But for tonight, Thorn kept his solitary vigil, weapon in hand, soul in question. Chapter 57. Cracks beneath the surface. Fragment Seek CL8XX4 from The Whispered Reckonings of Seraphine the Listener. In the stillness after storm, the true fractures reveal themselves. Not where walls crumble, but where hearts begin to shift. Beware the voice that offers solace in silence, for it seeks not to comfort, but to claim. And when trust unravels, it is not the gate that falls first. It is the hand that held it shut. Goylton's air hung heavy, as if the very walls of the fortress mourned. Though the Zal had retreated days ago, the stones still wept smoke from half-collapsed towers, and the reek of blood, sweat, and charred wood clung to every breath. The fortress stood, but barely, scarred, shaking, and exhausted. In the courtyard, soldiers drifted like shades from an older age, their faces sunken, eyes glassy. Many no longer spoke unless spoken to. The wounded were housed in tents, their moans audible even behind thick canvas. And at the center of it all, the fortress itself, its cold stone heart beating slower, as though holding breath before the next storm. Even the birds avoided the courtyard now. The crows had come and gone in the first days, but now only silence remained, deep and uneasy, like the fortress itself was waiting for another scream. A few soldiers kept watch from the towers, but their eyes didn't scan the horizon. They watched each other. Fergus sat alone in a dark corner of the war room, a cracked mug of cold tea untouched on the table. He stared at nothing, but his fingers twitched. On the surface of the table, invisible to all but him, subtle threads of Velithar magic rippled, flickering, twisting, retreating, returning. They weren't being summoned. They came of their own will. Whispers followed them. Not loud, not clear, but constant. Sometimes, when he closed his eyes, the whispers shifted. They took on shape, like the voices of people he'd lost. His father, Brynjar, a teacher from Velsirin's academy. They called to him not with fear, but with familiarity. That was the part that frightened him most. Low murmurs brushing against his mind,
promising understanding, power, relief. "You're lost in it again," came Maris's voice from the doorway. Fergus blinked. The threads vanished like dust in sunlight. He turned his head slowly. "Lost in what?" "Whatever's haunting you," she replied, walking toward him. Her boots barely made a sound. She sat across from him, folding her hands on the table. "Those visions, those whispers." He gave a dry laugh, too sharp to be humor. "Not visions, Maris. It's real." His voice lowered, cracking at the edges. "The Velethar, it's not just power. It's alive, and it's calling." Maris leaned forward. "You think it's a voice, but it's just old magic. Magic that's always hungry. That's what power does, Fergus. It tempts. You don't have to answer." His eyes avoided hers. "You're so sure of that." "I am," she said, more softly now. "The Fergus I know wouldn't let himself be consumed." He almost smiled, but it collapsed. "Maybe I'm not who you think I am." "You can be," she said, voice rising slightly, "but you need to fight it." Fergus shoved his chair back. The screech of the legs echoed. "I am fighting, every second." He didn't know what scared him more, succumbing to the voice or waking one day to find he missed it. He walked out, leaving her behind in silence. Above them, on the battlements, Eliana stood motionless against the wind. Her cloak flapped, snapping like a war banner. The land beyond stretched in ruin. What once was green now lay churned and blackened, like the corpse of a dream. Burned trees stood like skeletal fingers clawing at the sky. Kael approached from the stairs behind her, moving with measured quiet. "You need sleep," he said. Eliana didn't turn. "If I stop, everything falls." He joined her at the wall, resting his forearms on the cold stone. "You're not wrong. The cracks are widening." "I see them," she said, "in everyone. Fergus is unraveling, Maris is snapping, and Thorn's losing himself," Kael finished, "the sword's taking more each day." "He saved us," Eliana whispered. "He did, but for how long?" Kael said, grim. "He's a blade that cuts both ways." "We trusted him with something ancient," Eliana murmured. "What if that trust becomes our undoing?" Kael's voice was low. "Then we do what leaders do. We bear it until we can't." "And if he breaks before we do," she asked, "then we make a harder choice." She finally looked at him, her voice nearly breaking. "And you? Are you holding?" Kael didn't answer right away. He looked across the field, where graves lined the slope in neat, raw rows. "Barely, but I've noticed something worse." Eliana's brow creased. "What?" "Someone's tampering with supplies. Rations gone, messages rerouted, locks picked." Her face darkened. "Sabotage?" He nodded. "Or betrayal?" Beneath the fortress, Thorn sat on a bench, sharpening the Velethar sword in long, rhythmic strokes. The hum of the blade, once subtle, now vibrated in his wrist, through his shoulder, into his chest. It soothed him and disturbed him, like a melody he didn't understand but couldn't stop listening to. Fergus stepped into the torchlight. Thorn didn't look up. "Here to accuse me?" "No," Fergus said. "Just needed to be somewhere quiet." Thorn's sharpening slowed. "Then you picked the wrong place." "Quiet doesn't mean safe," Fergus said after a pause. "But I'm tired of noise that feels like lies." They sat in silence for a long moment. "I should have saved more of them," Thorn finally said. "You saved the line," Fergus replied. Thorn let out a laugh, bitter and quiet, "and lost half my company. They trusted me." Fergus didn't flinch. "They followed you. That's different. That means something." Thorn said nothing,
but the pressure in his shoulders eased, if only slightly. Later that night, Kael moved silently through the western wing, abandoned since the siege. He followed faint tracks in the dust, scuff marks, displaced crates. Shadows seemed to move at the corners of his vision. A door creaked open. Inside, broken barrels, torn fabric, and on the floor, parchment. Kael picked it up. On one side, the jagged Zal sigil, drawn in ink that hadn't yet dried. His chest tightened. The betrayal wasn't a suspicion anymore. It was real. He turned to leave and saw movement, just a flicker, a shadow darting at the end of the corridor, gone before he could give chase. He didn't shout, didn't call for help, just stood there, heart thudding like a war drum. The parchment in his hand felt like ice, like confirmation that everything was rotting from the inside, and they'd been too focused on the walls to notice the floor beneath them cracking. The war room burned with torchlight when Kael returned. He called an emergency council. Eliana arrived first, then Maris, then Thorn. Fergus came last, silent and drawn. Kael slapped the parchment onto the table. "We have a traitor." Gasps echoed. For a moment, the war room felt smaller, torchlight too hot, shadows too long. Suspicion flickered between glances. Every silence became a question, every twitch a potential betrayal. "I found this in the abandoned wing," Kael said. "The Zal's mark, fresh." Eliana's voice was cold iron. "Who?" Kael's eyes were steel. "I don't know, yet, but someone's undermining us, sabotaging supplies, redirecting scouts, tampering with gate chains." Fergus leaned forward. "Why haven't we collapsed already?" "Because they're waiting," Kael replied, "waiting for one more push." Maris rose. "We can find them." Kael nodded. "We set a trap. We leak false intel, supplies moving, gates unlocked. We let them come to us." Thorn's hand hovered near his sword. "And when they do," Kael's smile was razor thin, "we close the gate behind them." Eliana looked at the map again, her voice clipped. "Double guards at all side corridors. If there's one traitor, there may be more." Thorn's knuckles whitened. "Let them come. Let them see what happens when they test fire with lies." That night, a rumor spread quietly through the lower barracks. Supplies were being moved out the west gate before dawn. Just a whisper, just enough. Hours later, a figure cloaked in black crept through the western corridor. They moved without sound, their breath shallow. As they knelt near a chest marked with the false supplies, the torchlight flared behind them. "Don't move," Kael's voice rang out, bow drawn. "It's over." The traitor bolted. Thorn blocked the exit. "You don't want to test me," he growled. The figure hesitated, then, suddenly, threw a flask to the ground. Smoke exploded. In the confusion, they vanished down the passage. Maris gave chase, eyes narrowed, magic pulsing from her hands. She caught up near the armory and flung a wall of flame in their path. The traitors skidded to a halt, cornered. Kael tackled them from behind. Steel rang out. They struggled, but it was over. When the hood was ripped back, gasps erupted. It was Captain Vaughn, the quartermaster. Trusted, loyal. At least they thought. Eliana arrived moments later. "Why?" Vaughn's face was cold, eyes vacant. "You don't understand what's coming. No one survives what's rising. Not you, not them, not me." "Who bought you?" Kael demanded. "The old ones," Vaughn whispered. "Their dreams are beautiful." "What did they promise you?" Eliana asked, her voice a thread of iron. "Peace," Vaughn rasped. "A world remade, one without pain." "That's not peace," Maris snapped. "That's oblivion dressed in silk."
Maris's face twisted in horror. "You've seen them." "I serve them," he said, and bit down hard. "Poison." He collapsed in seconds. Fergus knelt, dead. No one spoke. Finally, Eliana stood. "Burn the body, quietly. Let no one learn this until the time is right." She looked around the room, eyes dark with resolve. "Goyleton will not fall from within," she said. "Not again." Outside, snow began to fall, soft at first, then steadier. It clung to broken beams and bloodied stones alike, as if trying to cover what had been done. But nothing white could erase what now lived beneath Goyleton's stone. But the cracks had widened, and not all shadows could be caught. In the weeks to come, as winter deepened and the Zal massed beyond the ruined forests, the last defenders of Velserin prepared for the final siege. The war wasn't over, it had only begun.
Chapter 58, Blood and Secrets. Fragment CCX key from the Whispered Reckonings of Seraphim the Listener. When blades flash in council halls and blood stains oaths once spoken in gold, remember, the knife within cuts deeper than the sword without. Trust bends until it snaps. Secrets fester in the marrow of stone, and in every shattered whisper lies the echo of a throne undone. Goyleton Fortress sagged under a pall of exhaustion and dread. Its walls had held, barely, but the price was carved into every stone, soaked into every breath. The fortress groaned at night, a low, almost sentient ache that echoed through torchlit halls. The fires still burned in the lower barracks, but they offered no warmth. The wounded moaned, the able-bodied worked with hollow eyes, and the commanders barely slept. War hadn't broken them, not yet, but it had hollowed them out, and something else, something quieter, was burrowing into the cracks. Kael moved through the deserted halls like a shadow, the stolen scroll clenched in one hand. His other hovered near the dagger at his belt. Torchlight flickered across his face, carving angles from fatigue and fury. He ducked into a corner alcove and unfurled the parchment again, eyes scanning the tight, flowing script. Confirm distraction at Eastern Supply Line. Remove Berith sigils until passage secured. The Southern Watch rotates at third bell. Use that window. His lip curled. The instructions were deliberate, surgical, and damning. He'd read it 5 times now, but the ink didn't lose its sting. Each line felt like a knife turned inward. Whoever wrote this had walked the halls, known the rotations, eaten beside them in the mess. This wasn't foreign invasion. It was rot, familiar, trusted. A voice behind him startled him. "You always read treason by candlelight." Kael turned to find Maris leaning in the archway, arms folded. He relaxed slightly. "Didn't hear you." "You don't hear much these days," she said, walking forward. "You sleep?" Her tone wasn't cruel, just tired. Kael had always been the steady one, unmoving even in chaos, but now even he walked with a tension that never left his shoulders. They were all fraying, just at different speeds. "Does anyone?" He handed her the scroll. She read silently, her brow furrowing. "This isn't a spy," she said. "It's a saboteur, coordinated, maybe even a sleeper cell." Kael nodded grimly. "We're bleeding from inside. And you haven't told Eliana." "I want proof, not guesses. The wrong accusation could unravel what's left." Maris folded the scroll carefully. "You'll need Thorn, if this turns into blades." They found him where he always was lately, sharpening his sword in the side courtyard, beneath the watchful gaze of the moon. The Velithar blade caught the pale light, glinting with a cold, unsettling glow. Each drag of the whetstone was measured, almost meditative. The sound wasn't soothing anymore. It scraped against the night like a warning. Each pass of the stone was a question. Who would the blade claim next? Thorn, Kael said, voice low. Not now, Thorn muttered without looking up. It can't wait. At that, the whetstone stopped. We've got a traitor, Kael said. High level, council adjacent. These are military secrets, not gossip. He tossed the scroll onto the bench. Thorn picked it up, scanning the lines. When he looked up, his eyes had hardened to iron. Name? No name yet, Kael said. But Berith's on every route, every signal. And there's more. One of the ink stamps on that scroll? Varin House crest, hidden beneath a wax seal. Maris stiffened slightly. The Varin never left. They just changed clothes. Thorn's eyes burned. Then we start stripping titles until we see what's underneath. Thorn rose. Then we don't wait. We go through every Berith officer, every attendant. Kael stepped forward, stopping him. We do that, and half the nobles will call it a purge. Let them, Thorn growled. The ones who protest loudest usually have the most to hide. Kael shook his head. If we fracture now, we won't survive the next attack. Eliana needs this fortress united. Thorn turned away, gripping the hilt of his sword so tightly his knuckles whitened. Then we better find the snake before it bites. The next morning, the War Council assembled under a haze of tension so thick it made the air feel heavy. The great hall's tall windows cast long shadows across the room. Thick oak doors shut behind them with a booming finality. Eliana stood at the head of the war table, her armor polished but worn, a ceremonial sword at her side. Her hair was braided tightly back, her posture precise. But Maris, standing beside her, saw the tremble in her fingers. We've endured the Zal's opening strike, Eliana began, voice steady. Goyltra still stands, but survival isn't victory. We hold this line or the realm falls. The nobles responded with murmurs, some approving, some indifferent, others impatient. Tension bristled beneath every cloak, every exchange. Even the fire in the brazier burned lower, as if reluctant to cast light on what was to come. A knight to Eliana's left kept his hand too near his pommel. Another kept glancing at the doors. They all felt it, the moment before the sky breaks. Then a flash of motion, too fast. A counselor lunged from the far end of the table, dagger gleaming in hand, aimed at Eliana's throat. Down, Thorn shouted, shoving her aside. His blade met the assassin's in a shriek of steel. The hall erupted. Chairs clattered. Blades flashed. Maris grabbed Eliana and pulled her behind a column. Kael sprinted after a second figure sprinting for the side door and slammed him into the wall, wrenching a curved dagger from his hand. More attackers rose, 3 in total, 2 Berith officers and 1 disguised as a chamberlain. Thorn drove his blade through the first, his swing a blur of silver. Blood sprayed across the table. A goblet rolled across the stone, leaving a smear of red in its wake. One of the nobles vomited against the wall. Another knelt, muttering prayers. But most simply stared, shocked not by the betrayal, but by how unsurprising it had come to feel. The others were subdued by soldiers who had rushed in. As silence returned, Eliana rose, wiping blood from her brow. Her eyes settled on the corpse's ring. House Berith, she said, voice cold as glacier ice. Their name was whispered with Varin for years. We should have acted. Kael held up the dagger from his own attacker. Same crest beneath the grip. Zal-born. Maris's face twisted in quiet fury. We let them into our house. Eliana's voice rose. No more. Seize every member of House Berith still within Goylton's walls. If they resist, end them. The soldiers bowed and left in haste. Blood had spilled. Now there would be more. The scent of iron hung in the air. Eliana didn't wipe the blood from her armor. Let them see it. Let them remember what loyalty looked like when it bled for nothing. Later, in the hollow silence of the council chamber, Kael and Thorn stood at opposite ends of the blood-slick floor. "We needed a trial," Kael said, slamming his fist on the stone table. "A confession, proof to present to the court." Thorn's jaw clenched, and let him gut Eliana in front of them all. "There was a moment," Kael said, voice hoarse, "when I thought the man beside her might be you. That's what this sword is doing to us." Thorn stared. "If you doubt me, say it now." "I doubt everything," Kael whispered. Kael stepped forward. "You don't see the bigger game. One man's blood now may lose us dozens of nobles tomorrow." Thorn turned slowly. "You think I wanted this?" "I think you stopped thinking," Kael snapped, "and let the sword decide for you." Thorn's hand drifted to the hilt. Kael didn't flinch. "You feel it too, don't you? It's not just a weapon. It's changing you." Thorn's hand froze. Then Eliana entered. "Enough," she said, her voice like iron drawn in a slow hiss. "We fight the Zal, not each other." They stepped back, anger unresolved. That night, Eliana stood atop the battlements, arms crossed, wind tugging at her cloak. She touched the shallow cut near her throat, so close to death she could still feel the chill of it. Maris joined her, eyes scanning the dark beyond the walls. "It's not over," Eliana said softly. "No," Maris agreed. "It's inside now. That rot. It's ours. They want us to tear each other apart." "They might get their wish," Maris said, glancing toward the great hall, where Kael and Thorn still brooded in separate corners of the fortress. Eliana's eyes narrowed, lit by torchfire. "Then we don't let them win. Tomorrow we hold court. Public. Transparent. We show them we still rule this place." Maris's mouth twisted. "Even if it breaks what's left of us." "Especially then," Eliana said. "Let them watch. Let them see what blood looks like under torchlight." "There's no path back to what we were," Maris said. Eliana nodded. "Then we walk forward. Through fire if we must, but forward." Below them, Goylton's patrols continued, but slower now, wearier, more wary. The fortress had endured another day, but tomorrow would come again, and with it, another secret waiting to be carved open. In the vaults below, the Velithar blade hummed in its sleep, soft, patient, listening. Chapter 59, The Silent Storm Fragment. CCXESE from The Whispered Reckonings of Seraphine the Listener. Before the storm breaks, the silence must fracture. Dreams become mirrors, mirrors become gates, and those who drink from hollow power will awaken to find their own hands bloody. The old gods do not knock, they seep, and the walls remember every name carved before the fall. Goylton Fortress had not slept in weeks. Even in the quietest hours, the wind carried a hush of dread through its broken towers and shattered gatehouses. The fires in the courtyards had burned low, and the scent of scorched timber mingled with the sour tang of old blood and oil. The walls themselves seemed to groan under the pressure of what waited just beyond them. The soldiers didn't speak much anymore. They moved with the silence of men who knew death wore a face, and that face now watched them from the hills. Even the ravens had gone quiet. They perched on the ramparts and broken beams like statues, waiting, not feeding. Nature itself held its breath, as if it too knew the ground was about to split. The storm was coming, and they would have to meet it. In the southern yard, Thorn stood alone. The Velithar sword gleamed unnaturally in the twilight. No dust dulled its edge, no blood lingered on its silver curve. It shimmered faintly, almost pulsing. He moved with it like a shadow, each swing precise, silent. His breathing steady, his thoughts loud. The sword whispered now. He didn't understand the words. Maybe they weren't words at all. but he felt them. A hunger, a promise. He paused, lowered the blade. "You're moving like it's part of you," Kael said from the edge of the training grounds. Thorn didn't turn. "Or it's moving me." He let the blade rest across his shoulders, closing his eyes against the wind. "I dream with it in my hand, even when I'm not holding it." Kael stepped closer, arms folded. "And in the dreams? Fire, blood, always more." "Do you ever wonder if it's showing us what it remembers?" Thorn asked. "Not prophecy, just memory that doesn't know it's old." Kael's brow furrowed. "Weapons don't remember, Thorn. People do." "Then maybe I'm not people anymore," he muttered. Kael studied him for a moment, then said softly, "It's not just a sword, Thorn. I know. It's not just power either." "I know that too." Kael exhaled. "Just don't let it hollow you out. We need you. You, Thorn. Not some burning weapon in a man's skin." Thorn gave the faintest nod but didn't meet his gaze. "We'll see what's left of me when this is over." Elsewhere in the fortress, in the cluttered sanctuary of Goylton's ancient library, Fergus hunched over a crumbling tome. Candles sputtered nearby, casting broken shadows across the parchment. The words he read were old, older than most in the archive, etched in a scribe's jittery hand, as though even writing them had cost something. "And in mortal hands the Velithar shall rise, not as ally, but as lord. Blood its price, the bearer's soul its crown." Fergus muttered a curse and shoved the book away. The table rattled under the motion, spilling a bit of melted wax. He rubbed his eyes. The whispering was worse tonight. Faint, just beneath thought. Velithar lines threading through his skull like silk laced with fire. He tried drawing wards around his cot the night before, trying to block the hum. But they failed. Ink bled into ash, and the whispers only laughed. They knew him now, knew his voice, knew the soft parts of his mind. "You look like you're about to melt," Eliana said, stepping through the arched doorway. She held a battered wine bottle under one arm, 2 chipped goblets in hand. Her armor was gone, just a plain tunic now, sleeves rolled up, hair unbraided. Fergus blinked. "Commander, what brings you to the realm of dust and madness?" "You," she said plainly, walking forward. "Murrus threatened to throw a brick through the window if I didn't come down here and knock some sense into you," Eliana added. "I brought wine instead. Seemed less messy. And the fact that you haven't left this room in a day and a half," he eyed the bottle. "Intervention?" "Sort of," she said, pouring 2 cups. "You need a break, a breath, before you crack like one of these old spines." Fergus chuckled, rubbing his temples again. "I don't have time for a break." "You don't have time to shatter either," Eliana said, "so drink." They sat in silence, the wine bitter but warming. It tasted of dust and old cellars and things left too long in dark places, but tonight it was enough. "Do you think we'll make it?" Eliana asked after a while, her voice barely above a whisper. Fergus didn't answer immediately. He stared at the candle, watching it flicker. "I think we'll survive," he said finally, "but I don't know what version of us will come out the other side." Eliana nodded slowly. "I used to dream about rebuilding the kingdom, planting trees in burned fields, teaching children how to laugh again." She paused. "Now I just dream about holding the walls." She didn't say it aloud, but sometimes in her dreams, the walls screamed when they fell, not from stone splitting, but from voices trapped inside. Names she knew, faces she had failed. Maris found them that way a few minutes later, Eliana laughing quietly, Fergus red-faced and halfway through a story about a failed potion explosion. "Interrupting?" she asked, smirking.
Always, Eliana said dryly. Come steal my wine and my dignity, why don't you? Maris poured herself a cup and leaned against a support pillar, raising an eyebrow at Fergus. You know, she said, you're not the only one who's been dreaming. Fergus froze. Dreaming. Velethar, blood, walls falling. I think it's leaking into all of us. I keep seeing the same symbols in my sleep, she added. Runes I've never studied, but when I wake, I can write them down, and they work. Fergus stiffened. That's not knowledge. That's contagion. Eliana's smile faded. It's spreading. I think, Maris said carefully, that sword's not done, and we're not ready. Silence crept in. Then a sharp knock at the door shattered it. A scout stepped in, panting, cloak soaked in sweat. They're moving, he gasped. The Zal army, main force. They're coming. Days at most. The room stilled. How many? Eliana asked. Too many, he replied. And they're not alone. Something walks with them, the scout added, voice shaking. Not beast, not man. Like the air bends around it. Like shadow given breath. Hours later, the fortress erupted in preparation. Soldiers rolled barrels of pitch into position. Arrows were dipped in oil. Ballistae were checked, crews assigned. Maris supervised the warding runes above the gates, fingers flashing as she taught new mages the sigils by rote. Kael walked the walls with Tobin, inspecting every tower. If they breach the inner keep, fall back to the chapel, he ordered. Last stand line. Fergus is reinforcing it with anchors. In the makeshift smithy, sparks flew as blades were sharpened, armor hammered, shields lined with Velethar fragments. 1 in 10 might hold. A priestess lit a brazier in the chapel, whispering old prayers, hands trembling. She wasn't praying for victory, only for remembrance, that someone, somewhere, would know they had stood. In her war tent, Eliana pored over maps. Her hands were steady now, no fear in her eyes, just that quiet, iron calm. Do we run? Thorn asked. She didn't look up. No. Do we send the civilians? I already did, she said, 2 nights ago, quietly. Thorn paused. You planned this. You didn't tell me, he said. You would have argued, she replied, and I didn't have time for arguments. I always knew they'd come, Eliana said, finally raising her gaze. I just didn't know when. Night fell over Goylton, and then came the sound, a deep, low thrum, felt more than heard. The hills pulsed with it, the banners fluttered without wind. Torches flickered in sudden gusts. They're close, Maris said. Fergus nodded beside her, lips pressed tight, and they're bringing something with them. Eliana stood atop the main wall, flanked by Kael and Thorn. She drew her sword slowly, letting it sing. For the realm, she whispered. For the fallen, Kael replied. For the living, Thorn said, the Velethar sword humming at his back. They braced. The storm was here, and beneath the fortress, deep in the roots of stone, the buried sigils began to flicker. Dim at first, then brighter. Old protections, ancient warnings. The wall would not fall without remembering why it stood. Chapter 60. March of the Broken Fragment CCXC3 from the Whispered Reckonings of Seraphim the Listener. The blade remembers every hand that wielded it, but not every hand survives remembrance. In the end, it is not war that unravels the soul. It is purpose, pressed too tightly against the flesh. March, then, broken ones. March as if you are whole. The storm does not care which name it swallows first. The war room of Goylton Fortress was colder than usual. Frost rimed the cracked windows, and torches guttered in the bitter wind that hissed through the stone corridors. A table in the center was strewn with torn maps, ink-stained battle rosters, and the faint scent of scorched parchment. Men and women leaned in close, hunched in thick cloaks and dented armor, their eyes sunken from days without proper rest. Outside the walls, the Zals swarmed across the southern horizon like a plague, endless, inevitable. Inside, silence reigned. A single log cracked in the hearth, and every head turned. Twitch, flinch, stare. Even sound had become suspect. The silence wasn't peace. It was pressure, a taut thread strung between too many dead ends. Eliana stood at the head of the room, her eyes sharp, her armor dulled with ash. Her jaw was tight, the weight of command etched into every muscle of her face. But her voice, when it came, was clear and cutting. "A siege will kill us," she said. "Goylton's walls stand, but our people starve. Our soldiers falter. The civilians we protected, most are gone now, evacuated under cover of night. But we who remain, we won't last. If we wait, we're finished." No one contradicted her. Even the most skeptical officers held their tongues. They knew she was right. Kael leaned over the war table, dragging a gloved finger along a series of marked paths, enemy positions, known patrols, old scouting trails. His voice was low. 2 days, maybe 3 if they get mired in the southern bogs. We don't have the numbers to hold them. Maris stood by the western window, arms folded tightly across her chest. Her voice was sharp and brittle. "Flee, and the lowlands burn. Stay, and we're cornered." She turned, looking Eliana square in the eye. "What's left?" Eliana didn't flinch. "We strike first." The room tensed. A breathless beat passed. Somewhere, a drop of melted snow slipped down a support beam and hit the stone floor with a sharp tap. It sounded, for all the world, like a countdown. A few of the older officers exchanged glances. One scoffed under his breath. A captain whispered a curse, but no one shouted her down. Fergus stood in the back of the room, pale from days spent studying Velithar runes and sleep-deprived from nightmares that bled into waking hours. His voice was quieter than usual, but when he spoke, it stilled the room. "You're sending a shattered army," he said, "against a force at its height. Half-fed, wounded, exhausted fighters. It's madness." His eyes weren't pleading, they were resigned. The kind of exhaustion that knew logic wouldn't win here, but tried anyway. He wasn't afraid of dying, just afraid it wouldn't mean anything. "Better to fall fighting than waste away behind stones," came Thorn's voice from the far wall. He was a looming figure in shadow, the Velithar sword strapped across his back like a brand. He wasn't smiling, but something about him looked disturbingly at ease. Eliana pressed her palms against the war table, staring down at the map. "We don't have the strength to crush them, but we don't have to, not all at once. Their logistics lines run thin. If we burn their supply caches, disrupt their reinforcements, take out their commanders." Kael straightened. "A precision strike. Hit the heart, make them bleed. Force them to regroup. We'll buy time." Maris frowned. "We'd need speed, stealth, surprise, and a squad too reckless to care how close they are to dying." "I'll lead it," Thorn said, stepping forward. "Fast, loud, bloody. They'll know we were there." Kael looked at him, really looked, beneath the hard edges and bravado. The sword had sharpened Thorn, yes, but it had also stripped pieces away, like iron flaking in the forge. Kael stood as well, not alone. Thorn looked at him sideways. Wasn't asking. Maris moved toward them. "Count me in." Fergus blinked, startled. "You too?" "I'm not letting you 3 get all the glory," she said, though her voice trembled beneath the joke. Fergus sighed. "Then I suppose I have to follow. Someone has to keep you idiots alive." A breath passed. Then Eliana nodded. We go together. The meeting began to break, but Fergus lingered. He held a page, brittle, yellowed, shaking slightly in his fingers.
There's something you need to know, he said. Everyone turned. Fergus's voice was rough with fatigue. The Velethar artifacts, they aren't tools, not anymore. They're consuming us. Maris paled. Kael stiffened. They feed on use, Fergus continued. Every time Thorn draws the blade, every time I channel spells through a shard, it takes something. Memories, feelings, bits of who we were. I lost 3 hours yesterday, Fergus added, voice shaking. I came to with ink on my hands and fire smouldering in the hearth. No idea how it got there. Maris blanched. It's accelerating. He didn't look at Thorn, but everyone else did. Fergus finally raised his gaze. If we keep relying on them, we'll win battles, but we'll lose ourselves. Thorn reached for the sword's hilt with deliberate calm. Good, he said. The word hung in the room like a blade. That's what we need to win, he added. Let it take the parts of me that hurt. No one spoke, because they all had parts like that, griefs that lingered like ghosts, regrets they wouldn't name. The sword didn't ask permission, it just offered an escape. And how many of them secretly wished to be hollow enough to take it? Fergus stepped forward, and after, what's left of you when the war ends? Thorn didn't answer. He didn't have to. Eliana's eyes closed for a moment. Use them if you must, she said softly. But do not forget who you are. Not for victory, not for me. By morning, the Broken marched. There were no banners, no cheers, just the quiet ritual of armored hands buckling straps, blades checked, farewells given in silence. The storm-grey sky stretched endlessly overhead, low and brooding. It felt like the world held its breath. Kael walked at the head of the column beside Thorn. They said little. There was no need. Maris rode slightly behind, her cloak snapping in the wind, eyes scanning the horizon. Fergus clutched a book of spells to his chest, fingers curled tightly around its spine. He'd warded the group with protective runes, but they still felt exposed. The Zal were near. Eliana rode at the rear of the strike force, watching them all. Her heart felt like it was fraying, thread by thread, but she kept her voice calm. She could name each of them. Not just rank and role, but voice timbre, family names, the sound of their laughter before the siege. They were more than soldiers. They were what was left. When we hit, she said, addressing the dozen behind her, we hit hard. We don't get a second chance. We don't make speeches. No one dies for drama. If we fall fast. But if we succeed, Kael picked up the thread. We burn their food, cripple their command, scatter them for a week. Long enough, Eliana finished, for the rest of Goylton to dig in. A grizzled soldier ahead muttered, long enough to say goodbye. Hours passed. The plains stretched ahead, muck and frozen grass, old trenches, and broken roads long since abandoned. The Zal camp lay near the far hills, its banners high and dark. Thorn slowed. He turned to them all. This is it. Fergus pulled his hood up. Time to be reckless. Maris grinned. Time to be legends. Kael rolled his shoulders. Time to be very, very stupid. Eliana drew her sword. We march. The Broken didn't cheer. They just moved, swift, silent, unseen in the wind, toward the Zal. Above them, a hawk circled once, wings stretched wide against the darkening sky. It didn't cry, just watched. The gods are watching, Fergus said. Then I hope they blink, Kael muttered. Toward the end, or the chance at something more, and behind them, Goylton waited, scarred, shivering,
but unbowed, praying its broken sons and daughters might return before the storm finished what history had started.
Chapter 61, The Vanguard's Gamble Fragment. CCXC Forces from the Whispered Reckonings of Seraphine the Listener. Even the fire that saves remembers the scream of what it consumes. Some call it courage to walk into the jaws of death. Others call it compulsion. But all agree, the blade does not weep for the hands that wield it. Only the forest remembers who ran and who burned. The forest reeked of old smoke and rot. A stagnant mist hung low among the trees, like breath held too long, curling between charred stumps and splintered trunks. It muffled sound, blurred edges, and pressed on the lungs like a ghost's hand. The fog didn't just dull sight, it carried memory. Charred leaves crackled underfoot like brittle bones. Somewhere deeper in the woods, something groaned. Not tree, not beast. The forest mourned, and the sound sank into their bones like guilt. Thorn crouched behind a jagged tree root, one knee to the moss-damp earth. His fingers ghosted over the Velitha's sword at his hip, the hilt warm despite the chill. The weapon's pulse throbbed faintly in sync with his own heartbeat, but stronger, as if eager. Across from him, Kael knelt in the brush, watching the ruins of a long-abandoned homestead. Its collapsed walls sagged with age, windows like black eyes peering into nothing. Kael scanned the tree line again. It feels watched. Thorn's hand rested on the hilt of his blade. Because it is. Maris nodded. The Zal don't leave places like this unguarded. They leave them baited. Nothing moved. Too quiet, Kael murmured, voice a breath. Even for them. Thorn's gaze narrowed. He nodded, not trusting his voice. The longer he carried the blade, the more it felt like the world narrowed to edges and threats. Behind them, Maris crept forward, eyes flicking over every root and branch. She moved like smoke, silent, purposeful. She raised one hand sharply. "Stop," she mouthed. Everyone froze. She pointed to a low cord stretched across the path, near invisible but glinting faintly in the dim light. A fine dust shimmered around it. Glass powder. Touch it, and the tripwire would trigger more than noise. "Crafty bastards," Kael whispered. Maris crouched, cut the line cleanly, and dusted it aside with a leaf. "They've learned," she said softly. "That wasn't there yesterday. They're watching these woods." Thorn's lips twitched faintly. "You just spared us a mess of bone and fire." Maris flashed a grin. "You owe me a pint, sword boy. Maybe 2. Make it 3, Kael added from behind. "You've saved our hides more times than I can count." Maris quirked a brow. "Only 3? You wound me." He said nothing, but a shadow of amusement passed across his face. They veered off trail, slipping deeper into the thick underbrush. Thorns snagged at their cloaks. The mist clung to their skin, and time seemed to warp. Minutes stretched, hours snapped by in a blink. Finally, they crested a low ridge. Below lay the target. The Zal supply cache was hidden in a sunken glade, partially shielded by crumbling stone and makeshift barricades. Crates of rations, weapon racks, and oil barrels were stacked in loose clusters. Fires crackled in shallow pits. A half-dozen Zal warriors lounged, their bone armor gleaming faintly. More lurked in nearby shadows. Kael dropped beside Thorn, eyes scanning. "There's more than we expected." "Too many for a straight fight," Thorn muttered. Maris unlatched a pouch and removed a clay cylinder etched with Fergus's spidery handwriting. His first prototype, she said. He called it a tactical boomstick before I made him stop naming things. Kael snorted. "Where is our dear mage, anyway?" Thorn asked, eyes still on the camp. "Back in Goyleton, brewing the next boomstick and praying we don't die before he finishes it," Maris said. Thorn looked at Kael. "Draw them off. Noise, not blood." Kael gave a short nod, already vanishing into the fog. The moments that followed were tight with anticipation. Maris touched the side of her neck where a bruise from the last skirmish still throbbed. "Let's make this count." Thorn didn't reply. He didn't need to. The look in his eyes said everything. The storm inside him was quieter now, but it hadn't passed. Then, shouting. A horn blare. A crash in the trees. The Zal guards turned, rising with blades drawn, scanning the mist where Kael crashed through the undergrowth. They moved fast, too fast, but just enough peeled away. "Go," Thorn hissed. He and Maris moved as one. The first Zal didn't have time to scream. Thorn's blade sang as it slipped through bone and sinew like paper. Maris flanked the other, sliding a dagger between helmet and collar. They were inside. No shouts, no alerts, yet. They darted to the heart of the cache. Maris jammed the clay cylinder between two crates of oil, struck the primer, and ran. Thorn covered her, the Velithar blade humming with raw power. Each swing felt easier than the last. Too easy. It moved for him, almost before he commanded it. He cut down another Zal, this one fully armored, the blade biting through like heat through wax. But every kill left a chill along his spine, as if something unseen whispered encouragement. The sword didn't revel in carnage, but it welcomed it. Each kill fed something in the metal, and something in Thorn answered, even as the man beneath tried to hold steady. It no longer felt like a tool. It felt like a partner. He didn't have time to think. The bomb detonated. A roar ripped through the forest. Flame consumed half the glade, oil bursting into the mist with a shrieking fury. Heat blasted their backs as they ran. Screams rose behind them. Confusion, terror, fury. "Retreat!" Thorn bellowed, lungs searing. They fled, leaping fallen logs, smoke biting their eyes. Arrows hissed overhead. Zal reinforcements surged after them, fast and tireless. "Cover!" Maris shouted, ducking behind a tree as a shaft thudded into bark. Another bolt grazed her shoulder. She cursed, teeth clenched. Thorn turned back, cutting down a pursuing warrior. The boy was barely more than a youth, Zal or no. Thorn hesitated for half a heartbeat before the sword took over. He killed him. A beat passed. The boy's face didn't fade right away. It clung. Thorn's steps faltered for half a heartbeat. Then the sword pulsed again, and he kept running. But the face stayed behind his eyes. Kael reappeared, face streaked with ash. "One wounded," he said, pointing. A soldier behind him staggered, a gut wound leaking through his armor. "We can't outrun them and carry him," Kael hissed. Thorn didn't answer. He hauled the boy over his shoulder. "Not leaving him." "No time for speeches," Maris snapped. "Move!" They ran. The trees blurred. Behind them, the Zal gave chase, but the forest twisted in the group's favor. Or perhaps the smoke masked them well enough. Finally, through a gap in the trees, they saw it. Goylton. Its walls battered but standing, its torches blazing like tiny stars in the gloom. The sight of the walls sent a jolt through Thorn's chest. Not relief, but uncertainty. Home, for now, but for how much longer? And who would he be when next he left its gates? Shouts rang out from the ramparts, horns blared, arrows flew from above, raining into the pursuing Zal. The gates groaned open. They stumbled through. Kael collapsed to a knee. Maris clutched her bleeding shoulder. Thorn laid the wounded boy down, who blinked up at the night sky. "We made it?" the boy rasped, breath catching. "For today," Thorn said quietly, voice distant. The words felt heavier than they should, as if today had become its own battlefield. Survival was no longer victory. It was just the right to try again tomorrow. Eliana was there, descending the stone steps, her cloak trailing. She took one look at the group, smoke blackened, bleeding but alive, and nodded. "No words," she said, "just rest." Maris, grinning through the ache, turned to Thorn. "They'll write ballads about your thick skull." He gave her a look. "If they write about anyone, it's you."
You nearly took my head off twice." 3 times, Kael muttered, wincing. Maris glanced at him with mock innocence.
"Only because you kept standing in front of things I was trying to explode." Kael groaned. "I'll take the next fight from behind a rock, and I owe you all drinks." Thorn stood for a moment longer, watching the smoke fade into the trees beyond. The Velethar sword pulsed at his side, sated for now, but he could still hear it, whispering, waiting. He didn't fear the sword's voice anymore. He feared the silence that followed, when it stopped whispering, and he missed it. Chapter 62, Unraveling Threads. Fragment CCXKV from The Whispered Reckonings of Seraphine the Listener. Loyalty is not a banner but a thread, spun thin between trust and need. Pull too hard, and it snaps. Ignore the fray, and it unravels. In Goyleton's final dusk, even the faithful learned what silence costs, and how betrayal often wears the face of desperation. A cold wind slipped through the fractured walls of Goyleton, sliding between mortar cracks and under doors, as if the fortress itself were exhaling its final breath. Thorn, Kael, Maris, and the survivors of the Vanguard raid trudged across the open courtyard, boots dragging, armor stained, shoulders heavy with blood and ash. Dawn had begun to rise, thin, colorless, an anemic light spread over broken stone. The raid had succeeded. The Zal's eastern cache was nothing but scorched earth and twisted iron now. But victory felt more like a bruise than a balm. Even the wind seemed tired. It whistled through the towers with no menace, only resignation. The kind of silence that followed funerals, not triumph. As they passed under the main archway, a war horn cried from the ramparts, not alarm, just a signal of recognition. Goyleton still stood. For now, Kael's face was pale, drawn. He stopped beside the gate, turning to take one last look at the forest they'd emerged from. "We lost good men for this," he said, voice low and frayed. "And bought ourselves what? Maybe a day?" Thorn didn't answer. He adjusted the strap of the wounded soldier slumped across his shoulder and trudged forward. Every step pulsed with the hum of the Velethar sword on his back. The weapon had sung in his hand last night. It had sung too well. Maris trailed behind, her tunic stiff with dried blood that wasn't hers. The world around her, clanking armor, shouted orders, the smell of metal and fire, was dull and distant, as if submerged underwater. Her thoughts drifted. She remembered holding books once instead of blades. She remembered learning, not surviving. At the gate, Eliana met them, flanked by tired officers and fresh recruits whose armor barely fit. She took one look at Maris and moved to her side. "You're limping," Eliana said softly. "Flesh wound," Maris replied, brushing it off. "The rest is harder." Eliana touched her arm. "You're here. That's enough." But Maris didn't believe her, not entirely, because she no longer knew what being here meant. Once, surviving had felt like something. Now it felt more like inertia. You moved because stopping wasn't an option, not because you believed in the direction. That evening, while others scraped together a meal or tended the wounded, Maris stood alone in the fortress chapel, a squat stone structure barely large enough for 20. It was empty now. Candles guttered in wall sconces, casting long, flickering shadows. She didn't kneel. She wasn't praying. She wasn't sure who she'd be praying to. The gods felt like an old rumor, something others had once believed in, long before the sky forgot how to listen. On the altar rested an old book, one she had once placed there herself, treatises on the divinity of light and flame. Her favorite text once. She traced the faded sigil on its cover. "I used to believe in these words," she whispered. Now I don't even know if I believe in myself."
Behind her, soft footfalls echoed.
"You're not the only one," Fergus said gently. She turned. His robes were streaked with soot from the mage tower, and his eyes were rimmed red with fatigue. But he still had that familiar half-smile, like he was keeping hope warm for both of them.
"I can't do this much longer," Maris said, surprising herself. "Killing, losing. I was meant for libraries, not battlefields."
Fergus stepped closer. "You think I studied magic to be a warlock? I wanted to unearth forgotten languages, catalogue relics. I'm no soldier either." "You carry it better." He shook his head. "No, I just hide it better." She exhaled shakily. "I'm unraveling." Fergus reached for her hand, hesitant but steady. "Then we hold each other's threads, even if it's only for a little while." Her fingers didn't flinch. For the first time in days, she let herself be held, not out of weakness, but because there was still something in her worth anchoring. Meanwhile, Kael pored over troop rosters and supply records in the war room. Something was wrong, worse than missing supplies or ill-fed soldiers. The timing of Zhao movements, the knowledge they displayed, their choice of targets, it was too precise, too coordinated. Someone inside was leaking information. His suspicions, long dormant, ignited when he found Sergeant Major Tobin Blackbriar inspecting the outer wall's munitions stores, alone, after midnight, without reporting in. Later that night, Kael followed Tobin through a shadowed corridor, careful not to draw attention. At the end of the hall, Tobin paused beside a storeroom and knocked, twice, then once more, quickly. A figure Kael didn't recognize slipped from the shadows. They exchanged whispers too low to hear, then parted. Kael stepped back into the dark. His breath was slow, deliberate. His hands shook with fury. He had trusted Tobin, fought beside him on the Ashen Ridge, shared water when rations thinned. That made it worse. Betrayal was easy to name in strangers, not in someone who once shielded your back. The next morning, Kael stood before Eliana, Thorn, and Maris in the inner council chamber. "Tobin," Kael said, voice flat. "He's the leak." Eliana straightened. "Are you sure?" Kael dropped a scroll on the table. Caught him meeting with someone in the barracks. Found this in his bunk. Coded dispatches bearing House Berith's cipher. Routes, troop positions, supply counts. Maris inhaled sharply. "He was feeding the Zhao?" Kael nodded. "Selling us out piece by piece." Thorn looked ready to break the table in half, not out of rage alone, but out of shame. Another crack in the foundation they stood on, and still they had to stand. Thorn's knuckles whitened on the edge of the table. "Then he dies tonight." "No," Eliana said. "We do this right, publicly. No shadows, no whispers. The people need to see we protect ourselves." Kael hesitated. "You want a trial?" "I want the truth visible," she said. "Then justice." At sunset, Tobin was brought to the courtyard in chains, flanked by guards. He looked smaller than Kael remembered. His once proud posture had collapsed, his face slack with fatigue and guilt. When Eliana read the charges, he said nothing. When given a chance to speak, he did not deny them. "They offered my family safety," he said quietly. "That's all. I just wanted them safe." Thorn stared at him with fury. "So you doomed ours." The execution was swift. Garrick wielded the blade, clean and hard. Tobin's body was taken away. His name would not be spoken again. No cheer followed. Only silence. Someone wept, not loud,
Not obvious, just the quiet, shaking sound of someone who had once called Tobin friend. Maris stood by the wall that night, staring across the fields, smoke from the last pyre curling into the starlight. Eliana joined her. "You've been quiet." "I'm thinking," Maris replied, "about how easy it is to lose the thread of who you are. One compromise, one excuse." "You think he was lying?" "No," Maris said. "I think he was desperate, and desperation makes monsters." Eliana leaned on the cold stone. "And yet we endure. Not by becoming monsters, but by refusing to." Maris wasn't sure she agreed. "I used to think surviving meant we were winning," she said. "Now I wonder if it just means we're the last ones left to lose more." Later, in the Mage Tower, Fergus whispered an incantation over an enchanted lens, scanning for magical interference. The spell flared, fizzled. Something was disrupting it. The lens shimmered again, a pulse of interference like a ripple through cloth. A warning if magic could feel fear. From the window, he spotted a rider galloping toward Goylton, cloak torn, armor scorched. A scout. Fergus ran to the inner courtyard, meeting the soldier as he dismounted and collapsed to his knees. "The Zal," the scout gasped. "They're moving faster. Bigger numbers, flanking patterns. They'll be here by sundown tomorrow." Fergus caught his breath, then ran. Eliana called an emergency war council. "The day we feared has come," she said. "The Zal advance at full strength, and we have 1 day to prepare." No one asked if they could win. They only asked what they had left. That night, Maris sat alone in her room, the fire low, a single candle flickering. On her lap sat an old book, The Dawn Weavers of Vel Sirin, pages yellowed but familiar. She turned the page, but the words were blurred by tears. "I don't know who I am anymore," she whispered. Then she closed the book and strapped on her sword. The sound of leather buckling felt final, like turning a page she couldn't unread. She hadn't chosen this war, but she would choose who she became in it. Chapter 63. Fractured Trust. Fragment CCXSVI from the Whispered Reckonings of Seraphine the Listener. Blades do not break kingdoms. Fractures of trust do. When shadows wear familiar faces and loyalty is purchased with promises of safety, it is not steel that draws the blood first, but silence. The sword hums, the seams fray, and the storm, once whispered, begins to speak. Goylton's fortifications groaned beneath the winter wind. Banners snapped like wounded beasts against the walls. Once, the fortress had stood proud, a bastion of stone and history. Now it was scarred, its gates held with patched hinges and its warriors with gritted teeth. Inside, dread walked the halls like a familiar ghost. Kael stood outside the war room, pacing tight circles, his cloak swirling with each turn. His face was tight with frustration. Behind him, soldiers moved like shadows, hauling crates, sharpening blades, dragging the wounded through narrow corridors. But none of them could see what Kael did, that the war wasn't just outside the walls anymore. It had seeped into the stone, into the cracks between friends. He'd been watching it build, the stiffened shoulders in council meetings, the half-spoken commands passed between units loyal to different captains. Trust no longer flowed. It funneled into narrow channels. And soon, something would burst. Across the courtyard, Thorn leaned against the edge of the forge, the Velithar sword resting on his thigh. The blade glimmered in the firelight, drinking the glow greedily. He dragged a whetstone along its edge with practiced strokes. Each scrape was a whisper, the sound of something relentless being honed for slaughter. Kael approached, jaw set. "We need to talk." Thorn didn't look up. "About the raid or the sword again?" Kael folded his arms. the sword, and you." That made Thorn pause. He lifted his gaze slowly, the edge of the blade still resting on his knee. "I've got it under control." "No," Kael said, voice hardening. "You don't." Silence fell between them, filled only by the forge's distant hiss and the muttered curses of smiths hammering armor back into shape. "You think it's not changing you," Kael continued, voice low, "but it is. Every time you draw it, I see you slipping further. You fight like something possessed, faster, crueler, and you don't see what it's taking." Thorn's expression darkened. "It gives me what I need to protect this place." "It takes something too," Kael said. "Your clarity, your judgment, yourself. It's feeding on you." Thorn stood, slinging the sword onto his back with a metallic hiss. "We don't have time for your moral crusade. That blade helped me hold the southern gate last week. Without it, we'd be corpses right now." Kael stepped forward. "I know, and I respect what you've done. But don't lie to yourself. This thing, it's older than us. It's not just steel." Thorn's fists clenched. "You think I don't know that? You think I don't feel it in my bones? Every night I dream of blood and ash, and I don't know if it's memory or prophecy, but it's the only weapon that scares them, and we need fear now more than honor." Kael's voice dropped. "At what cost?" For a moment, Thorn said nothing. Then, quietly, "Whatever it takes." Kael's jaw tightened. "I've bled beside you too many times to abandon you now. But if I see you cross a line you can't come back from, I will stop you, even if it breaks me." Thorn's gaze didn't waver. "Then pray it doesn't come to that." From a balcony above, Maris watched them in silence, arms folded tightly around her ribs. Beside her, Fergus leaned against the rail, shadows under his eyes. "This won't hold," Fergus murmured. "They're pulling in opposite directions." "They were always two sides of a coin," Maris said. "Now the coin's cracking, and we're the ones who pay when it breaks," Fergus replied, rubbing his temples. "I've seen it in the Velethar threads. There's something twisting in the magic, something vast, ancient. It's not just the sword anymore." "The ground speaks now," Fergus added, voice low. "Every time that sword is drawn, I feel it, like threads snapping beneath us. We're not just unmaking ourselves, we're waking something old enough to remember being broken." The next morning, Kael returned to the war room before sunrise. He hadn't slept. His thoughts buzzed with unfinished conversations, broken loyalties, and Tobin's last words. Something about them gnawed at him. He lit a candle and knelt by Tobin's old desk. Most of it had been cleared after the execution, but something felt off. Kael ran his fingers along the underside of the drawers. Nothing. He checked beneath the floor planks. Dust, old ink stains, nothing. And then he saw it, a faint notch beneath the desk's rear panel. He pried it free with a knife, revealing a hidden compartment. Inside lay a stack of letters, folded, sealed, marked in an unfamiliar sigil, a jagged V carved through an eclipse. Kael opened the topmost. It read, "The girl must not live to unite them. Strike at the next gathering. Deliver her head, and we shall honor our promise. Your children will live. V." Kael's breath caught. He read the letter again, slower this time. "The girl must not live to unite them. Not Eliana, the general. Not the noble. The symbol. This wasn't war. It was extermination, masquerading as strategy. And Tobin, for all his faults, had believed his family's safety depended on it. This wasn't just a betrayal. This was a conspiracy. House Varin, or worse. The seal, he'd seen it once in an ancient book, Violina's old crest, before it was struck from the archives. She was behind it, or something older still that wore her name. Kael met Thorn and Eliana in the war chamber. "We were wrong to think Tobin acted alone," Kael said, throwing the letter onto the table. "This was coordinated, and the target wasn't just our plans, it was you." Eliana read the letter in silence, her hand trembling. Her mouth was set in a line, but her eyes glistened. "I always knew someone wanted me dead. I didn't realize how many feared what I represent more than what I've done." "Violina," Thorn murmured, eyes narrowing. "No." Kael said, "Something behind her. She's a puppet now. This crest, it predates even her." Eliana sat slowly, her face pale. "We're losing ground, not just to swords and siege engines, to shadows." Kael stepped forward. "We need to close ranks. You, me, Thorn. Whatever's broken between us, we fix it. Or this kingdom falls." "Then say it," Eliana said. "Out loud. No more fractures." Kael met her gaze. "I trust you with my life." Thorn, slower, added, "And I'll bleed for you. But don't ask me to smile while I do it." Thorn hesitated, then gave a slow nod. "I'll stand with you," he said, "but don't ask me to let go of the blade." Kael swallowed his protest. "Just promise you won't let it choose for you." Thorn's eyes flicked toward the sword. "I'll try." The day turned black by noon. The skies boiled with storm clouds. Then came the thunder of hooves. Ashen rode through Goylton's gates at the head of a column, 2,000 men in House Velrun's grey and silver, and more importantly, 3,000 blades gleaming with the unmistakable glow of forged Velithar. The soldiers were gaunt, eyes haunted. They'd seen battle. They'd seen what the Zal had done elsewhere. Eliana met Ashenvale in the courtyard. They clasped forearms like old friends. "You're late," she said. "Velseren's roads are ash. We lost 2 caravans getting through the Blackwash." He scanned the courtyard. Young faces, makeshift armor. "You've held longer than I thought possible." He smiled, weary. "I brought what I could." Fergus rushed to meet them, his voice tight with worry. "Commander, those swords, they're unstable. They drain their wielders. The older the wielder, the faster they burn." Ashenvale nodded. "I know, but we're out of time. If we don't use them, we fall. If we do, we might still fall slower." Fergus looked to the soldiers, then the blades. Every wielder becomes a wick. The more skilled the fighter, the brighter the burn, but none last long. The crystals have no mercy. Maris joined them, her brow furrowed. "It's more than just strain. The Velithars, waking something. I feel it in the ground. It's not just waking," she added. "It's listening. Every time we use the shards, I feel it pulling deeper, like the earth is taking notes, in the way the magic tugs at my spine." Ashenvale's gaze was grim. "Then we fight quickly, before it finishes waking." That night, Eliana stood on the battlements, overlooking the dark fields beyond. Storms gathered on the horizon. She could see flickers of Zal torchlight in the hills, and something else, blacker than night, pulsing. Beside her, Kael stood silent. Then, "Do you trust me still?" She didn't answer at first. "I trust who you were," Eliana said softly, "and I hope that person still lives inside the man standing beside me." "I want to," she said, "but I'm afraid the world we knew is gone, and none of us are who we were." He bowed his head. "Then we start again. Tomorrow." She nodded. "Tomorrow." Wind hissed across the battlements, carrying with it a scent not born of fire or blood, but something older, something metallic. The air watched them, and the stars above blinked slow and strange, and below them, in the deepest parts of Goylton, the Velithar crystals began to glow. In the dark beneath the fortress, where old stone remembered fire, a quiet pulse echoed outward. measured, patient, the rhythm of something long buried, stretching in its sleep, something that remembered its own name once carved in flame.
Chapter 64. A Heart Divided. Fragment CCCI from The Whispered Reckonings of Seraphine, the Listener. The storm does not break the mountain. It reveals the cracks already there. One heart clings to duty, another to something gentler. Between them, a blade that forgets mercy, a question wrapped in war. And in the distance, not a conqueror, but a warning. We mistook the fleeing for the furious. We always do. A biting wind lashed Goylton's battlements, slicing through armor and wool alike. Eliana stood still against the rising chill, her cloak snapping behind her like a banner on the brink of surrender. Her eyes never left the horizon. There, in the distance beyond the hills, dust churned into the sky. The Zal were on the move again. The shapes of their vanguard were hazy in the morning haze, more silhouettes than soldiers, a smudge of darkness creeping toward them. The weight in her chest grew heavier with every breath. She clenched her hands behind her back, fingertips numb from the wind. There had been so many choices, so many turns where she might have walked a different path. Now, all roads seemed to end at this ridge, in smoke and blood. She had seen many storms, but this one would be final, one way or another. Kael approached from behind, boots silent on the stone. He'd known Eliana long enough to read her posture. She stood tall, shoulders square, but her stillness wasn't poise, it was containment, a dam ready to split. "You're carrying too much," Kael said gently, his voice low so the wind couldn't steal it. Eliana didn't turn. "I can't afford to break now, not when we're this close to the end." "That's the thing about endings," Kael said. "They ask more from you than beginnings ever did, and they don't wait." Kael stepped beside her, gaze following hers to the shadowed ridge. "It's not just the war, is it?" She hesitated. Her armor clinked as she crossed her arms tightly. "I thought I could hold it together. That if I stayed composed, I could keep everyone moving. But I'm unraveling." Kael didn't speak immediately. He watched her from the side, reading the faint tremble in her jaw, the tautness around her eyes. She turned to him suddenly, her voice soft but fierce. "The assassination plot, Tobin's betrayal. They weren't just close calls. They were signs. Signs I've lost control. What if I can't protect them, Kael? What if I lead them to ruin?" He reached out, resting a steady hand on her shoulder. "You haven't failed us. You've held this place together when others would have fled. Every man and woman on these walls still breathes because you refused to yield." Eliana let out a soft, mirthless laugh. "But for how long?" Kael's expression darkened. "As long as it takes." Their eyes met. For a moment, there was no war, no kingdom, just two people standing above the void, trying not to fall. Then Eliana spoke again, voice quieter now. "After this, I'll be expected to choose a suitor, some noble union to bind the realm. But I don't want a marriage sealed by politics. I want someone who chooses me, Kael, not the crown." Kael blinked. Her words hit harder than a sword swing. "I'd follow whatever duty demands," he said awkwardly, trying to suppress the sudden hammer of his heart. Eliana smiled, the corners of her mouth twitching despite the weight she bore. "You dolt. Do you think I want a marriage decree read over our corpses?" Her laugh was soft but real. "Fool!" A flicker of memory crossed her face. Laughter in a sunlit garden, far from war, when she'd still believed in letters from distant cousins and arranged alliances. "I used to think love was a luxury," she murmured. "Now I see it's the only armor that doesn't corrode." Kael's ears flushed.
"I'd be honored to stand by you," he mumbled, eyes darting away. Her laughter deepened, a sound Kael hadn't heard from her in weeks. "You're hopeless," she said, shaking her head. "But at least you're honest." It was fleeting, but the moment mattered. In the storm's teeth, it was enough. Elsewhere, Thorn stood in the northern watchtower, the Velithar sword resting across his knees. The blade pulsed faintly, not with light, but with intention. It hadn't sung since the raid. Now it simply listened. That was worse. It didn't hum, it waited, like a predator. His hands trembled slightly, not from cold, but from the storm building inside him. Every time he touched the blade, he felt a part of himself go quiet. Parts that used to whisper reason, compassion, caution. They were still there, but buried deeper each time. A rustle behind him. Ashen approached, silent as a shadow. "It's grown stronger, isn't it?" Thorn didn't answer at first. "It's not just a weapon," Ashen continued. "The Velithar was forged to channel power, but it reflects its wielder, or amplifies what's already in them." Thorn's jaw clenched. "You think I'm the problem?" Ashen met his gaze, neither condemning nor soft. "I think you're being rewritten, slowly, by the blade, by your pain, by the war." "So what?" Thorn growled. "Let it write me sharper. Let it make me into something they'll fear." "And when there's nothing left of you but fear?" Ashen asked. Thorn stood, sheathing the sword. "I'm still in control." "I hope so," Ashen said, "because if you're not, when the last battle comes, we'll have more than the Zal to worry about." Thorn's grip on the hilt loosened slightly. "Then pray they kill me before that happens." Ashen didn't look away. "I won't, because if it happens, I'll be the one to stop you." Beneath the stone, in the warmth of a half-collapsed barracks, Maris stared into a dying fire. The glow cast flickering shadows against the wall, mirroring the swirl in her mind. Fergus sat beside her, nursing a cracked flask of tea. "You're quiet." Maris didn't look away from the flames. "I don't know who I am anymore." Fergus waited. "When I was young, I was taught to be agreeable, a proper daughter, polished. I read books because it was the only part of the world no one tried to control. Now I'm covered in scars, swinging blades and carrying explosives, and it feels right, which terrifies me." "Survival isn't the opposite of peace," Fergus said quietly. "Sometimes it's the forge that peace is hammered on, and you are always more than anyone gave you room to be." Fergus sipped slowly, then said, "You're not who they told you to be. You're who you became when no one else could stand." Maris's gaze flicked to his. "That sounds like something my brother would have said." He smiled faintly. "Then he must have been a wise man." She sighed. "Why are they fighting us, Fergus? The Zal. We assume they want conquest, but they don't act like invaders. They act like people running from something." "Their tactics are wrong," she said, almost to herself. "No conquest strategy holds its supply line that loosely. No assault begins by sending scouts who avoid confrontation. They're probing, but not for targets, for space." Fergus's brow furrowed. "What are you saying?" Maris sat straighter. "We need to ask questions. What if this whole war is a misreading? What if they're not coming to destroy, but to survive?" Later that evening, Eliana stood before the final war council. Around the table, Kael, Maris, Fergus, Thorn, Ashen and a dozen senior officers. The mood was taut, clipped, like a bowstring pulled too tight. No one drank, no one leaned back. Even the flickering torches seemed to burn with restraint, as if the fortress itself listened for one last strategy. "They'll be on us within the day," Eliana said. Their numbers are greater, but we've wounded them. The supply raids have bought us time, but not much. Ashenvale spoke next. We've paired Velithar weapons with our strongest mages. We'll strike in intervals, keep the front lines shifting, make them believe we have more than we do. Fergus added, the spell-forged barriers won't hold long. We use them to direct the Zal into kill zones, then detonate. Controlled retreats. Maris stepped forward. And one more thing. We need answers. We need someone in the field, not to fight, but to listen. If there's anything else driving this war, any sign of what they're running from, we need to know. Ashenvale raised an eyebrow. You want to send an emissary? Not to negotiate, Maris replied. To understand, before we lose the chance to ask the right question. Eliana nodded. You'll go with the forward scouts, Maris. Quiet, fast. Find their command, if it exists. Kael spoke softly. What if she's right? What if this isn't just conquest? Then we survive long enough to figure it out, Eliana replied. And if we can't, we fall with clarity. As night fell, soldiers gathered on the ramparts, their eyes turned toward the black horizon. Torches dotted the hills in the distance, too many to count. Kael walked the battlements, checking lines, stopping to speak with the younger recruits. Some shook, others stared into the dark with blank faces. A boy no older than 14 held his spear like a staff, knuckles white. Kael paused beside him. Name? Talon, sir. Hold fast, Talon. This war remembers every hand that stayed. The boy didn't reply, but he nodded, sharp, resolute. Eliana climbed the last stairs and stood beside him. You were right, she said quietly. About what? About the sword, about trust, about needing more than strength. She paused. I don't know what tomorrow will bring, but I know this. I don't want to face it without you. Kael turned to her. You won't. Eliana's voice was a whisper. Even if I fall, make sure they see I stood until the end. Far below, in the catacombs beneath the fortress, the Velithar reserves pulsed with unnatural light. Fergus had warned that the crystals were stirring. Now they pulsed in rhythm, like a heartbeat, like something waking. One crystal fractured at its core, silent, unseen. A spiderweb of hairline cracks pulsed faintly outward. It wasn't breaking, it was opening. And on the distant hills, just beyond the reach of their torches, the Zal stood in formation. At their head was a new figure, draped in pale bone, eyes aglow with unnatural light. It watched Goylton without blinking. Behind it, far to the east, something else moved. Slowly, inexorably, larger than any army. It moved like memory, slow, inevitable, and impossible to look away from. Not a beast, not a god, just something old enough to remember both. The Zal weren't advancing. They were running out of time. Chapter 65, Into the Abyss. Fragment CCCV from the Whispered Reckonings of Seraphine the Listener. Steel rang beneath the weight of questions, not conquest. The gate fell, the line held, but truth crept in with the smoke. Beneath banners once called enemy, trembling hands reached for peace. Not all storms come to destroy. Some only flee the deeper dark. But the fire beneath the mountain stirs, and the old names begin to wake. The sun hung low over Goylton, casting long shadows across blood-slicked stone. Smoke rose in curling towers from the wreckage beyond the walls, and the air thundered with the beat of war drums. The Zal had come, relentless, shrieking like the wind that preceded a blizzard. They came in waves, not formations, like something primal driven uphill by fire. Even the veterans could see it. These were not tacticians. These were survivors with steel. Their cries held rage, yes, but also grief. But this time, the defenders of Goyleton stood resolute. The fortress gates groaned under the relentless rhythm of battering rams. With each impact, the wood splintered, the earth shuddered, and cries of alarm echoed along the parapets. "Shields up! Archers, loose!" Eliana's voice cut through the chaos like a blade. Her armor gleamed with soot and blood, her presence a bastion of order amid the chaos. She moved along the wall, helping the wounded, giving commands, pulling back shaken recruits to stabilize faltering lines. Her sword never left her side. Kael fought beside her, as ever, agile, lethal. Where Eliana inspired, he eliminated. He darted between enemy lines, his twin sabers singing through air and flesh. Each swing was precise, each movement balanced between art and survival. There was no rhythm left in him, only the brutal cadence of survival. Kael had learned long ago that elegance was a luxury, and mercy a risk. Here, beneath fire and iron, only movement mattered. Above the battlefield, the siege engines towered like iron gods, vomiting flame and stone toward the walls. Kael pointed, breath ragged. "We can't hold with those firing. Someone has to take them out." Without waiting, Kael broke off, sprinting across the lower courtyard, vaulting rubble and fallen warriors. Zal infantry surged toward him, but he was faster, flickering like a flame, cutting deep and vanishing again. By the time he reached the base of the nearest siege tower, 6 more Zal lay dead. On the western flank, Thorn was no longer a man. He was momentum incarnate. His Velithar blade pulsed with dark light, cleaving through Zal armor like parchment. Around him, Eston Vale's banner-bearers rallied, invigorated by his wrath. "Push them back," Thorn roared. "For Eston Vale, for the fallen!" The blade responded to his cry, vibrating with a hunger that no longer disguised itself as purpose. His men followed without hesitation, but Maris, watching from the command tower, saw something deeper. He moved like a god, but bled like a man. His eyes no longer tracked his comrades, only his next kill. The blade was shaping his war now, not the other way around. "He's slipping," she muttered. "The sword's taking more each day." Nearby, Fergus stood beside a Shayvale atop the central tower, casting runes of destruction. Fergus's staff pulsed with crude amplification stones. A Shayvale's hummed with elegant restraint. "Strike now," Fergus called, a siege platform. A Shayvale nodded and unleashed a torrent of lightning that cracked open the sky, lashing down on the war machines. Wood exploded, fire cascaded, and Zale shrieked beneath falling shrapnel. Fergus grinned, sweat pouring down his face. One more, and will cripple their rear. Maris joined him, panting from her run up the tower. "The south wall's thinning. We need reinforcements there. Thorn's gone too deep, and we're bleeding." Fergus's smile faded. "I'll cover the approach. Can you hold Thorn?" Maris didn't answer. She just turned and ran. Her boots thundered down the stairwell, every step a prayer. Not to save Thorn, he might be beyond that, but to reach him before the sword finished what the war had started. On the front lines, Eliana's sword clashed with a Zell commander, 7 feet tall, twin axes, eyes burning with rage. Her blade deflected 1 blow, then 2, but the 3rd sent her crashing backward into a stack of sandbags. Her armor cracked, breath knocked from her lungs. The Zal lifted his axe, but before he could strike, Kael appeared from the smoke and drove his blade up through the giant's throat. "Get up," Kael said, helping Eliana to her feet. "You're too stubborn to die today." She coughed, nodding. "We have to end this. Thorn, he's out of control." Together, they rallied to the breach, just as Thorn shattered the final siege ram with a cry of defiance. His blade screamed with him, releasing a pulse of dark light that scattered friend and foe alike.
Maris flung up a warding rune just in time. The pulse hit her like a wall, knocking the breath from her lungs. She looked up to see a ring of melted stone where Thorn had stood. Only then did the Zal retreat, dragging their wounded, their siege engines burning behind them. The fortress held, but just barely. Morning came with smoke in the air and blood in the dirt. The winds carried ash like snowflakes, and every soldier in Goyleton knew the storm would return. Eliana's eyes were shadowed with exhaustion as she emerged from the war tent. She didn't bother with ceremony. She'd seen too much, buried too many. The walls had held, but they wouldn't survive another full assault. Kael met her at the southern rampart, quiet at first. His hand rested on the hilt of his blade, but his gaze was on the horizon. "They're not gone," he said. "No," Eliana replied. "They're waiting." Kael nodded. "Something's different now. They're not pressing the attack, they're fortifying." "And watching us," Kael added. "Not like an enemy would, like they're waiting for something, or someone." Eliana turned to him. "Why wait? If they wanted us dead, why not finish us yesterday?" Kael's face darkened. "I think we've been wrong." He told her of what he'd seen, Zal warriors fighting not like conquerors, but like desperate survivors, of the looks exchanged across the battlefield, of strange symbols carved into their standards, symbols that didn't belong to the Zal. "They're not here to take our land," Kael said. "They're here because they have nowhere else to go." "We saw it in their eyes," Kael said. "They weren't trying to win. They were trying not to lose what little they had left." Eliana frowned, the seed of doubt growing. Maris burst into the war tent hours later, scrolls in hand, wild-eyed. "I found something," she said. "A prophecy. Velithar records. The chosen of the East, a flame that devours the world. It's not them." "What do you mean?" Eliana asked. "They're not the devourers," Maris said. "They're fleeing them." Fergus rubbed his temples. "We mistook their silence for savagery, their tactics for brutality, but it was desperation. Gods help us. What could drive warriors like them from their homeland?" She explained the script, ancient warnings, lost for centuries, tales of creatures rising from the sea, carrying death. The Zal weren't the storm. They were the wreckage the storm had left behind. A Cheveril entered then, his face pale. "Then it's time we speak to the heavens." Together, they climbed the tower. He raised his staff. "Shield me, Maris." She did, and as he cast his voice skyward, the heavens opened. Thunder boomed. A voice not entirely human filled the skies. The sky didn't just echo, it cracked. Birds fell mid-flight. Magic warped. For a breathless instant, all who heard the voice felt the weight of the word keeper settle on their bones. "Drop your weapons. Return to your camps. Parley will be held. I am the keeper of the second flame." Silence followed, and the Zal withdrew. Dawn crept over the battlefield. Smoke lingered, but for the first time in days, no arrows flew, no fire rained. Just quiet. The kind of quiet that came after a scream and before an answer. Eliana stood at the front of the envoy, her commanders behind her. Kael, Thorn, Maris, Fergus, Ashen. Across the field, Crag Val waited, massive, scarred. His armor bore the bones of his kin. His eyes burned not with hatred, but warning. Maris noted the way his hand twitched near his weapon, not from tension, but muscle memory. He was a man who had survived too much to lower his guard, even in hope. "You call for truce," he rumbled. "Why?" "Because we want to live," Eliana answered. "And because we finally understand." She told him what they'd learned, what they'd misjudged, what they wanted to change. Crag listened, then spoke of the East, of horrors in the sea, of black ships and gods with no names. "We ran," he said, "because we had no choice." "And your envoys?" Kael asked. Crag looked away. "Slaughtered before they reached your gates. Not by you, by others. The Borgin cult," Eliana whispered. "They wanted this war." "Then we've both been manipulated," Crag said. A silence settled. Then Eliana stepped forward. "Let's end this, together." Crag met her gaze and shook her hand. For the first time in weeks, the soldiers watching from the ridge lowered their weapons, not in defeat, but in recognition. The truce held. Zal and Kingdom soldiers buried their dead together, built fires, shared rations. The enemy now had a face and a name, and it wasn't demon or beast. It was refugee. The cost of misunderstanding now lined the trenches with shallow graves. Kael and Eliana stood side by side, not as commander and scout, but as something more. Thorn stood watch at the wall, the Velitha sword strapped to his back. He didn't trust it anymore, but he kept it ready. The sword no longer whispered, it waited. That, he realized, was worse. Maris and Fergus buried themselves in tomes, hunting for the next threat. Neither of them said it aloud, but both had felt it during Ashen Vale's call to the heavens, that presence pressing down, curious, ancient, hungry. And deep below Goylton, the crystals pulsed. The second flame had been lit. But the first still slept. And if the second flame was a warning, the first would be a reckoning. And when it woke, the real war would begin.